Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. The playlist is above. And with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 41. Kuroto sighed and stepped forward to lift Miko-sama, who bowed to them into Jiza because of her guilt. Now is not the time to feel guilty or repent. Once Morio is successfully sealed, you will have all the time in the world to redeem your sins. Miko-sama nodded silently while Kuroto took a glance toward Shisui and continued after giving him a tacit nod. Miko-sama, we may be using forbidden techniques to suppress the demon. We hope that you can keep the information about them a secret. Miko-sama solemnly promised Kuroto and Shisui, please be assured, I swear not to reveal any information to anyone. With her promise, the estrangement between the three disappeared. Following this discussion, Miko-sama got busy with the arrangements for sealing the demon while Kuroto and Shisui analyzed the surrounding terrain to have an in-depth understanding of the battle site to use it for their advantage. Being in the belly of the mountain with an active volcano makes the area around extremely dangerous with boiling lava everywhere. Even a little bit of carelessness would lead straight to death by vaporization. Therefore, combat here is extremely difficult not only for them but also for the enemy. But from the looks of it, this isn't the first time Miko-sama came here because she is shuttling back and forth all around so easily while arranging the sealing techniques. After looking around with the Tenseigan, Kuroto reminded Shisui, surface rocks doesn't look very durable, make sure to pay attention to them while in battle. Shisui nodded while observing the surroundings with the three-tomo Sharingan. After a little while, Miko-sama completed all the necessary process. Looking at all the symbols arranged around the mountain, Kuroto exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, Miko-sama's mastery in Fuinjutsu is really something to look up to. Shisui also nodded, as far as I know Miko's Fuin mastery is as strong and famous as the Uzumaki clan. With the demise of the Uzumaki clan, it would be difficult to find someone as proficient as Miko-sama in Fuinjutsu in the current shinobi world. Suddenly Shisui thought of something, muttered in sadness, and being too famous is not a good thing. Ads by PubFuture. The Uchiha clan is the perfect example of this. With their high reputation, even the young children of the clan develop arrogant and domineering personalities. They even look down on the companions of the same village, which is one of the major reasons why the Uchihas are continuously isolated from rest of the Konoha. However, Kuroto wasn't thinking of these things now but seriously considering how he can seek more assistance from her for his plan. According to the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, the sealing techniques account for more than 70% of the process, and lack of source material has led to a lack of Fuinjutsu knowledge. This point has become a serious problem for him considering the importance of Fuinjutsu in most of the rituals and techniques. Therefore, the existence of Miko-sama with such high proficiency in Fuinjutsu is an impeccable treasure for Kuroto. But considering her position, reputation, and prestige, if he wants to learn something from her, Kuroto must consider his approach quite carefully, else it might cause some diplomatic issues. Kuroto was also trying to think of the result he might get from seeking Miko-sama's assistance. In the artificial tailed beast plan, Konoha village used Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques. Although the Uzumaki clan has very high accomplishments in the field, if he seeks extra assistance from Miko-sama, then combining the Uzumaki and Miko's Fuinjutsu techniques may or may not give some unexpected results, and that could also be of great benefit for him. As Kuroto was mulling over the pros and cons, suddenly the ground shook. Shake! Shake! At the same time, pieces of rubble from the surrounding walls and roof also fell on the ground and lava, resulting in immediate vaporization. Wish, wish. Miko-sama, sitting at the center of the sealing formation, said loudly, he's here. Kuroto and Shisui glanced at each other and hid around the surroundings. Not long after, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, Morio's humongous body came inside the cave in a flash. Moroku, you shouldn't refuse me. Morio, who blocked the entire entrance of the cave, arched up and spoke in a sinister voice. Miko-sama seemed to ponder over his words for a moment, then shook her head. No. You are the wrong one. Morio slowly approached Miko-sama while trying to entice her. Unify with me. Once our power combined, we will be the strongest, and the whole world will crawl at our feet. The 1,000-year kingdom wouldn't be a dream anymore. Ads by PubFuture. No! 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 Seeing Moroku's continuous denial, Morio still didn't take any action, but spoke loudly. What are you worried about? You should be very clear that with our powers combined we will be unstoppable. What ninja? What samurai? Every one of them will crawl at our feet like the ants they are. No! Doing so will only bring infinite disaster and chaos to the world. Miko-sama continued to delay the time by speaking in a loose tone. You are being too arrogant. Arrogant. Morio snorted condescendingly while speaking in rage. You are the one being too stupid. Did you forget who we are? Did you forget? And oh, what are you doing? Halfway through the conversation, Morio instinctively felt an incoming danger to himself. Seeing that the plan was revealed and Miko-sama couldn't delay any more time, Kuroto and Shisui immediately rushed out of hiding. Before Morio could react to the sudden appearance of the two, Kuroto shouted, Shisui, do it! As soon as Kuroto gave the order, Shisui closed his eyes and opened them again with 3 tomo rapidly spinning as they blended together into a 4-edged shuriken. Susanoo. Without any hesitation, Shisui directly used the legendary Susanoo. Following his shout, an emerald-green humanoid avatar with a fiendish look and a red tomo in the center of its chest made up of Shisui's chakra manifested around him. The sudden appearance of Susanoo between Miko-sama and Morio left both of them shocked, as neither could have imagined the little guy with a cat mask could bring out something so majestic and horrifying. The horrifying Susanoo chakra made both of them aghast. Since keeping Susanoo manifested would be very burdensome for Shisui, he didn't waste any moment and directly held the demon with all his strength, restricting any kind of movement. Morio was angered by how he was being treated and roared in fury, "Humble human, how dare you!" Boom! As Morio was again interrupted halfway through his words, only this time by a huge iron spear that fell from the sky, and fiercely inserted in his mouth, making the demon roar in pain and anger. Miko-sama looked at Kuroto hovering in the sky with a stunned look on her face. At this time, Kuroto was standing on an iron sand platform, hovering in the midair, and beside him, there was a strange ninja covered in bandages from head to toe with a pair of iron sand wings on his back. Seeing Miko's stupefied look, Kuroto faintly said with a prideful smirk, Miko-sama, don't just stare in a daze. Chapter 42. Kuroto's words brought Miko-sama out of her dazed state, and she immediately activated the sealing formation. The chakra energy emitting from the sealing formation made Morio's spine tingle because of the danger his instincts were feeling from it. It should be noted that both Miko and Morio are part of each other. Just like Morio understands Miko's fear and weaknesses, similarly Miko also understands Morio's fear and weaknesses. Therefore Moroku-sama was able to clearly feel Morio's mental state and struggling. Rumble. 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 As Morio was continuously struggling to free itself from Susanoo's grasp because of the instinctive danger, the whole cave started to shake due to his harsh movements. It wasn't difficult to figure out from Shisui's expression that his hold was weakening. To keep Morio impaled on the floor, he gritted his teeth and urged the chakra he could muster into the Susanoo. The two behemoths continuously struggled, one keeping the hold and the other escaping the hold, as a result of which large cracks became apparent on the ground, gravel was falling, dust was rising, lava was becoming more and more active as the time passed, making it seem as if the entire cave will collapse and the volcano will erupt any moment. Kuroto was calmly observing the battle between the two with the Tenseigan from midair while simultaneously avoiding the falling rubble. Morio's body is larger than Shisui's stage 2 Susanoo that only has a skeletal upper body, therefore Shisui is not the dominant one in this struggle. Seeing this, Kuroto no longer waited and immediately transferred more Tenseigan chakra to Kazekage Puppet to perform his strongest move. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Law. Following the call, iron sand particles gathered into the air in the form of countless spears, and with the speed of a cannonball fire, the iron sand spears continuously pierced Morio's body, firmly nailing him on the ground. But that wasn't the end, as more iron sand gathered and connected all the impaled spears like thorny branches, confining Morio's body within an iron sand prison. Miko-sama, who was continuously transferring her chakra along with her vitality into the sealing formation, muttered in surprise, "Really, magnet release?" In the ninja world, people known for mastering magnet release are only those of the Kazekage clan, and those alive from them could possibly only be Sandame Kazekage, who disappeared mysteriously, and the Yandame Kazekage, who is currently in power. Although Miko's generally doesn't pay much involved with the events happening in the shinobi world, but they still have general happenings and information of the shinobi world. In Kuroto's previous attack she wasn't sure, but now that she has witnessed the strange ninja hovering alongside Kuroto use the Iron Sand Law, she felt convinced that he is using magnetic release Kekai Jinkai. Ads by PubFuture. This makes her wonder how is that even possible, because it is simply not possible for Konoha Shinobi to master a sand hidden technique, and she can also understand why he would ask her to not reveal the information about it. Anyway, back to the fight. Under the combined effect of Shirsui's Susanoo and Kazekage's Iron Sand Law, the pressure on Morio increased several times, resulting in his struggle becoming weaker. Morio roared in an eardrum-popping sound, "Damn it! You stupid humble humans, you don't understand to whom you have provoked." However, Kuroto and Shisui were unmoved by Morio's shout, and they increased their effort in suppressing Morio. "Miroku! Watch and learn! These ants can't stop me!" Miko-sama's face changed suddenly and she shouted in warning, "Hurry up, get away from him. Morio's going to use mind control arts. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, he can't escape." With maniacal laughter, Morio stared at Shisui and shouted, "You should be honored to become my plaything." Secret Art, the Demon Within. The Demon Within is a jinjutsu that allows Morio to control the hearts of humans. The subject, once under the effect of this jinjutsu, becomes a soulless puppet who only obeys Morio's command mindlessly. After activating this jinjutsu, Morio immediately ordered Shisui, "Quickly go and kill them." The target that Morio ordered for Shisui to kill was naturally Kuroto and the Kazekage puppet hovering in the air, so Kuroto and Miko-sama both looked at Shisui with anxiety. In fact, Miko-sama's heart was almost at her throat that she even forgot to continue transferring chakra to the ceiling formation. For a moment, everyone's attention was at Shisui. And Shisui, with his Manjikyu wheel spinning, was silent. Then suddenly, he let go of one of Morio's head to free his left arm, raised it high in the air, and bonked the head that gave him the command with all his power. Bang! A loud sound echoed. With a muffled sound, Morio's head slammed to the ground, leaving the demon himself and Miko-sama dumbfounded. How is this possible? Extremely surprised and shocked, Morio shouted in hysteria, "It's your eyes." Damn it! Ads by PubFuture. Obviously, Morio isn't an idiot ignorant and immediately figured out that the cause of the failure of his mind arts on Shisui is his Manjikyu. Miko-sama also breathed a sigh in relief. She was really scared just a moment ago. If Shisui really became Morio's puppet, then the situation would have definitely become irreversible for them. And if that were to happen, then she wouldn't even be sure if she would be able to seal Morio even with her death as the catalyst. Although Miko-sama was glad and slightly happy, it was a different case for Morio. The demon was shouting at Shisui in anger, "A human such as you can resist my mind art. This is enough for you to be proud of for the rest of your measly life. It appears you are a rare strong individual among the humans." Halfway through, the only free head of Morio twisted, looking at Kuroto on the other side with a wicked smile, and shouted, "Ha ha ha, if I can't control that brat, then you will become my puppet." Secret Art, the Demon Within. The sudden action of Morio again brought despair to Miko-sama, as again her heart was about to fall off her mouth in panic. Currently, she was feeling both extremely angry and increasingly annoyed. Anger at Morio's despicable actions, that he suddenly attacked Kuroto with mind arts. But more annoyed because she forgot to warn Kuroto in advance because of her panic. According to Miko-sama, Shisui was able to resist the effect of mind arts was most likely because of those dojutsu he has. As the Miko, she knows that it must be the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, although it is extremely shocking for her to see someone capable of resisting Morio. Maybe with the Manjikyu it is a possibility, however that's not the case with Kuroto as he doesn't have the Manjikyu. Therefore she didn't believe Kuroto can resist Morio's attack with the Byakugan, as she is well aware of the true essence of this dangerous art. In midair, Kuroto was standing at the iron sand, felt a wave of evil chakra pass through him, and then, there was nothing. Feeling that nothing should not have happened, Kuroto ignored the demon who was laughing arrogantly and asked Shisui in a puzzled manner, "What is he trying to do?" Shisui seemed to seriously ponder over Kuroto's question and then replied with some uncertainty, "He seems to be trying to perform some sort of jinjutsu on us, because of the Manjikyu. I don't feel anything. What about you, Kuroto-san?" I don't feel anything either." After a short pause, Kuroto curled his lips and said, "Well, he knows how to bluff for sure." Shursui also nodded earnestly. "Well, yeah, I was a little scared." Kuroto then turned towards Miko-sama and asked, "Miko-sama, how much longer will it take for the seal to activate completely?" "Huh." Miko-sama, who was again brought out of her stupor by Kuroto's carefree attitude, immediately restarted transferring chakra into the sealing formation. Miko-sama's mind was in a mess right now. She's been dumbfounded more times in the past few hours than in her entire life. Now all she feels is that it is a waste to worry about these two strange ninjas. The demon was also flabbergasted because his jinjutsu didn't have any effect on Kuroto either, so he looked at Kuroto in more surprise. "Impossible. How can you two resist the effects of my mind arts? How is this possible?" When dealing with the cultists, he didn't even need to use secret technique to control them. His simple orders were more than enough for them to follow like a soulless puppet, so Morio didn't expect his secret to be ineffective against both the humans here. Chapter 43 Outside the Cave. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Accompanied by the hissing sound of steam, the surface of countless terracotta puppets gradually dried up, with numerous cracks appearing that became larger and larger as the moisture turned into a vapor mist, and eventually all the puppets shattered into a pile of gravel. However, Pakura didn't pay much attention to them. At this time, she was a little pale and stressed. On the other side, after continuously using earth-release ninjutsu to temporarily imprison many puppets, the captain of the rock unit turned his head and looked at the entrance of the cave with a solemn expression. He could only imagine what kind of fierce battle would be taking place inside the cave based on the loud rumbling noises and the continuous shaking of the mountain since the demon went inside. At the cave entrance. After temporarily repelling the ghost army with detonation charm, Kakashi retreated to Guy's side and asked anxiously, "Guy, are they really okay?" Guy nodded without any hesitation. "I believe in Kuroto." Rumbling noises. As soon as Guy spoke, another loud noise came from inside the cave. Accompanied by the loud noise, a breath of evil chakra could also be felt from the outside. Kakashi quickly looked at the cave with the Sharingan passed on to him by his teammate Uchiha Bito. In the vision of the Sharingan, Kakashi could see that the evil chakra belonging to Morio was so substantial that it was getting difficult to be contained within the cave, as it spread in the surroundings, making the area all around gloomy and chilling. Wiping the trace of sweat from his temple, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Facing such a demon means looking for death. Inside the cave. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto, who was hovering in midair, shouted to Shursui, "Leave the rest to me." Shursui nodded without any argument and dispersed the Susanoo. It has only been a few minutes from the beginning to now, but he was already out of breath. From Shursui's condition, it can be judged that awakening Mangekyo at a very young age is not a good thing. Without Susanoo's suppression, Morio's struggle to free itself became more intense. The previous failure of ineffectively casting his secret technique not only slapped away his arrogance but also dropped his confidence in himself. At this moment, Morio has understood that both Kuroto and Shursui are strong ninjas with weird dojutsu powers that make him feel uneasy instinctively. Such a thing was unimaginable before. In fact, Morio has been unable to catch up with the series of changes since the appearance of Susanoo. He is unaware of the top powerhouses of the shinobi world. Never did he imagine falling into such a dangerous trap, making him a little panicked at the situation. It wasn't until now he realized that the cultists that were following his orders didn't have any power to stand up to the top powerhouses of the shinobi world. It was simply a mistake to use those weaklings as a basis to judge the strength of the entire shinobi world. Morio has also been aware that the strange ninja hovering beside Kuroto is a soulless puppet, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to manipulate it because of the interference of Tenseigan chakra. Two powerful shinobi about whom he knows close to nothing, plus the Miko of the lands of demons who can naturally restrain him, no matter how arrogant he may be. Morio realizes that the current situation is unfavorable for him, making him feel that if he doesn't escape from here then he can't avoid the fate of being sealed here. Therefore, he was putting all his effort in getting out of restraints. Facing the crazy struggle put up Morio, Kuroto looked grim. Since Kuroto has already revealed the Kazekage puppet and openly used magnet release so naturally, he won't hesitate in transferring all his chakra, so no matter how many iron spears Morio get rid of, they will keep on coming to firmly nail him in one place. Damn human! The continuous barrage of iron spears piercing his body made the demon roar in anger. The current combat effectiveness of the Kazekage puppet with all the chakra that Kuroda transferred is close to the Kazekage himself while he was still alive, and the Sandaime Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage with Kage-level strength. If such a powerhouse is restraining the demon, then short-term suppression isn't very difficult. Time passed second by second. And finally, the sealing formation was activated. In just a few moments, all the fuin symbols arranged all around the cave emitted a faint glow. This glow became brighter and brighter like a dazzling sun. Ads by PubFuture. Morio was feeling more and more threatened as this was all happening. His struggle to escape was near suicidal. Even if he injured himself in the process, all he wanted was to escape from this damn cave. Due to the shaking of the mountain, a part of the ground on which Morio was impaled broke apart, resulting in iron sand scattering all around. Seeing this, Kuroda made up his mind. It's already reached this point, how can he give Morio any chance to make a comeback? So without any restraint, Kuroda transferred his leftover chakra to the Kazekage puppet. The crushed and shattered iron sand once again reformed into spears, piercing the demon's body. Although Shursui still wanted to help, however, as soon as he took a step forward, his feet softened and fell to the ground. Using Susanoo consumed most of his chakra, although he didn't feel the immediate effect, but when he thought of using it once again, Shursui realized that with his current immature physique he can't bear it. At this moment Miko-sama also finished chanting, following which she slowly got up from her position, pointed at Morio, and spoke in a sublime voice. Fuin technique, the demon sealing, start. The dazzling glow around the cave brightened at Miko-sama's command and all the light spots flew towards Morio. No! Morio struggled in horror and wailed. Morio's final struggle was violent that it was getting increasingly difficult to breathe because of the evil chakra escaping in the surrounding, and even then, he was still able to resist the sealing. Seeing no option left, Kuroda sighed and used the secret technique of physical regeneration, forcibly squeezing out the chakra from the new cells. Cough cough. Cough. He coughed out blood because of the overconsumption and burden he was feeling, but this technique did help fight the demon to the end. With the last wave of attacks, the demon could no longer resist the sealing technique, and accompanied by a wailing sound, his huge body deflated like a popped-up balloon. As soon as Morio wilted, Miko-sama made several hand seals, following which the light balls all around merged into a curtain of light engraved with the same sealing technique. This light curtain wrapped around the demon layer by layer, firmly restricting his movements. By the time all the light dissipated, only a giant cocoon wrapped up in white cloth with the sealing formation printed on it fell in front of Kuroda and Shursui. Shursui, who somehow managed to get sit, exclaimed in joy, "Is that a success?" As if to answer Shursui's question, suddenly, a thick and dark purple chakra burst out of the cracks suddenly, but strangely it didn't try to attack anyone, only fled in a panic towards the entrance of the cave. Undoubtedly, when Morio's body was sealed by Miko-sama, his soul hid in the crevices, thereby avoiding the fate of being sealed, and now he is trying to escape because nobody is in any condition to stop him. Chapter 44. Seeing Morio trying to escape in the soul form, Miko-sama was suddenly panicked. Hurry up and stop it. If Morio's soul manages to escape, then the purpose of sealing would be useless, and there would be endless trouble in the follow-up. Whoosh! Even before Miko-sama spoke, a sharp sound of cutting through the wind was heard. The sound was the result of Shursui throwing several shuriken towards escaping Morio. Although they were accurately targeted, nonetheless all of them passed through him and didn't cause any substantial damage to Morio's soul, which wasn't anything strange either. After all, how can something like shuriken with a physical state affect Morio's soul that is a pure amalgamation of evil chakra? Seeing the attack being ineffective, Shursui's expression sank. Although he wanted to use another attack, it was already too late as the soul of the demon was far out of his range, not mention his attacks seemed to be ineffective on Morio. Within just a few moments, Morio's soul was already near the entrance of the cave. Seeing the situation turning for worse, Kuroda gritted his teeth and decisively used Rain Will Pull. Suddenly the madly laughing Morio in the soul state, who was almost close to escaping the fate of being sealed, stagnated, as if being firmly grasped by an invisible pair of hands. He couldn't move anymore, even if he is a combination of evil chakra in the soul form. Being under the effect of Rain Will interaction, he wasn't able to break free. If I really... let you escape then, wow, cough cough, wouldn't I have put this much effort in? Cough cough cough. In vain! With much difficulty, Kuroto muttered and restarted using the secret technique of physical regeneration to obtain chakra, as a result of which he was able to increase the chakra input in rain will pull to drag Morio's soul towards him. With the improvement in strength that Kuroto has experienced in the past few months, the effective range of his rain will interaction from 15 meters to 20 meters, and this improvement isn't just quantitative but also qualitative, that is to say within a range of 20 meters with him as the center he can have complete control over interaction force. So, being able to escape from this attack was no longer an option for Morio. As Morio's soul slowly got pulled towards Kuroto, Miko-sama took out a wooden box from the storage scroll and printed several fuinjutsu techniques on it to make it suitable for containing Morio's soul. Ads by PubFuture. No! Please no! No. In the soul state without the protection of his physical body, he couldn't resist Miko-sama's sealing, and with the last unwilling roar, he was completely sealed in the wooden box. Seeing that it was finally over, the three slumped on the ground and sighed with relief. At this time all three of them are extremely exhausted both physically and mentally. Miko-sama performed several fuinjutsu technique one after another that took a lot out of her, especially the final fuin techniques that sealed away Morio's body exhausted most of her chakra, and put a lot of burden on her both physically and spiritually, so even if she didn't personally intervene in the battle her consumption is no less than others. Shirsue's situation is not any better. Having awakened the Manjikyu at such a young age already puts a lot of burden on him before he grows up and his Manjikyu evolves into eternal Manjikyu. Additionally, he used Susanoo to suppress Morio, so his consumption was far greater than he could have imagined. As for Kuroto, his condition is the worst of all. He even had to rely on the secret technique of physical regeneration to overcome his lack of chakra in the battle, so his lifespan was also shortened by at least 2 to 3 months. Nevertheless, this is still the best situation considering just how strong Morio's actual strength is. If not for the trap and ambush method, their win would have been difficult to imagine. After a short rest, Miko-sama sincerely thanked Kuroto and Shirsue. I am really grateful to both of you. I cannot imagine the consequences that might have happened if Morio somehow managed to escape. Miroku was grateful to both Kuroto and Shirsue from the bottom of her heart. Originally, she thought that only by using her death as a catalyst would she be able to successfully seal the demon, but because of Kuroto and Shirsue's help things turned down quite smoothly. After putting away the Kazekage puppet, Kuroto nodded to Miko-sama. I have done what I promised. Miko-sama also nodded. Don't worry, I will also honor my promise. At this time Shirsue also stood up and asked Kuroto curiously, Kuroto-san, did you use puppet technique in the battle? And was the puppet using magnet release? Listening to Shirsue's question, Kuroto decided to not hide it, and directly told the truth. Well, it's a puppet obtained by pure coincidence, and yes, the puppet was using magnet release. As for why it can use magnet release, that's easy to answer. It's because it's a human puppet created from the body of Sandaime Kazekage's corpse. What? Not only Shirsue, but even Miko-sama was also taken aback as soon as they heard this piece of information. They couldn't help it either. Sandaime Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, became a puppet. If this is not shocking, then translator Kuin doesn't know what is. Sandaime Kazekage was killed and turned into a human puppet through forbidden techniques by a puppet master of the Sand Shinobi village that became a missing nin. Not too long ago, I accidentally encountered him in a battle and was lucky enough to have obtained the puppet by a chance of pure coincidence. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto briefly explained about his encounter with Sasori. However, this information again surprised Shirsue. Kazekage-sama were assassinated by a ninja of his own village? Kuroto nodded. Precisely because this information is highly confidential that I don't use this puppet often. Moreover, this matter also involves Sand Village's reputation. If revealed in public, it would cause serious diplomatic issues. Make sure to not reveal the puppet's existence, else it would definitely lead to a conflict between Konoha and Sand. Hearing Kuroto mention the seriousness of the information and it could elevate to a possible war between two of the 5 great shinobi villages, Miko-sama and Shirsue both solemnly promised, we will never leak it out. Obviously, the reason why Kuroto dared to use Kazekage's puppet here because he is sure that neither Shirsue nor Miko-sama would reveal this information to anyone else. Miko-sama is the kind of good-natured person who would rather sacrifice herself than let the demon run havoc on the world. Additionally, she is also indebted to him, so she wouldn't reveal it. As for Shisui, is there even a need to consider this? Uchiha Shisui committed suicide to avoid becoming the fuse of war between the Uchiha and Konoha. Even after being betrayed by Shimura Danzo, he is someone who would definitely avoid doing something that would threaten Konoha's peace, and for the second reason, Kuroto also knows about Shisui's Manjikyu, so in a way, they are both keeping a secret for each other. And even in the worst-case scenario Puppet's existence is leaked somehow, it wouldn't be such a big deal to hand it over to the village as a spoil of war. After all, it was just pure luck for him to have obtained it. It's not like he is the who killed the Kazekage. His only worry would be to effectively hide Tenseigan's existence. Anyway, Kuroto decided to change the subject and asked Shisui, so the rumors about there being an advanced form of the Sharingan called the Manjikyu Sharingan above 3 Tomo state is true? If I am not wrong, you have awakened the Manjikyu, haven't you, Shisui? Shisui also didn't try to hide or evade the question and honestly answered with a smile, well, it is true. The technique I used to fight against Morio is called Susanoo, which the Uchihas can use once their Sharingan evolves into Manjikyu Sharingan. As said before, sharing one's secrets is undoubtedly one of the best ways to get closer to each other. After Miko-sama, Kuroto, and Shisui shared their individual secrets, the friendship between them deepened a lot. With all said and done, Kuroto decided to ask something from Miko-sama. Miko-sama, so what are you going to do with Morio's soul? Miko-sama, who was repeatedly checking the seal on the cubical wooden box that sealed Morio's soul, answered Kuroto's question absent-minded. After repeatedly strengthening the seal, I am going to choose a suitable location in the lands of Demon to place to hide this box. That way Morio's body and soul will be hundreds of miles apart, so his chances of resurrecting again will be minimal. Compared to the seal on Morio's body, the wooden box sealing his soul isn't safe enough. According to Kuroto's guess, that might have been one of the reasons he managed to get free in the original series, but since Miko-sama has stated that she would rearrange the seals on it and place it in a secure location, therefore, Kuroto decided not to worry much about it. In fact, Kuroto's mind has long been past the demon Morio, and he has already begun to wonder how to ask Miko-sama to teach him Miko's Fuinjutsu techniques. After witnessing her seal Morio, Kuroto has reached the conclusion that her Fuinjutsu mastery is undoubtedly among the best in the current shinobi world. If he missed this opportunity, then his artificial tailed beast plan may only remain a dream forever, and Kuroto isn't willing to let that happen. Chapter 45. While supporting each other out of the cave, Guy's figure was the first one that came into Kuroto's sight. Obviously, Guy faithfully followed Kuroto's instructions and didn't let either of the sand or rock shinobi enter inside the cave. Finally noticing that the three people, although in a battered state, but safely came out of the cave, Guy showed his signature smile and spoke with a thumb up. Kuroto, I knew you will succeed. Not far away, Kakashi didn't say anything but took a breath of relief. No matter how cold and indifferent he may look, his subconscious actions speak otherwise. Pakura, along with the other shinobi of the Sand Village, also carefully observed Miko-sama, Kuroto, and Shisui. The previous movements and shaking of the cave was felt by everyone outside, so they can more or less guess. At least Pakura, being a near Kage-class kunoichi, can make some conclusions just how fierce the battle inside might have been, and the fact that both the Konoha shinobi not only managed to come out alive but also successfully sealed the demon, earned both of them a respect. On the other hand, the look in the eyes of the rock beheading unit was not so good, although their captain didn't let it show on his face, by masking himself with a thoughtful look that seemed to say that he was considering some things. By being a little absent-minded, it wasn't that difficult for Kuroto to judge some of his intentions. Since the demon Morio, which was a threat to the shinobi world, is successfully sealed, the cooperative relationship between the several shinobi villages has also come to an end, and is replaced by previous hostility just like all times. At this time, Miko-sama, who was holding the cubical wooden box, gratefully bowed to all the ninjas present and thanked them earnestly for helping her seal Morio. Although the others that were outside didn't play any significant role like Kuroto and Shisui, just from the broken stone puppets of the ghost army lying all around and the traces of battle left, it's not hard for her to see that the battle that took place outside to stop the interference of the ghost army was just as fierce, if not fiercer, than the one that took place inside. Ads by PubFuture. After all, until Morio is completely sealed, the Ghost Army had a continuous supply of chakra, because of which they were almost undefeatable due to their toughness and regeneration, giving them an immortal trait. And even then, The shinobi guarding the cave didn't let even a single puppet pass through, which made it possible for Kuroto and Shisui to suppress the demon. Therefore, Miko-sama was earnestly grateful to all those present here. After everyone accepted Miko-sama's gratitude, the shinobi of sand and rock villages left one after another, while the Konoha Class 11 was responsible for safely escorting Miko-sama back to her temple in the lands of Demon. Because of the deal between Kuroto and Miko-sama, Konoha shinobi were also given another mission of eradicating the remnants of cultists as an excuse of their temporary stay in the lands of demons. Of course, the work of eradicating the remnants of the cultists was handed over to Kakashi, Guy, and Shisui by Kuroto, while he recovered from his injuries at Miko's temple, patiently waiting for the delivery of purple clay. While he didn't have nothing much to do, Kuroto recollected and summed up his battle with Morio. This battle was the first time that he had used up all his chakra since awakening the Tenseigan. Therefore, even though he had to rely on the secret technique that cost him approximately 2 to 3 months of lifespan, it still exposed and gave him an understanding of many of his problems and flaws, which was an unexpected gain. But the adverse effects of exhausting all his chakra volume were more serious than he expected them to be, making him unable to exert any energy and an extremely worn-out spirit in the following days to come. Undoubtedly, Kuroto is glad that the Tenseigan pair within his eye sockets is his own, making it perfect sync with his soul and body, so the burden is easy to bear. If his Tenseigan would have been transplanted from others, then by now he would have suffered an irrecoverable backlash, and even if he somehow managed to survive, he would have lost much of his vitality. And this was the case with Otsutsuki Tonari. After being defeated by Naruto, the Tenseigan he awakened by transplantation of Hanabi's Byakugan faded away since his chakra and spirit were exhausted. When someone like Tonari, capable of cutting the moon in half, wasn't able to keep the Tenseigan awakened, goes to show just how difficult it is to maintain the Tenseigan. Similar is the case with the Rinnegan. The power displayed by Madara with it is obviously of another scale compared to Nagato or Obito. They never used techniques like Tengai Shinsei, or Rinbo, Hengoku, and other superior techniques of the Rinnegan like Madara did. This clarifies just how different it is when the real awakener uses the dojutsu compared to non-awakener. The weaklings don't even have the qualification to possess the eyes of gods. This again confirmed Kuroto's guess that his Tenseigan is in sync with him spiritually and has been suppressing its abilities instinctively to avoid causing any irreversible damage to Kuroto, who isn't yet worthy of possessing them. After understanding this, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Now Kuroto has also understood not use all his chakra rashly in the future. At the same time, he is more obsessed with the artificial tailed beast, the same kind of obsession that Orochimaru had with the Sharingan. As a result of which, Kuroto couldn't help it anymore and asked Miko-sama to teach him Fuinjutsu. However, her reply was a disappointment for him. According to Miko-sama, Miko's Fuinjutsu techniques can't be used by those not carrying their blood, and this point has been verified by several generations of Mikos. Simply put, it's a Kekai Genkai. This is also the reason why the position of Mikos of the Land of Demons is inherited only by their descendants. So, Kuroto had no choice but to sigh in disappointment, but Miko-sama still promised to help him learn the other Fuinjutsu techniques he wants. As a Fuinjutsu master, it is not very difficult for her to understand other techniques. Therefore, Kuroto immediately entrusted all the 700-plus Fuinjutsu techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan to Miko-sama and asked for her guidance. Miko-sama was also not reserved, but in fact, showed great interest. All the sealing techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan are of the Uzumaki clan, being the most proficient clan to have even developed techniques like the dead demon consuming seal, the adamantine sealing chains, the four symbols seal, etc. Even Miko-sama, with extreme mastery over Fuinjutsu, was amazed by their skills. After several days of research and learning, combined with her own knowledge, she soon became familiar with the Uzumaki seals and mastered all the Fuinjutsu techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan. These techniques are simply too deft. Uzumakis were really admirable to have developed such amazing knowledge. These words came from her heart. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu style focuses on controlling the strong by the weak. With the weak body of a human, monsters like tailed beasts can be easily suppressed. This is the reason why since the establishment of Konoha, Kyuubi's Jinchuriki has always been the Uzumaki clansman. So, after learning all these sealing techniques, Moroka felt that she had actually taken a big advantage off of Kuroto, which is why she wholeheartedly guided him in learning Fuinjutsu without any reservation. Chapter 46. Since awakening the Tenseigan, Kuroto's comprehensive power has increased a lot. Therefore, under Miko-sama's careful guidance, he mastered all the 700+ techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan within 10 days. These Fuinjutsu techniques are aimed for sealing the tailed beasts, aren't they? This was her conclusion. Kuroto didn't try to hide from her since it was pretty much useless to do so in the first place, and nodded while he also asked a question. Miko-sama, do you think it would be possible to suppress the tailed beasts with mastery over this much knowledge? She thought for a while, then shook her head. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu knowledge is too deft. Although I have understood most of what you have provided me with, it's still not enough for me to draw out a conclusion. Besides, there are many parts even I am not confident about, so I can't say for sure. Kuroto frowned from her response. You were able to seal Morio, who has a similar level of strength as a tailed beast. Shouldn't you be able to judge using this fact alone? However, Kuroto had to be disappointed as Miko-sama denied with an apologetic smile, you're misunderstanding as well as overestimating my strength, Kuroto-san. The only reason I can seal Morio is because of the natural restraint Miko's Fuinjutsu has on him. If it was a tailed beast in his stead, the result would have definitely been unpredictable. As the two sides of one coin, Miko's and Morio have a mutual restraint on each other, so our fight cannot be used as a basis to make an effective judgment. Listening to her words, Kuroto's frown deepened. For the past 2 weeks he has been using Miko-sama's battle with Morio as a basis to judge the strength of tailed beasts. But now that she has said otherwise, Kuroto finally understands that the reason why Konoha dropped the tailed beast project is that the lack of Fuinjutsu knowledge to safely create a Jinchuriki. The tailed beasts must be secured with enough restraints, else it isn't a weapon against the enemies but a ticking time bomb for their own village, and with the demise of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha's source of obtaining such information disappeared. Since he thought about it, Kuroto decided to have an in-depth discussion with Miko-sama. So, after pondering for a while, he asked her, Miko-sama, have you ever seen a tailed beast? Miko-sama shook her head. I personally estimate that the strength of Morio is in the same class as a chibi or maybe nibi. Taking a short pause, he continued, if you don't count the natural restraint you have on Morio, do you think it would have been possible to seal Morio with these techniques? Ads by PubFuture. Miko-sama took a moment to think and then replied, if Morio is in a weakened state, it may be possible. Regardless of that, if Konoha village needs help in sealing the tailed beast, I might be able to help. How? Miko-sama explained, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu technique is different Miko's as their primary focus is internal sealing, while I have mastery over external sealing. Since Kuroto has already mastered the basics of Fuinjutsu, he immediately understood what she was trying to imply. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu pays more attention to practicality, their sealing technique is often focused from the inside to the outside, as such it is possible to obtain the power of the sealed subject. The best example of this power is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. On the other hand, Miko's Fuinjutsu is more traditional, as they focus on isolation and suppression. In terms of subtlety, it is far inferior to Uzumaki's, while in terms of stability they are far superior to Uzumaki's. Now that he knows this, Kuroto immediately cooked up a new idea, that is, a double seal. In the first step, as per the thesis according to the scroll given to him by Orochimaru, use the core shell made of purple clay, and use Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques to make an unstable tailed beast. In the second step, use Miko's Fuinjutsu to seal the unstable tailed beast in an object that can be carried. In this way, the risk of artificial tailed beast running away will be greatly reduced, and Kuroto wouldn't have to be worried about being influenced by it either. There would be no need to worry about it on regular days, and it can be immediately suppressed by external seals if something is found wrong while in battle. With this objective in his mind, Kuroto decided his further course of action. A few days later, Kakashi and the others responsible for destroying the cultists returned to the Temple of Miko. From the looks of it, the mission wasn't a success. After Morio was sealed, these cultists vanished into thin air. No matter how much effort they put, all they could find were some of the low-level members, but their leader Yomi was missing. However, contrary to what Kuroto expected, Miko-sama didn't care too much about this. According to her, without Morio's support, Yomi is No different from just some Chunin class wandering nin. If he leaves any trace, then she can just hire shinobi from the 5 great nations to eliminate him. Since Miko-sama didn't care, Kuroto also put past the thought, since Moroku-sama is alive, which is different from the case according to the original series, therefore Morio's resurrection shouldn't happen. Moreover, he will be in contact with her for his artificial tailed beast plan, so there would be more opportunities to come to eliminate Yomi. Ads by PubFuture. Kakashi and others were a little depressed about it, but they also knew that the 11th class can no longer stay in the land of demons, as it has already been close to a month since they left for the mission, and since the Konoha is under great pressure, so they have to leave. So with an apology they bid goodbye to Miko-sama and left. Before they left, Miko-sama also completed her part of the deal, so Kuroto received purple clay as promised. In fact, she went a little bored and collected nearly a ton of purple clay by mobilizing the power of Land of Demons, although it must have cost a lot, but nobody complained. After all, some monetary value is nothing compared to the countless lives that were saved, including her own. Additionally, Kuroto and Shursui repeatedly reassured her that they would never reveal her secrets, so Miko-sama went full throttle, and the authorities of Land of Demons naturally complied with her demand. So after finally bidding farewell to Miko-sama and Cheyenne, the 4 shinobi of the Class 11 embarked on their returning journey. On the way back, the 4 shinobi who went through many life and death battles together in the past few days were more friendly with each other and chatted without any reservation. This mission not only increased their knowledge, strength, and experience, but also their trust in each other. Even the silent and indifferent Kakashi would occasionally add sentences in the conversation. The group mostly traveled with occasional stops. Soon they were past the territory of the Land of Demons and entered the country of bears. There is a small shinobi village in the country of bears, but their military strength isn't very strong, so there are many wandering ninjas here that are supported by Rock Village. Their purpose is to quietly infiltrate this country and continuously plunder the resources of the country of bears. While traveling through a dense forest, Kuroto at the front suddenly stopped. Guy asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Kuroto's replied with a gloomy face, "Ambush." Kuroto's reply immediately alerted the other 3. Kakashi sniffed his surroundings. He actually has very good smelling senses like that of an Inuzuka, making him able to even notice what others can't. Even in the 3rd Shinobi War, he used this point to take advantage of his enemies. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of violent explosions broke out all around, and the flames of the explosions engulfed the 4 shinobi of Class 11. Title: Ambush. Chapter 47. As soon as the 4 were about to be engulfed in the flames, Kakashi used a water release ninjutsu. Water release, water formation wall. Crash, Yasish. The agitated water released by Kakashi collided with the surging flames of the explosion, resulting in boundless steam rising up that covered the surroundings in a thick mist. Feeling the vibrations from his feet, and Kuroto immediately warned, "Everyone, disperse." As soon as his words fell, countless sharp soil thorns burst out of the ground, shooting at the 4 people. With Kuroto's warning, the 4 of them jumped to the trunks of the surrounding trees, avoiding another silent attack under the cover of explosions. Guy looked around. "Where is the enemy?" Boom, boom. Boom! As if to answer Guy's question, there was another series of deadly explosions. Under the effect of explosions, the 4 shinobi of Class 11 were forced to disperse again. Now the distance between them was again increased. Although the surrounding mist was not very disturbing for Kuroto because of the Tenseigan, the continuous explosions forced him to retreat opposite to the direction where his teammates were. Seeing that he was continuously being separated from the others, Kuroto more or less guessed who the attacker might be. And sure enough, it didn't take long for a figure to step in front of Kuroto. "So, should I say that I am extremely grateful for you to show yourself here on your own accord? Because I was really worried about how I was going to find you." Kuroto spoke with his bloodlust leaking. He wasn't even trying to control his bloodlust, which is completely opposite to how shinobi work, but against this bastard, he won't. While Kuroto said this, a figure wearing the official shinobi uniform of the Rock Village came out of the burning flames. That's correct, Reader Kuin. It is the captain of the Rock Beheading Unit who was also part of the assault team while sealing the demon Morio that came through the burning flames. Initially, Kuroto thought about killing the captain along with eradicating the entire beheading unit, but then he let that thought pass away because he has more important things to do, so to avoid pointless trouble, he suppressed his urge for revenge. Ads by Pub Future. He didn't consider that even if he didn't bother to go after the bastard, the other party would come to him on his own initiative. The captain said with a smile, "Well, look at you. Was it so expected?" Kuroto didn't answer but just grinned, "Although I am a little curious, how did you discover the route we would be taking?" "I can be quite sure no one was following us." Based on the continuous attacks since the ambush, the rock unit had clearly discovered the route they were going to follow in advance, otherwise, it is simply impossible to have arranged ambush attacks so perfectly. But he is also confident that Class 11 wasn't any careless in choosing their route. He himself was continuously exploring the surroundings, not to mention Shui was there to make sure they weren't being followed. Squeak! At this time, a small head sprang out from the neckline of the captain. Kuroto frowned seeing it, because it was just an ordinary-looking squirrel. "A squirrel!" Kuroto muttered absent-mindedly, then shook his head denying, "No, this isn't just some ordinary squirrel, it's a summoned beast." There are many types of summoning beasts. It's not wrong to say that as long as an animal is capable of using chakra it can be regarded as a summoned beast, and this seemingly ordinary squirrel is no exception to that. "Isn't this guy cute? He may be little but is perfectly capable of tracking any familiar smell from miles away." After a smile, he continued, "I know you belong to the Hyuga clan, so of course, I won't follow you personally." Kuroto wasn't any surprised when he heard that, but he still asked, "So you do remember me, huh?" From the other party's manner of speaking, it wasn't hard to figure out that he also remembers him. After the battle in which Kuroto almost died, not only did he remember the other party, but the enemy also remembered that he survived. Now the captain put away his smile, and said with a cold face, "Last time you were just a low-class chunin, I didn't expect you to grow up to this point in such a short time. The saying Konoha being a cradle of geniuses isn't wrong." Kuroto also said coldly, "It looks you regret it, huh?" Captain gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Yes, I really not being able to kill you that time. So here I am, correcting the mistake of the past. This time he won't be here to save you, and I'll never let a second yellow flash appear in Konoha. If I allow you to grow anymore, you'll become a threat for the Rock Village, and it is my responsibility as you being alive is my mistake." Hyuga Kuroto, who is only about 15 years old, is already able to interfere in the battle involving tailed beast-class monsters. It is hard to imagine what will his strength be in a decade. If allowed to live, he will inevitably grow up to be another Yellow Flash, which is absolutely intolerable for the Rock Village. Rock Village has never forgotten the humiliation at the hands of Yellow Flash. Boom! A faint explosion sounded in the distance. There is no doubt that the other members of Class 11 have also encountered enemies, and currently battling them. Kuroto thought with some absent-mindedness. Seeing Kuroto a little distracted, the rock captain said, "Don't worry about them. Those brats will be joining you in the Pure Land very soon. Remember, the name of the person to kill you is Iwamado." Ads by Pub Future. Doton, Mogurigakur no Jutsu. Earth Release, Hiding like a Mole Technique. Seeing Iwamado dive into the ground, Kuroto jumped on a big tree to avoid being attacked from the ground and observed carefully. However, suddenly there was a sound of water bursting off the ground not far away. Kuroto turned his sight and muttered, "This is the technique of waterfall." Although this jutsu isn't a threat for Kuroto while he is on the tree, he didn't dare take any chances. The opponent is not only an elite jonin but also the captain of the fearsome beheading unit, someone who is more than experienced to not waste any chakra on the battlefield unnecessarily. Because of the water release jutsu, the ground was wet and muddy. Kuroto felt that the muddy ground was somehow not good, but it was difficult for him to tell why exactly. After all, he didn't know much about earth release. Wish! 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 Suddenly, many pellets fired out of the muddy ground, and like sharp kunai, they all blasted towards Kuroto on the tree. In the face of dense shots of rock pellets, Kuroto didn't hesitate to use defensive techniques. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Revolving heaven can protect him but not the tree under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the tree was ridden with holes all over and fell to the ground in the flying sawdust. As Kuroto landed on the other tree not far away, few whips made of wet mud entangled his legs and yanked him towards the ground. Bang! With a muffled noise, Kuroto fell on the ground. Cough cough. Kuroto curled up and coughed out blood. The sudden fall made him feel dizzy, and even his breathing was getting rigorous. Looks like a few ribs are broken. Seeing Kuroto down, Iwamoto rose from the ground, revealing half of his body, and said with a condescending smile, "It seems that I overestimated you, and your Byakugan is also not strong as I imagined." Suddenly, Kuroto, who was curled up, suddenly raised the corners of his lips, revealing a mocking smile. Seeing that smile, Iwamoto didn't have any good feeling, but when he was about to sink into the ground, a sudden force caught him and plucked him out of the ground. Chapter 48, WH equals what the hell? In a panicked state, Iwamoto was dragged towards Kuroto. Kuroto, who fell on the ground, suddenly propped his body and with all his effort used 8 trigrams 64 palms. Tuck! 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 Accompanied by the rapid sounds of palm strikes, Iwamoto flew out and fell on the mud not far away. Cough cough, shit. After delivering a series of gentle fist strikes to Iwamoto, Kuroto again coughed out blood. Although he deliberately pretended to let Iwamoto drop his guard, but the injuries he suffered were not fake. To be honest, he didn't expect the mud whip to be powerful enough to injure him. Having fallen from such height injured his lungs, and due to internal bleeding, he was feeling a little dizzy. Guess that's what you get for underestimating the enemy. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his ragged breath, Kuroto said lightly, "It's useless, Iwamoto. I know you are well awake." When Iwamoto heard Kuroto say this, he opened his eyes suddenly and jumped out of the mud while speaking in surprise. "Boy, what jutsu was that just now?" Kuroto snorted, "Idiot. You think I'll tell you?" However, Iwamoto wasn't angry at Kuroto's denial, as he said lightly, "It's alright, I'll make sure to extract everything out of you after I rip your arms and legs apart." As he said, Iwamoto pulled out a short knife from his waist. Kuroto had to accept that Iwamoto is an elite jonin of Rock Village. Previously, when he was pulled by Kuroto under Rain Wheel's effect, the bastard immediately used an earth-release ninjutsu, hardening several parts of his body, so even though Kuroto's palm strikes sealed his tenketsu, it still didn't cause any significant harm to his body. Although Iwamoto's tenketsu are blocked, making him unable to use chakra from them, but as an elite jonin, even without complete access to his chakra pathway, he is definitely a dangerous enemy. And since Kuroto was injured, therefore Iwamoto felt he still had an advantage over the kid. Ads by PubFuture. Seeing that his situation was not very optimistic, Kuroto said no nonsense and directly took out a scroll with sand written on it to summon Kazekage puppet in front of Iwamoto. This is... Iwamoto was stunned when he looked at the puppet floating in the midair with iron sand all around him. As a ninja to have experienced 3 shinobi world wars, his knowledge is more than enough for him to recognize the unique Kekai Jinkai of the Kazekage clan. Exposing the Kazekage puppet here is a very risky move, so without speaking any nonsense, Kuroto transferred his chakra to the puppet to launch attacks. Magnet release, iron sand weaponry. Instantly, the iron sand floating in the sky turned into hundreds of sharp spikes, shuriken, kunai, spears, and swords, which rushed towards Iwamoto like raindrops. Chink, clang, clink, shing shang. Iwamoto had a cold sweat on his forehead seeing this series of attacks. As soon as the spikes, spears, and swords rushed towards him, he took a defending stance, and the short knife in his hands was like a gorgeous dancing bella, accompanied by the sound of the harsh metal collision. He continuously diverted, deflected, blocked, dodged, and reflected back the iron sand objects. Seeing this, Kuroto frowned. He thought since Iwamoto's chakra is sealed, the battle should be concluded quickly with Kazekage's attacks, but he didn't expect the bastard Iwamoto is such proficient in Kenjutsu. However, Kuroto was still not very worried, because Iwamoto obviously can't stop an endless rain of attacks, and not long after Iwamoto's waist, abdomen, chest, right eye, and several other parts of his body were ridden with sharp objects. Now Iwamoto also knew he can't make a turnaround in this battle, so he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Secret technique, blood burst technique." The blood burst technique is Iwamoto's unique secret technique. As soon as it is used, the amount of chakra in the body of the user will sharply increase, making it possible to break through Jinjutsu, chakra restraints, and even some seals. As Iwamoto used the secret technique, his face and body turned blood red as if all the blood in his body was burning, and steam started coming off of him. For some reason, even Kuroto felt danger and immediately retreated backward to increase the distance between the two. In the vision of the Tenseigan, he could see that the chakra within Iwamoto was like a raging flame. It was so violent, unrestrained, and uncontrolled. Kuroto remembers this kind of chakra turbulence. This is similar to Gai's Hashim and Tonku. However, Iwamoto's state is much worse than Gai's, as his chakra could completely engulf him at any moment, which is definitely a negative effect of the secret technique, and very often such techniques have extraordinary power that can even turn the tide of a battle. In just a few breaths, the tenketsu sealed by Kuroto's palm strikes were overflowed with chakra, following which Iwamoto started printing hand seals with a flashing speed. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth and Stone Bamboo Shoot. Ads by Pub Future. Earth release, Mud Whip Bind. In an instant, with a low voice filled with murderous intent, he fired 3 Class A ninjutsus simultaneously. All of a sudden, the Howling Dragon rushed towards Kuroto, then 4 spears sprout out of the ground in an attempt to skewer him, not to mention the violent mud whip that was coming to entangle him to prevent him from dodging. Faced with this series of attacks, even with the inside of Tenseigan, Kuroto wasn't sure how to dodge. Since he can't dodge, then the defense is the best option. Magnet release, Iron Sand Armor. The iron sand flying all around suddenly condensed into a huge iron sand ball, wrapping him and the Kazekage puppet inside in protection. Boom boom. Smash, and crack. The deafening sound of the continuous impact was hurtful to the eardrums, but the iron sand armor didn't budge. Inside the iron sand ball, Kuroto was squatting on the ground, trying to think of a way to make an effective countermeasure. The sequela of the secret technique is bound to be unsustainable for Iwamoto, so according to common sense, as long as Kuroto drags out the battle, the balance of victory will continue to tilt on his side. But considering how meticulously Iwamoto arranged this ambush, the enemy may not be just their 4-man team, as reinforcements could arrive at any time. So, it isn't possible to be sure whether dragging out the battle would be advantageous or not. After a little brainstorming, Kuroto decided to go for a quick decision, even if that would involve some risks. After all, the identity of the Kazekage puppet is too sensitive. If any other rock shinobi discovers it and passes on this information to their higher-ups, it would be very big trouble for him. After making up his mind, Kuroto instructed Kazekage puppets to use their strongest move. Magnet release, Iron Sand Law. Most of the iron sand protecting Kuroto were pulled away in an instant and turned into sharp spears that rushed at Iwamoto with cannonball speed. Seeing hundreds of spears coming at him, Iwamoto, who has already gone insane under the effect of chakra overdrive, cackled maniacally as he was driven by madness. The bastard actually gave up the defense and launched Earth Release ninjutsu at Kuroto like a madman. The only thought rushing in his brain was to kill the brat. Even Kuroto didn't know what to feel about this situation. But at this point, he let go of all the thoughts. In the battle of life and death, half-heartedness will only lead to regret. This lesson has been taught to him by his Jonin sensei. After taking a deep breath to let go of unnecessary thoughts, almost at the same time, both sides attacked each other at the same time. Iwamoto's already damaged body that he somehow roughly mended using Earth Release was now again pierced. His entire right shoulder was stabbed, limbs were impaled on the ground by multiple smaller spheres. The whole person was ridden with spears from head to toe. The pool of blood dripping along the spheres stained the ground in red. On Kuroto's side, because Iron Sand Law took away more than half of the iron sand from the protective iron sand sphere, there was a large gap in the defense. Although it still safeguarded him from most of the attacks, there was still one rock spear that managed to get through and pierced him through the right leg. Chapter 49. Being ridden with spears all over his body, Iwamoto had difficulty in breathing, and there were only few words he could muster. I, cough wheeze, my pre-wheeze, monic cough, premonition, gulp, was correct. Why you, cough, are a threat wheeze. Kuroto, who was sitting on the ground while covering the wound on his right leg with one hand, gave a death stare to Iwamoto. Bastard, you are still alive. Judging from Iwamoto's chakra reaction, he still has high vitality, so his current weakness may just be a disguise. Iwamoto continued weakly, Heh. You're being a little too cautious, kid. Won't you come here and give me a good ending? Kuroto has also experienced a shinobi war. He may still be green, but he is not an idiot. He thought suspiciously, he wants to lure me to approach him. Not giving any time for Kuroto to consider, Iwamoto suddenly broke free of the iron spears. All the injuries and holes in his body were covered and filled by mud, and he unexpectedly ran away deeper into the forest, leading Kuroto flap his mouth like a fish in a dazed state. He wants to escape. Kuroto was taken aback by Iwamoto's unexpected action, and secretly cursed, "Bastard! Come back here! You think I'll let you escape?" The secret of Kazekage's puppet can't be leaked, so without any thought, Kuroto stretched out his hand and used rain will pull with all the chakra he could muster. Under the huge pulling force of rain will pull, Iwamoto could barely struggle as he got attracted towards Kuroto. Regardless of the injuries on his body, Kuroto used the gossip palm strikes on Iwamoto with all the strength he has. Tuck! 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 In the muffled sound of palm strikes, the whole forest now returned to silence. From the touch Kuroto felt while delivering the strikes, he could be quite sure that Iwamoto didn't have the opportunity to use skin and muscle hardening jutsu, so this time even if he couldn't crush Iwamoto's heart, the lungs were completely damaged. As he expected, Iwamoto's body fell lifelessly at his feet. But just as Kuroto was about to take a breath of relief thinking it was finally over, Iwamoto on the ground suddenly jumped up, and wrapped himself around Kuroto like a koala, as he muttered in a hoarse voice, "Young genius of Konoha, I'll take you to the Pure Land with me." Hiss! From the hissing sound of ignition, Kuroto realized that this bastard has altered his body by planting many detonation charms under his skin that can be ignited at any moment by directing chakra through them. This didn't come into Kuroto's perception as it was covered with various seals. Ads by PubFuture. Looking at Iwamoto's calm face, Kuroto suddenly had an epiphany. From the beginning, since Kuroto was led into an ambush, this bastard never once thought of fleeing in this battle. The only reason he even pretended to escape was so that he could get close to Kuroto for the final suicide attack. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. A rain of explosions swept the whole forest in shocking disturbance as the resulting impact raised the surrounding area into meters-long burnt hole, with no signs of life left. Only smoke and fire were left, and the whole forest was shaking due to after effects. On one edge of the forest, Shursui has solved the last ninja under the effect of Jinjutsu with his Umbu sword. Currently, 9 corpses were already lying around him, and only one of them was a member of beheading unit, while the rest were all wandering shinobi. Just as he sheathed his Umbu sword, a violent explosion shaking the entire mountain came from the other end of the forest. What happened? In a fit of astonishment, he hurried over to the site of explosion. On the other end, Kakashi pulled out his right hand covered in the lightning of Chidori from the enemy's heart that was nothing more than a corpse now. While panting heavily, he also looked in the direction of explosion. Based on the experience as a shinobi he has had up to now, Kakashi can judge this as not the result of some mere jutsu or detonation charm. As a result, his face was gloomy, because he is quite sure that none of his teammates have any such attack method. Even if he was suffering from chakra exhaustion, even if he didn't have much strength to continue fighting, but he didn't hesitate and limped towards the site of explosion because those who abandons their comrades are worse than scums. On the last battlefield, Guy clutched his injured left arm with a serious face. Being in the siege, he was less worried about the battle in front of him but more about his other companions of Class 11. Even if wanted to go after them, the enemy wouldn't let him, and this also made him realize that the others would be in the same situation, which made him more worried. But the sudden violent explosion that shook the entire forest attracted the attention of both sides. Guy's heart sank. He was having a bad feeling about this. Seeing the explosion, even the beheading unit ninja's face changed greatly, and suddenly ignoring the slightly injured Guy, he led the rest of the wandering shinobi towards the site of explosion. Guy was stunned because of this, but he took a calming breath and followed after them in the same direction. Site of the explosion. Ads by PubFuture. After the dust settled, Kuroto's figure slowly appeared. He glanced around calmly and sighed lightly. At the final moment, Kuroda used Revolving Heaven along with expelling chakra from all his tenketsu, following which he used Rain Will Push to send Iwamoto as far away as possible and used a combined Iron Sand Wall along with Revolving Heaven Jutsu to make a protective shell that covered him from all the direction and took the whole burn of the explosion. The damage around goes to show just how threatening the explosion was. Even with the several layers of defense of combined jutsu, Kuroda still suffered some injuries merely from the resulting vibrations and heat of the explosions, leaving him in a very embarrassed state. On the other hand, there is not even a single bone left of Iwamoto, only a half-burnt and broken forehead protector fell on the ground while Kuroda repelled him. Kuroda dragged his injured leg and picked up the broken forehead protector. As a sign of his respect for the enemy, Kuroda decided to keep it as trophy. In this battle of life and death he won. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, ha ha ha, cough. No matter how injured or burnt Kuroda was, but he was still laughing. This laugh was not because he is a battle maniac or loves the thrill and adrenaline rush of life and death battle. No! It's because of the joy he is feeling. Not long ago, he was just a ninja that could even be ignored if necessary. He was a threat to no one. Not many would even bother taking him seriously. In short, he was just a pathetic ninja who could be easily killed. Someone on whom jonins like Iwamoto would even be reluctant to waste any chakra to kill. And today, Iwamoto died in his hands. He did everything to kill Kuroda, even relied on such a large-scale suicide attack, but all for none. At the end, Iwamoto died in his hands. This feeling of power was what made him laugh. His heart was full of emotions. Of course, this was also his first battle against an elite jonin, so even if he had to rely on sneak attacks and cheap tricks to win, his performance in this battle was still remarkable. Of course, not counting those embarrassing situations he had to go through under Iwamoto's deceptive actions. While still thinking about this and that, Kuroda suppressed his laughter and put away the Kazekage puppet into a scroll and sat cross-legged on the non-damaged ground, bandaging and medicating his injuries. His face was calm as if he was only tying shoelaces. While Kuroda was busy wrapping his wounds, a group of shinobi arrived in front of him with the member of the beheading unit as their leader. Their total number was 8. After a short inspection of the ragged battle site, their leader immediately shouted towards Kuroda, who was still not perturbed by their arrival or number. "Damn brat, where is our captain?" shouted the rock ninja. However, there was no reply from Kuroda as he continued wrapping his wounds calmly, completely ignoring the others. Kuroda's actions were putting a lot of psychological pressure on the wandering shinobi as traces of sweat started coming of their forehead. Nobody dared to make a move on him even if ignored them, because for some reason they all had a feeling if they rushed to attack, only death would await them. Kuroda was silent and the enemy was also silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard. Even the birds didn't dare shit in this place. Finally, after a full 2 minutes of silence, when he has completely wrapped all the wounds, Kuroda got up and said lightly, "Don't worry, you'll meet him soon enough." And without even waiting for the enemy to react, he rushed towards them without the slightest hesitation. In the battle against Iwamoto, there are many things that Kuroda learned, but his biggest gain is the fearless heart of the strong. Chapter 50, 3 days later, inside a cave in the country of birds. The 4 shinobi of Class 11 were sitting around the bonfire, eating, chatting, and discussing. It has been 3 days since their battle against the rock unit in the country of bears, since everyone except Shursui was more or less injured, so Kakashi decided to take a short break in the country of bird. As for what happened in the final battle against the wandering ninjas, you ask? It's obvious. Although Kuroda was quite injured but still had enough strength, and after their battle with Guy the enemy ninjas were also injured, not to mention Shursui and Guy soon arrived. After killing all the enemy ninjas, the 4 people gathered all the information about the ambush attack, only to find that in addition to the 4-person team of rock beheading unit, there were a total of 24 wandering nin from the country of bears that participated in the ambush. Of the total ambush party, their captain Iwamoto took the initiative to deal with Kuroda, and the remaining 3 members of the beheading unit led 8 wandering nin each, after Kakashi, Shursui, and Guy. Iwamoto was an elite jonin. There is no doubt that the remaining 3 members of the beheading unit were also jonin, and the wandering nin also had the strength of above genin class. If you think about it, this was already a powerful force. What's more, the battle started from an ambush, so for Class 11 to even make it out alive would have already been a big achievement, not to mention they annihilated the enemy force. Among the 4 shinobi, Shisui had the easiest time eliminating the enemy. With the Manjikyu, even ordinary Jinjutsu attacks are much more dangerous, so the rock ninja that went after him didn't even get the chance of casting any ninjutsu and died without putting up any resistance. Without the command to lead them, the wandering nin also died one after another in the same way. From Shisui's description, it seemed all too easy that the other 3 of the class 11 kind of felt depressed. Kakashi's performance was only slightly inferior to Shisui's. Because his body cannot bear the burden of Sharingan, so even if he has the largest chakra among the 4, it's continuously consumed by the Sharingan, which is why even an A-level ninjutsu Chidori is too much for. Therefore, after the battle, it is normal for him to collapse. Guy's fight was not very interesting. This is also natural, as no matter how much effort he puts, Guy still hasn't grown up, so his natural strength is still not very high. Unless he uses 8 gates, it is difficult for him to go against 1 Jonin plus 8 near Chunin class ninjas, so him managing to stay alive is already more than one could ask for. Ads by PubFuture. In Kuroto's opinion, his performance wasn't bad either. The only part that makes him depressed was that he was being led around by the enemy for most of the battle, and the fact that he was deceived by Iwamoto at the end. That put him in an extremely dangerous situation. He still gets a cold sweat thinking of that suicide blast. This battle gave Kuroto the understanding that he is still too green. He may have gained the strength, but he isn't experienced enough to use it effectively. Kakashi didn't agree with Kuroto's thought as he shook his head and bluntly denied, in Konoha, very few people can kill the leader of beheading unit. So, your performance is actually more than just impressive. Kuroto asked curiously, why? Is he that dangerous? I mean, I know Iwamoto is dangerous obviously, but he can be such a threat? Of course. Kakashi nodded while continuing, as far as I know there are only 7 beheading units in the rock village. Of those 7 units, one was besieged by more than 100 shinobi of our village, but almost all the shinobi of our village died in that battle. Guy was surprised. More than 100 shinobi were eliminated by just 1 unit? Kakashi nodded seriously. Well, that battle was very tragic. Although that unit was eliminated, only 7 of our shinobi came out alive. Several of the elite jonins of the Uchihas were also killed by Rock's beheading unit, Shisui added. Guy was a little shocked and muttered, then did we do a good job? By the way, if we count the unit we just eliminated, does that mean only 5 beheading units are left? Kakashi again shook his head. No. There are only 2 left. 2 of them were annihilated by Yandame-sama and 1 was eliminated by Sandame Reikage. Hearing Kakashi mention this, Kuroto subconsciously muttered, no wonder Iwamoto had so much hatred towards Yandame-sama. Iwamoto mentioned Yellow Flash more than a few times during the battle. Only now Kuroto understands the resentment Iwamoto had towards Yandame-sama, and where does it come from? It wasn't just because of the incident that time, huh? We have more pressing issues that we need to be worried about now. I am afraid Rock Village will use this incident to cause some disturbances. Listening to Kakashi mention this, Kuroto leaned against the wall and said in a carefree manner, well, too bad. What is there to be worried about? This matter will be up to Hokage-sama. We were just defending. It's not like we could just let them kill us without putting up resistance, can we? Guy suddenly raised his hand. By the way, why did they ambush us anyway? Ads by PubFuture. Listening to Guy's question, both Kakashi and Shisui turned to look at Kuroto. Kuroto only shrugged in response. Don't look at me, I am not very clear either. Even Kuroto isn't very sure why Iwamoto was so obsessed with killing him. It shouldn't just be because he feared Kuroto would eventually become another Yellow Flash? Because if that's the case, then it's too dumb. And even if that really is the case, Kuroto can't come to publicize such a thing. Once such a thing spreads out, it would attract too much attention to him, the hostility of the entire Rock Village, not to mention the unwanted attention of people like Shimura Danzo. After all, Kuroto was promoted to the rank of a special jonin just about a month ago. The rapid increase in strength has already brought too much attention to him that he isn't willing to seek now. If it becomes known that the captain of the beheading unit of Rock Village came after him because he considered him a threat on the same level as Yellow Flash, then it would get increasingly difficult for him to hide the Tenseigan. Kuroto is already feeling a headache after knowing just how big of a matter being able to eliminate Iwamoto is. He doesn't have any idea how to explain this matter in the report. After all, according to common sense, a recently promoted special jonin shouldn't even be capable of competing against an elite jonin, much less being able to kill him. Sigh. Kuroto could only try not to think about it for some peace of mind. After everyone had their fill, Shui took the initiative to keep the watch. Kuroto naturally had no objection as his injuries were the most severe. Guy also smiled and said, "You don't have to watch for the whole night, I will watch from midnight." After a few days of rest in the country of birds, Class 11 finally returned to the village, and this time there was no trouble on the route, so they returned safely. Because it was an Umbu mission directly under Hokage-sama's order, they reported the details of the mission in the Land of Demons to Sandaime-sama. After hearing that the demon Morio had the strength comparable to a tailed beast, Sandaime-sama were also surprised, and that surprise only became more apparent as he learned of the ambush party Class 11 encountered. By the time the team leader and Proctor Kakashi conveyed all the details, Hokage-sama fell into a silence. After pondering for a long time, the details of the mission were classified as Class S secret and sealed in the confidential archive that only the Hokage could read. At the same time, a password was issued to all members of Class 11. Any information related to the mission must be kept confidential and not be disclosed to anyone. And finally, because of the successful completion of the mission, the 3 members of Class 11 were officially appointed as Umbu, which means the test was considered to have passed. Even Guy was appointed to the Umbu, which is something Kuroto can't understand. Chapter 52. After leaving the Hokage's office, the 4 members of Class 11 went home. This S-Class mission took nearly 2 months. After repeated battles and traveling, everyone was exhausted, so Hokage-sama gave Class 11 half a month's vacation. Back at home, Kuroto was lying on the futon as he recalled Sandaime-sama's reaction. From Sandaime-sama's behavior, Kuroto can conclude that the mission to the Land of Demons was just a coincidence, and there was no temptation. It seems that I was being overly concerned. If Hokage-sama really suspected me of being Orochimaru's spy, he could directly confront me. Why would he bother using such a roundabout method? With this thought in his mind, Kuroto let go of one worry and decided to count the gains he had during the entire mission. Obtaining purple clay and being able to master all the Fuin techniques involved in the artificial tailed beast plan was undoubtedly his biggest gain. Earning Miko-sama's friendship and trust was another major gain. Don't underestimate the authority and prestige of the Miko of Land of Demons. Even the 5 great shinobi villages had to send their elite ninjas immediately in response to Miko-sama's request. With this incident alone, it can be judged just how high her prestige is. Being able to earn the friendship of someone like her is comparable to having the backing of daimyo, which was something that Kuroto desperately needed. At least now he wouldn't be in a situation like he did after Orochimaru's defection. Moreover, Miko-sama is also a master of Fuinjutsu, and can provide him with a lot of professional guidance and ideas. Now the only problem to begin the artificial tailed beast plan is the chakra source. Sigh, this is also the biggest problem. Thinking so, Kuroto can't help but sigh. The chakra source Shino used for the Rabi was the darkness of a human's heart. As long as there is darkness in the user's heart, Rabi can continuously generate chakra, and the deeper the darkness, the stronger the chakra. This was also the reason why Rabi was both weak compared to the other tailed beasts and also quite unstable, as it easily possessed Shino after its previous host overcomes the darkness within her heart with Naruto's help. Adds by PubFuture. This lesson also verifies Orochimaru's conjecture that there should be a single source of chakra and it should not be evil or dark in nature. So, the option of using a lot of chakra sources is already out of consideration, but a single source with enough chakra is really difficult to find. Even the demon Morio is out of option. He may have the necessary volume to act as a source, but the nature of his chakra is evil, not to mention his self-awareness. Using him would only mean giving the demon a different body from his original. In essence, there would be no difference. And Kuroto isn't idiot enough to carry a ticking time bomb with him. What he needs is a source with large chakra volume, neutral chakra nature, and weak self-awareness, and Kuroto could only think of one such option. It lies in the ancient city of Roran of the Kingdom of Wind. Ryumayaku aka Dragon Vein is the only best option that probably meets all these requirements. In Kuroto's impression, Dragon Vein's chakra nature may be quite gentle, as it can be controlled by ordinary humans like the Queen of Roran, even if it may be because of her bloodline. More importantly, Dragon Vein shouldn't have a strong sense of self-awareness. As long as the right method is mastered, even the people not of the royal family of Roran can probably use it. Using it as the source should increase the stability of the artificial tailed beast. The only problem at present is that the Dragon Vein was sealed by Yandere-sama. If Kuroto wants to use the Dragon Vein, he must first break the seal used by Yandere-sama. The Fuinjutsu technique used by Yandere-sama should be of the Uzumaki clan, but I don't even know which one he used. Kuroto frowned thinking about it. With Miko-sama's teaching, although Kuroto mastered the basics of Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki clan that were involved in the artificial tailed beast plan, it doesn't mean he can be called a master in Uzumaki Fuinjutsu art. On the contrary, he is currently unable to use even a single of the Uzumaki techniques, not to mention there are Kenjutsu techniques like the dead demon consuming seal. What Kuroto has learned up to now is just to follow the description in the information scroll and arrange the seals designed by Uzumakis one by one. As for the chakra running skills and the methods required to perform the complex Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, he can't do it at all. Kuroto thought to himself, looks like I'll have to go to Roran myself to check out the seal Yandere-sama used. Only by going there in person can he accurately judge which Fuinjutsu technique was used by Yandere-sama, and then plan his course ahead to think of a suitable method to break it. There's also the fact that Queen's blood has a very high influence on the Dragon Vein. When I break Yandere-sama's seal, her help might be necessary to prevent any accident in controlling the Dragon Vein. After making this series of conclusions, Kuroto took a long night's sleep to get over all the tiredness and exhaustion he was feeling. The next day early morning, Kuroto took some equipment and went straight to the Forest of Death. The two battles, one with Sasori and the other with Iwamoto, made Kuroto realize the importance of poisons. Kuroto regrets that he never used poisons like Sasori. In his case, even when Iwamoto was severely injured twice, he still didn't die, but if it was Sasori in his stead, even a little injury would have led to Iwamoto's death. In fact, Kuroto is no stranger to poisons. His summoned beast, the one-eyed viper, has a lethal snake venom. But because of people like demigod Hanzo, when all the villages started doing research on poisons, the so-called lethal snake venom was of no effect on the battlefield. Therefore, Kuroto never used poison. So now Kuroto decided to compound a poison himself that would be useful in battles. As soon as he entered the territory of the Death Forest, many sets of memories flashed in his mind. Of course, he is no stranger to this forest. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, there were many combat drills conducted by the teachers for all the students. So, Kuroto is more or less familiar with this place. There are many sources of poison in the Death Forest, including venomous snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, moths, and even rats. The purpose of his visit this time is to obtain the poison sacs of these creatures. After searching for about an hour, while shuttling through the treetops along with collecting various poison sacs from different creatures, Kuroto's attention was attracted towards a small pond. At the small pond, a cobra was facing a baby boar. Since Kuroto needed poison from the cobra, so he decided to help out the baby boar. "Hey little guy, looks like you got unlucky, huh?" he said as a shuriken nailed the cobra's head to a tree on the side. Falling on the side of the cobra, he carefully dissected the corpse to extract the poison sac, after which he threw the corpse aside as it wasn't of very much use to him. But the baby boar that had just escaped due to the sudden arrival of Kuroto rushed back again, picked up the cobra's body, and went away, completely ignoring Kuroto. Kuroto was startled by the baby boar's action and shouted hurriedly, "Hey, you idiot, there's still poison in it." Chapter 53. Even before Kuroto could speak, the baby boar went away with the cobra. Seeing this, Kuroto felt a little annoyed. The leftover poison in the cobra's body is extremely deadly for beasts that can't use chakra, and Kuroto can be quite sure that the baby boar has no chakra flowing through him, so eating the cobra is a death for the baby boar. But whether the cobra eats the boar or the boar eats the cobra are all part of the food chain. Moreover, Kuroto doesn't have enough time to deal with such trivial matters, so he immediately started searching for more poisonous creatures and ignored the soon-to-be dead baby boar while cursing him annoyingly under his breath. After a full morning of hard work, he was able to find more than 10 types of lethal poisons. Kuroto returned home while buying some guinea pigs along the way. The concoction of poison is not simply mixing different types of toxins to obtain a more lethal type 1. Different toxins have different properties. Most of the time random mixing will not only not increase the toxicity of the resulting compound, but in fact, neutralize the lethality of the poison. Therefore, the art of making poison also requires a large amount of data and in vivo experiments. Additionally, it also involves modulation, testing, recording data. This was why Kuroda was busy with this meticulous work for the whole afternoon, and still, all the results he got were unsatisfactory. The toxicity of the poison in the Death Forest is weaker. As a result, they can't even kill a lab rat instantly, so they were definitely unsuitable against the ninjas that can use chakra. However, it's not there was no achievement. At least he was able to find a moth toxin with a strong paralyzing effect and scorpion's poison that increases the rate of blood circulation. Once combined properly, they would produce an instant paralyzing poison. Ads by PubFuture. It's just that he has no idea on how to combine these. Additionally, how high should he keep the toxicity? Will it be effective on powerful shinobi? There are so many questions, and only further experiments can possibly give him the answer. While Kuroda was busy experimenting, you came in the evening, along with a hot pot. Seeing all the mess and so many corpses of guinea pigs tossed around by Kuroda, she was shocked. "Kuroda-kun, what are you doing?" Kuroda replied casually while he was busy recording the data of the latest test. As the cute rabbit in front of him took its last breath, "I'm compounding toxins." Kuroda made sure not to hide his research on toxins. From going to the Death Forest in the morning to collecting the poison samples to buying lots of guinea pigs in the market at noon, the whole series of tasks were carried out in the open. You squatted beside Kuroda and asked in a low voice, "Are some poisons really useful?" Yu is also a Hyuga, and similar to most of the Hyuga clansmen, she has a subconscious rejection of the use of poisons, but she is also a shinobi to have gone to the battlefield of Third Shinobi War several times and understands well enough that everything is reasonable in a war so long as you survive. Kuroda smiled while he petted her head. "Of course it's useful. Maybe these poisons I am concocting now will make sure that I return alive to you the next time I go on a mission." You had a sudden blush across her cheeks as she heard Kuroda-kun's blunt words and all the petting she was getting. She nodded shyly and silently went away as Kuroda grinned, looking at the cute reaction he got from teasing her. Anyway, after finishing recording the data, Kuroda tidied up and then ate the hot pot you brought. In addition to bringing food for Kuroda, you also brought a piece of news, or rather she also informed him that Hisashi-sama wants to meet him. Obviously, Kuroda can't deny this. Hisashi-sama has great influence within the Hyuga clan, and he is also the person responsible for the affairs between the village and clan, therefore Kuroda can't reject this. So, he nodded to show his approval. At night in an izakaya, Hyuga Hisashi looked at Kuroda while smiling as he asked gently, "Why do you agree to meet only here?" Kuroda said casually, "Hisashi-sama must be aware that now I am appointed in the Umbu Ops directly under Hokage-sama, so it is better to keep some distance from the clan. This is good both for the clan as well as me. However, the real reason is the fear of exposing the Tenseigan. After all, members of the Hyuga clan continuously pass by while he is on the clan grounds, and if someone opened the Byakugan even by mistake, then the Tenseigan would be exposed." While here in the izakaya, the two of them are just chatting privately. Naturally, no reason to worry. Hisashi-sama would also not use Byakugan for no reason, so the chances of his Tenseigan being discovered will be greatly reduced. Of course, this is just him being too paranoid and cautious. In fact, because of the perception ability of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clansmen generally do not use Byakugan while in the village. After all, keeping the Byakugan activated is kind of snooping around on the ninjas of the same village, and no like to be spied on. Ads by PubFuture. But it never hurt to be careful. And as the saying goes, it's better safe than sorry. Well, even though Kuroda just gave the previous reply as an excuse, but Hisashi-sama was deeply impressed by his thinking, and nodded seriously. "Well, you are right to think as such. The higher-ups of the Hokage clan are very guarded against us noble clans. This fact is very clear from the recent arrangements in the village, and Uchihas aren't the only ones Konoha authorities are keeping under monitoring. The suppression of the Uchihas is also worrisome for the Hyugas." Kuroda opted to stay silent as this topic is too sensitive to be discussed here, so to divert the direction of the conversation he decided to ask the main question. "So Hisashi-sama, may I ask what is the purpose for you to meet me?" Hisashi-sama spoke seriously. Next month, the village will initiate a vote of confidence for the promotion of jonin. Under normal circumstances, when a special jonin is promoted to the rank of a jonin, it is necessary to pass a small-scale vote of confidence, and this also the reason why Hyuga Hisashi met Kuroto. Hisashi continued, there is a senior member of the main family, currently at the rank of special jonin, participating in the promotion test, and since you are now in the Umbu Ops under Hokage-sama, so not only you have the right to vote, but your vote is also of great value, so I hope you can help in this matter. Listening to Hisashi-sama's request, Kuroto smiled and nodded happily. Don't worry, Hisashi-sama, it shall be done. Right now, as Hisashi-sama asked him for supporting the member of the main family, Kuroto really felt the change in his political status. Back when he was only a wartime chunin, let alone participating, he wasn't even qualified to have information about such things. And now, the higher-ups of the Hyuga clan are also asking him for such things. Of course, the reason why he agreed so happily is also his selfishness. Unlike the domineering Usahas, the Hyugas have always been the calm and low-key type, so their reputation in the village has always been much better than the Uchihas, and many ninjas are willing to team up with the Hyugas. Therefore, supporting the clan is not burdensome for him. In fact, it is rather advantageous to increase the influence of the Hyuga clan and have them as his backing. After a few more light conversations, the two parties bid goodbye to each other and left the izakaya. Early the next morning, when Kuroto was going out to collect some samples of poisons in the Death Forest, a figure blocked his path. Without waiting for Kuroto to respond, he asked coldly, "Hey, kid, you are Hyuga Kuroto, right?" Although Kuroto was curious why his identity was asked, he still nodded. While playing with a kunai in his hand, the other party stated, "I am Uchiha Shinichi, and I heard that you defeated Shursui not long ago. So, I came here to have a duel with you. I want you to understand that the Uchihas are not so easy to mess around with. The name of Uchiha cannot be trampled so casually by the likes of you." Kuroto's face was indifferent during the whole time Uchiha Shinichi continued with his monologue, and after he ended, Kuroto only said lightly, "I am sorry, I am busy right now, so you should maybe come another time, or maybe it would be better if you don't come at all." Hearing Kuroto's light reply, Shinichi snorted arrogantly, "You don't have an option here." Chapter 54. Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi wasn't about to let him go so easily, Kuroto had no choice but to agree to the challenge. After arriving at a remote grove, Kuroto glanced around and finally pointed towards a large tree at a distance. "Let's take this duel there." Shinichi nodded and proudly declared, "I'm going to let you know this beforehand. I am different from Shursui, and I am not going to go easy on you." "Oh!" Kuroto nodded absent-mindedly. Shinichi was annoyed by this absent-minded reaction. It felt as if Kuroto was completely ignoring his presence. "Hey, are you even listening carefully? I said I will use everything I got. If you don't pay attention or take this battle lightly, you will die for sure." Kuroto nodded helplessly as Shinichi tapped his finger on his chest while shouting. However, all he could reply was, "I really have something very important to do. Can we please hurry this up?" "Damn it!" Shinichi opened his Sharingan in annoyance and stared fiercely at Kuroto. "You are too ignorant, kid. You have to understand the difference between the strong and the weak. Today I will let you experience the true might of an Uchiha." Having said that, Shinichi quickly printed the hand seal and shouted, "Fire release, fireball technique." As soon as Shinichi started printing hand seals, Kuroto's figure flashed at high speed to avoid the ninjutsu attack. Under the cover of fire release ninjutsu, Shinichi appeared in front of Kuroto with a quick body flicker technique. The three tomo in his Sharingan were spinning rapidly. For a second, they both looked at each other. As soon as Kuroto matched eyesight with Shinichi's, he was suddenly in a dazed state. His body stopped moving and he stood straight, dropping his head blankly just like a soulless puppet. Shinichi curved his lips seeing the Jinjutsu attack succeed. "What, so weak? How could Shursui lose to someone so pathetic?" While muttering to himself, Shinichi walked closer to Kuroto. In the vision of his Sharingan, Kuroto's chakra flow at this moment is extremely chaotic. This is also the state of having fallen under Jinjutsu's effect, so without any care, with the thought that he has already defeated Hyuga Kuroto in just a moment, he put a kunai at Kuroto's throat first, before proceeding to unlock the Jinjutsu, so that he can watch opponent's shocked face and humiliate Hyuga Kuroto. But just as Shinichi raised his right arm, without raising his head, Kuroto suddenly shot a series of palm strikes. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Ads by PubFuture. With the muffled sound of fist strikes, Shinichi fell to the ground with a shocked look and passed out. While patting away some dust, Kuroto said lightly, "Okay, you can come out now, Shursui." Wish! As soon as Kuroto spoke, Shursui's figure appeared next to him. Shursui first glanced at Uchiha Shinichi, who had a shocked face while being unconscious, then bowed to Kuroto and said with a smile, "Kuroto-san, thank you for the hard work." Obviously, Kuroto has long since noticed Shursui trailing behind Shinichi. With the friendship between the two, Shursui would have notified him in advance, but since he didn't, it could only mean that this all happened all of a sudden. Kuroto wasn't very worried about Shinichi but something else, so he asked, feeling a little troubled, "This kind of troublesome thing won't happen every day in the future, right?" Shursui shook his head and said solemnly, "Of course not. Shinichi is also very respected in the clan. This time he lost so badly, the restless clansmen will definitely wait to strategize some countermeasure. So, I guess, it should take at least a few days at the earliest for the next challenge." "How can you say that with a straight face?" Listening to Shursui say that there would be more people coming, Kuroto asked helplessly, "More would be coming?" Shursui hurriedly promised, "Don't worry. The elders will definitely make sure to not send elite jonins after you. At most they will be at the level of special jonin or jonin." However, Kuroto had black lines on his forehead as Shursui stated this all so calmly. "So, according to your estimation, I am going to be dueling against most of the Uchiha shinobi? By then, won't I get the strange title of Uchiha's nemesis or something along the lines?" "Ha ha ha, that sounds kind of nice. Uchiha's nemesis, it's kind of funny. Anyway, thank you so much, Kuroto-san, for bearing with the actions of the Uchiha. Okay, bye. I'll see you next time." Giving a smirk, Shursui immediately picked up unconscious Shinichi and ran away in a panic. Kuroto hurriedly shouted from the distance, "Hey, don't escape. Next time be sure to inform me in advance." The only reason Kuroto managed to defeat Uchiha Shinichi so easily this time was purely because of the other party's arrogance. All he had to do was to disrupt his chakra flow, and Shinichi was easily fooled because of his overconfidence in the Sharingan. If it was someone like Itachi or a more cautious type of person, then it wouldn't have been so easy for Kuroto to win. "Got it, Kuroto-san." Shursui expects Kuroto-san to suppress the more and more unrestrained and domineering Uchiha clansmen, so obviously he offered to promise. After solving this matter, Kuroto's plan remained unchanged, so he went straight to the Forest of Death. With yesterday's experience, he was more familiar and comfortable with collecting samples. Today, in less than 2 hours, he had more than twice the number of venom sacs compared to yesterday. Just as he was about to return, there was a sound of bushes moving around. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto stopped and searched for the source of the sound. From the direction of the sound, suddenly a baby wild boar, the same one Kuroto encountered yesterday, sprang out and looked in his direction stupidly. Seeing the baby boar, Kuroto was slightly surprised. "Huh, you are still alive." According to his guess, the poison sac still left in the body of the cobra was more than enough to kill a wild boar 10 times the size of this baby boar. So long as it eats the body of the cobra, it should have definitely died. Did it not eat the cobra, or did it remove the poison sac? As soon as Kuroto thought about this, he couldn't help but be more confused, because he suddenly discovered that there were traces of chakra flowing through the body of the boar. This is definitely different from what he saw yesterday. How come? This change was unexpected according to him. Although the wild animals can learn to use chakra accidentally, the probability of such an accident happening is very small. More often such animals are intelligent than their peers, and generally, they are strong and the old types. For such a young baby boar to learn to use chakra is undoubtedly unexpected. Is it the birth of a genius or a monster? While Kuroto was thinking, the baby boar rushed towards him and grunted. "What?" As Kuroto asked what does it want from him, the baby boar started circling around him. "You want to play?" It shook its head negatively. "So, you understand me?" No reply. "What do you want?" "Something to eat." Grunt grunt, it makes a grunting sound as it shakes its head positively. "So, you want something to eat? Sorry little guy, I don't have anything. Wait. He suddenly stopped halfway and took out a small thumb-sized sack from his waist pouch and threw it towards the baby boar. Do you want to eat that? Wild animals generally have instincts that let them distinguish between what's good for them and what's not, so Kuroto wants to check whether this unusual little boar he encountered will eat the poison sack. After all, the smell of this poison sack is slightly pungent, let alone eating. Ordinary animals will stay away from this sort of smell, but if this baby boar dared to eat this, then it would finally mean that he is extraordinary at least. Here Kuroto was thinking that it would at least smell what it's eating, but no. As soon as Kuroto threw the poison sack, it jumped up and swallowed the poison sack as a whole while still in midair. As the baby boar swallowed the poison sack, Kuroto decided to wait for a while and watch what happens. So, he waited, and he waited, and waited, and waited, and waited a little more, but nothing happened to the little guy as it continued nudging him at the feet asking for more. This is kind of interesting. Kuroto smiled as he threw more poison sacks. Chapter 55. After circling a few rounds around Kuroto, baby boar that happily swallowed a few more poison sacks nudged him a few times and disappeared into the forest. Is it resistant to poison? Kuroto contemplated and thought of an experimental plan. He has been lacking a suitable experimental subject. Although using guinea pigs like rats and rabbits for conducting tests is well and good, but they aren't ideal subjects as their poison resistance is far too weak. As such, the baby boar that seems to have strong poison resistance is a good solution to his problem. With this thought in mind, Kuroto returned home. There are two main types of poisons Kuroto is compounding. First, instant paralysis poison. Ingredients: venom powder from the crushed wings of a moth, venom from the tail of the red-tailed scorpion, and venom of the giant red ant. The venom powder of moth has a strong paralyzing effect, and the venom of red-tailed scorpion increases the rate of blood circulation as well as acts as a catalyst. The concoction of the two venom results in an instant paralysis venom. Modulating venom, with the venom of a giant red ant will increase the activity of the resulting poison by 4 to 5 times. Second, killing poison. Ingredients: venom of one-eyed viper, tarantula spiders, giant black centipede, and saliva of the giant red ant. Kuroto's summoned beast, the venom of the one-eyed viper, is already very toxic if it is mixed with other poisons and configured as a compound toxin. Then the standard antidotes used by the great ninja villages would be of no use. Of course, these are just his thesis and theories. Continuous research and experimentation is the necessary process to bring these poisons into reality. So, after a whole afternoon of hard work, Kuroto prepared a total of 10 samples, of which 5 are paralytic and the other 5 are killing poison. The reason for preparing so many samples is to find out the most optimum ratio. Seeing that it was already past afternoon, he packed up all work and decided to go to Forest of Death tomorrow to find the baby boar. Ads by PubFuture. As of the evening, he has other plans. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Itachi, who was returning home from the academy, saw that the clansmen were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and seemed to be discussing some things. This scene also attracted his attention, so while walking he perked up his ears and listened. Shinichi actually lost? Yes, I heard that he lost terribly and Shisui had to carry him back while unconscious. Too incompetent, how could he lose? Moreover, how could the elders and clan head allow him to go after Hyuga Kuroto if he was so weak? Isn't this discrediting the reputation of the Uchihas? Don't be an idiot. We both know that Shinichi isn't weak. He has been a special Jonin for about 2 years. In fact, I heard he was going to take the upcoming Jonin assessment, so how he be considered weak? So, what are you trying to say? That Hyuga kid is so strong? Huh. How can that be? I heard that he was just a wartime chunin a few months ago. How can he be so strong? But it stands to reason that he defeated both Shisui and Shinichi. There's only one explanation to this. I say Shisui didn't take him seriously. Shisui may not have taken the Hyuga kid seriously, but Shinichi also lost to him. If again someone of the Uchiha is defeated by him, then can't let that happen. Definitely send a strong one next time. We have to make sure that he realizes that Uchiha are not so easy to mess around with. After listening for a while, Itachi walked away with a helpless expression. Sure enough. The sure enough here has 2 meanings. First is that the Uchiha Shinichi really lost. The second is that the Uchiha can't swallow this defeat silently. Full of thoughts, Itachi returned home. While passing by the courtyard, he found his father sitting in a room while turning over some documents. In order not to disturb his father, he subconsciously relaxed his steps. Ads by PubFuture. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly called, "Itachi?" Being called suddenly, Itachi hurriedly stood up straight. "Father, I am back." Uchiha Fugaku just nodded without looking back, still doing some work, and asked in a flat tone, "Did you hear the rumors circulating among the Uchiha?" "Yes, I just heard the clansmen talking about Shinichi's loss." Fugaku nodded and asked, "What are our thoughts on the matter?" Itachi's talent and mature mindset are visible to most, and being his father, Uchiha Fugaku is clear about this fact more than anyone, so from a very early time, Fugaku has been training Itachi as the next Uchiha clan head. For this reason, Fugaku occasionally asks Itachi's views on certain affairs to exercise his knowledge and thinking ability to handle political affairs. Listening to Fugaku's question, Itachi was silent for a while, and after thinking a little he replied, "For the Uchihas, this loss may be a good thing." Listening to Itachi's reply, Fugaku waved his hand noncommittally and said, "You can go." Itachi bowed to his father and left the courtyard silently while busy thinking. Past evening. After repeatedly confirming that no one was spying on him, Kuroto shut all the windows and doors of his house. Kuroto uses the evening time to practice various techniques involved in creating an artificial tailed beast. To successfully create an artificial tailed beast, of course, Fuinjutsu knowledge isn't the only requirement. One must also have mastery over chakra-shaped transformation, and some ninjutsus should also be mastered to reduce any errors or omissions in the process of creation, because there would be no opportunities for modification once any mistake happens. Therefore, before officially starting the artificial tailed beast project, Kuroto is making sure that he is 100% proficient in all the techniques required. But to have 100% mastery, there isn't any shortcut except hard work, so taking advantage of this short vacation granted by Hokage-sama, Kuroto is practicing. Because as the saying goes, practice makes a man perfect, so as long he practices enough, 100% proficiency isn't difficult to achieve. While Kuroto was busy with all the practice and hard work, on the border of Land of Fire and Land of Hot Water, one Cloud Shinobi crushed the throat of a Konoha ninja held in his hands and said to the Jonin captain beside him, "It seems that Konoha hasn't noticed yet." Yujito Ni, who was squatting while looking at the map spread on the ground, said, "However, our team seems to be slower." Another Cloud Jonin approached her and frowned while looking at the map. "The information sent by the spies is not accurate. This is already the fastest we can go. It shouldn't be the problem of the intelligence team. It is very likely that Konoha recently changed their defensive formation at this border." After a pause, Yujito Ni continued, "Forget it, continue the advancement. We must confluence with the unit led by Bisan in 2 days." With Yujito Ni's order, more than 20 Cloud Shinobi dashed towards the hinterlands of Land of Fire. Chapter 56. Early the next morning, Kuroto came to the Forest of Death carrying a bulging bag. Initially thought that it would take some time to find the baby boar, but unexpectedly, as soon as he landed near the small pond that seems to be the little guy's hunting ground, it suddenly sprang out from the bushes. It felt as if he didn't find the baby boar, rather the baby boar found him. As soon as it came out, Kuroto observed it. Kuroto can judge that the size of the boar is obviously bigger than it was yesterday, but several patches of hair on its torso were bitten out and bled a little, along with a bulging right eye that has gone purple. It seems this guy was seriously repaired by some other wild animal. Looking at the limping baby boar, Kuroto asked with a smile, "Who did you provoke? It looks you have been repaired quite badly, huh?" After a little bit of teasing, Kuroto put down the bag he brought along. Taking out a large chunk of raw meat, he cut them into small pieces with a short knife and laid them on the ground. The baby boar that was squatting aside stared at the pieces of meat greedily, with saliva dripping from the mouth, which Kuroto tried his best to ignore. After orderly placing the meat pieces, Kuroto numbered them one by one, then took out 5 bottles of paralytic poison and injected them into the pieces of meat numbered from 1 to 5. All 5 bottles of paralytic poison have the same ingredients, with only a difference in their composition ratio. The objective of today's test is finding out the right ratio for most toxicity, which he will use to further fine-tune the poison. After doing all the preparation, Kuroto threw the number 1 meat piece towards the baby boar. The little guy who has been eyeing the meat pieces with pure greed in the eyes ran over as soon Kuroto threw number 1 meat piece, and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. After finishing up, it again squatted on the ground staring at the remaining pieces. At this time Kuroto quickly observed the baby boar with his Tenseigan. However, the baby boar who ate the number 1 meat piece containing paralytic poison was exactly the same as it was before. There were no obvious changes in its chakra flow or muscles around it, even the blood circulation was normal. Ads by PubFuture. The only thing that has changed is the saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, which seems to be more than before. No effect? Obviously, Kuroto was annoyed with no result. The number 1 meat strip was injected with not just some ordinary poison, but a compound paralytic poison that he carefully modulated. According to his estimation, even Chunin-class ninjas might not be able to handle it. But here he is now, the annoying little boar is completely unaffected. After taking in the paralytic poison-infused meat piece, there is no effect at all. This was completely unacceptable. The unbelievable Kuroto threw out number 2 meat piece, and then piece number 3, number 4, number 5. The little wild boar took all the pieces in order very politely, and after eating, there was no change except for the greasy mouth and the dripping saliva that doesn't want to stop flowing out. Seeing the little boar affectionately nudging his leg and rubbing its saliva on his pants, Kuroto's forehead was full of black lines. This piggy boar doesn't have any intention of being a subject for the live poison test at all, and actually regards him as a source of food. Do you think that's all I got? Kuroto, who was a little frustrated having lost against a mere baby boar, took out the 6th bottle, the most lethal one, in anger, injected it into the no-meat piece, and threw it to the little wild boar. An hour later, Kuroto, who returned home, started a completely new toxin preparation project. As for the previous ones, threw them away. Even a baby boar that only seems to have a weak poison resistance can't be affected. What value does such a poison has? In the next few days, Kuroto continued making poison, testing poison, and recompounding poison repeatedly. Talking about the results? It's not as though there was no successful result. At least the little wild boar that is his test subject was fed properly to grow strong and healthy. It was another such morning of his daily routine when Kuroto had just left the house to go to the Forest of Death. A person was waiting at his door. The person saw Kuroto coming out, so he stood up and said while blocking Kuroto's path, "My name is Uchiha Hiragi. You should already be aware of my purpose for coming here, so decide whether you want to start here or go elsewhere." While looking at the thin figure who is a shinobi of the Uchiha clan blocking his way, a small note that Shisui handed him last night flashed in his mind. Uchiha Hiragi, Jonin with a cold personality, good at fire release, wind release, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and shurikenjutsu, weakness, poor physical strength to match his taijutsu and kenjutsu specialty, accustomed to taking risks in kenjutsu battle, too focused on killing the opponent. Based on the description of Shisui's note, Uchiha Hiragi's abilities are quite comprehensive. Ads by PubFuture. The only weakness of poor physical strength may be a serious problem in a life and death battle, but in a duel between two shinobi of the same village, it's not too big of a disadvantage. Not to mention Uchiha Hiragi must have thought of a way to complement his weak physical strength. It can be seen that this time the Uchiha clan has worked quite hard to win back their reputation. So, the only thing that Kuroto can take advantage of is probably Uchiha Hiragi's habit of taking a risk when using a sword, or that his mentality is easily affected by his killing intent. Thinking so, Kuroto said, "All right, come with me." Hiragi nodded and followed. Leading Hiragi to a practice site, Kuroto said, "So what do you want to compare in the duel?" Hiragi seemed stunned. He didn't expect Kuroto to ask this, so after thinking a little he said, "Both ninjutsu and taijutsu are fine, you choose whichever you want." Kuroto smiled and said, "Then compare in taijutsu skills." Since his battle with Iwamoto, Kuroto has discovered that the Hyuga-style taijutsu may be strong but isn't effective enough when dealing with weird ninjutsu users, so although he didn't have much expectation, but he still aroused Hiragi to limit their type of combat. But unexpectedly Hiragi let him choose the type of battle, and naturally, he would taijutsu skills. After deciding the battle aspect of comparison, Kuroto and Hiragi took the battle stance. Kuroto's body sank slightly, with both palms wrapped in blue chakra. Hiragi pulled out his short sword. The morning light hit the blade of the short knife, reflecting brilliant light. Yes. A breeze blew by, blowing off a few leaves scattered around. The leaves whirled and floated in the air, and fell on the blade of Hiragi's short sword, and silently broke into two pieces. Looking at the short sword, Kuroto was impressed. Nice sword. If a fine sword such as this one is in the hands of a kenjutsu master, then the effective combat power of the resulting party would increase exponentially. Even Kuroto felt a little alert from the murderous energy coming off of the sword. Whoosh! Uchiha Hiragi moved suddenly and, like an after-image accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, rushed towards Kuroto. Although Hiragi's speed is extremely fast, in the vision of Tenseigan, his every movement and expression were clearly visible and moving like a slow picture, so Kuroto wasn't nervous and used the gossip palm strikes to meet him head-on. In the early morning, when the morning dew has still not faded away, Uchiha Hiragi's chakra-infused short sword and Hyuga Kuroto's Hyuga-style gossip palm strike are competing for dominance. Chapter 57, One's subconscious actions are a product of their belief and self. This is Kuroto's firm belief. Uchiha Hiragi's aura is a reflection of his pride in his kenjutsu skills and his trust in his blade. The same pride and trust are what makes him want to take risks while in combat. He may have never even noticed this, however, Shursui was well aware of this habit. And small details such as this are sometimes the key to victory. After the first clash with Hiragi, Kuroto took the initiative to retreat with the intention to fight him using the terrain of the small forest. Swish, swish, swish. Another thick tree was cut off by Hiragi's sword. Counting this one, there have already been more than 10 big trees that have been brutally attacked by him. Along with the smoke and dust that rose from the falling of the tree, Kuroto successfully dodged another one of Hiragi's attacks. Frustrated by Kuroto's continuous dodging, Hiragi shouted in anger, "Coward! Do you only know how to escape?" Kuroto calmly replied, "Do you only know how to cut trees? Why, you little..." Hiragi was speechless at Kuroto's retort. Seeing Hiragi going silent, Kuroto didn't continue to ridicule him but concentrated on coping with Hiragi's ferocious attacks. In Kuroto's understanding, Hiragi is indeed an elite of the Uchiha. Even without the use of Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, his strength is definitely a Jonin class, with Kenjutsu alone combining with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Honestly, Kuroto doesn't really have an effective method to win against Hiragi without using Kazekage Puppet or using Rain Will interaction. If not for the information that Shursui sent him beforehand, he isn't even sure whether he can compete against Hiragi. So, Kuroto's tactics are quite simple for this battle, and that is dragging it out as much as possible. Ads by PubFuture. As the duration of the battle will continue to increase, Hiragi will start getting impatient and reckless. Similar to most Uchiha, Hiragi is also not a very patient person, as such his mood started to get worsened and unstable because of Kuroto's continuous dodging. As a result of which, Hiragi's movements started getting flawed, and these flaws allowed Kuroto to fight back. But Kuroto was in no hurry. He firmly believes in the information Shursui sent him, but he believes in his eyes even more. There was another game of chase, the two, one attacking while the other dodging, left behind the already messy practice range, and arrived at the calm lake nearby. The villagers washing clothes by the lake were surprised and shouted in a panic. Standing on the lake, Kuroto said while struggling to catch his breath, "It seems you are better than the last guy." Hiragi shouted in anger, "You bastard who only knows how to hide isn't qualified to judge the Uchiha." Cough cough. Hiragi coughed violently. As Shursui described, Hiragi's low physical strength is his weakness, and the high-intensity battle just now was burdensome for him, coupled with the fact that his impatience is only making the physical exertion on him greater due to madly chasing after Kuroto. Seeing that the time was ripe, Kuroto said with a mocking smile, "Hide? I am again surprised at your shallowness." This time Kuroto took the initiative to attack without waiting for Hiragi's reply. As Kuroto took the initiative, Hiragi raised his guard and immediately slashed his sword at the incoming Kuroto. The calm lake was stirred by the momentum of the two, resulting in high-rising waves all around as they fiercely fought against one another. In the concentrated state of battle, this time Kuroto could feel that Hiragi's moves were getting messier by the second. The errors in his moves were continuously increasing, although the killing intent in his every move was as fierce as ever. However, just having fierce killing intent isn't enough to kill people. Opportunity! 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 In his field of perception, Kuroto continuously discovered Hiragi's flaw. But Kuroto was still not in a hurry. He has to be patient. He wasn't just looking for the chance to defeat Hiragi, but in fact, for an opening to take away Hiragi's short sword. Kuroto's objective is to completely crush Uchiha Hiragi's confidence, and only by breaking his pride would Hiragi accept defeat. Ads by PubFuture. So, the game of chasing continued, until not long after, an opportunity appeared. Without any hesitation to let the chance pass by, Kuroto immediately locked his palms into a fist and went for a strike at Hiragi's chest, and just according to his expectation, rather than choosing to back away, Hiragi chooses to recklessly attack him with an up-to-down vertical sword slash. Seeing Hiragi's slow-moving action with Tenseigan, Kuroto smiled sinisterly. Sure enough, he likes to take unnecessary risks. Suddenly, the fist about to strike changed the direction of its momentum and hit the opponent's wrist, holding the sword, loosening the grip, while his other hand took away the sword. The entire process happened in milliseconds. After grabbing the short sword, Kuroto immediately backed away, leaving the stunned Hiragi, who was looking at his hands, in a daze. Kuroto was really impressed by the sword in his hands and faintly said, "It is indeed a fine sword. It's a pity that its master isn't good enough to showcase its true abilities." You. However, before Hiragi could retort, Kuroto threw back the sword while saying, "You lost." The stunned Hiragi couldn't deny Kuroto's words and left the lake in a fit of rage. Not long after, Shursui appeared next to Kuroto and asked calmly, "How did it go, Kuroto-san?" Because Uchiha Hiragi's strength is very high, Shursui wasn't confident enough to trail the other party without being noticed, so he couldn't watch the entire battle like last time with Uchiha Shinichi. Kuroro nodded. Fortunately it went well, but I have to say that Uchiha Hiragi is very strong. If not for the fact that he agreed on a pure taijutsu battle, the result might have been a little different. Although Kuroto looked calm and indifferent during the entire battle, as if he didn't put Uchiha Hiragi much in his eyes, in fact, without using the Kazekage puppet and rain wheel interaction, this is his limit. If Hiragi hadn't agreed on a taijutsu battle, then the result would have been the opposite. Shursui smiled and selectively ignored Kuroto's last words. It's inconvenient to use some techniques in the village. If the next opponent is stronger than him, I am afraid I wouldn't be able to win. This is completely true. Although Kuroto did manage to win, it was only because the opponent agreed to the style of combat that's Kuroto's strong suite. If the Uchiha sent a stronger jonin, then he isn't sure if he can win. Listening to Kuroto's words again, Shursui hurriedly promised, "Please don't worry, Kuroto-san. I am sure the elders wouldn't send anyone for some time because of Hiragi's defeat." The reason Kuroto accepted Shursui's request to accept Uchiha's challenge in the first place is to increase his combat experience and also increase his personal reputation. Although the Uchiha are isolated and suppressed, their reputation is still the highest. Konoha shinobi may not speak this openly, but they subconsciously revere the Uchiha as the elites. Using the Uchiha as his stepping stone can be regarded as the most efficient and safest way to become famous and get on the good side of the Hokage clan. Chapter 58. With the successive defeat of Shursui, Shinichi, and Hiragi, the information that was initially limited to the Uchiha was now talk of the village. Once the news of Uchiha's successive failure spread, other ninjas also joined the discussion. At night, after finishing with the dishes, you asked Kuroto with a little hesitation, "Kuroto-kun, are the rumor going around true?" Kuroto, who was still busy thinking about compounding poison, absent-mindedly asked, "What rumors?" You asked anxiously, "About you and the Uchiha." "Oh, that's what you are asking?" With a slight smile, Kuroto nodded. "Well, the Uchiha clan did send someone to challenge me, but I defeated them." However, contrary to what Kuroto expected, you didn't seem impressed but said with a more worried look, "Nothing good will come in angering the Uchiha. Let's not provoke them, okay?" Kuroto was taken aback by Yu's words and looked at her strangely. Seeing the strange look, she was getting, you asked carefully, did I say something wrong? Kuroto shook his head and reassured you with a little petting. However, he was indeed surprised just now. He really didn't expect that even you being a member of the Hyuga clan, another one of the major clans of Konoha, would be so afraid of the Uchiha. This shows what kind of attitude ordinary ninjas have towards the Uchiha. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the Uchiha have been completely separated even from the hearts of villagers. And thinking of this, Kuroto couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Ads by PubFuture. For Kuroto, the Uchiha aren't just a stepping stone to increase his fame, but also a magnet to attract all sorts of attention. As long as there is the Uchiha clan, whether the Hokage-sama, Shimura Danzo, or Obito hidden behind the scenes will have their attention directed towards the Uchiha clan. But once the Uchiha clan is gone, God knows who will become the target of their attention. Therefore, for his own benefit, Kuroto can't allow the Uchiha clan to disappear, at least not before his personal strength reaches the level of a Kage. What's more, Kuroto has also been thinking about the artifacts Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. Orochimaru, whose strength is probably on the same level as a tailed beast while using the 8 branches technique, was so easily sealed by Itachi using Sword of Totsuka. During the entire confrontation, Orochimaru couldn't even fight back and was suppressed so easily and neatly. Therefore, Kuroto has a very high impression of these 2 artifacts. He has 2 speculations about these 2 artifacts. According to the first, the 2 artifacts, Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror, are just unique abilities of Itachi's Susanoo. If this is the case, then they would be part of Itachi's chakra and can't exist separate from him. In the second case, these are spiritual artifacts in a chakra state. Because of this, he can use both of them while using Susanoo. And according to Kuroto's guess, the second possibility is more likely to be correct, because when Itachi used Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror, both Orochimaru and Zetsu not only clearly recognized the artifacts but were also aware of some of their abilities. Based on this information alone, it can be judged that the 2 artifacts have existed in the shinobi world since long ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible for both Orochimaru and Zetsu to know the details of these artifacts even when Itachi used them for the first time. It simply doesn't make sense. Of course, before the official appearance of these 2 artifacts, all these are just Kuroto's speculations. As for where these artifacts may be hidden, Kuroto has considered it a lot, but his conclusion is that whether the first possibility is correct or the second, the task of finding both the artifacts should be left into Itachi's hands. Because the fact that even Orochimaru with such a deep understanding of shinobi world, and even after searching for so many years has not been able to find them, just goes to show that they are hidden in some special place. Kuroto even suspects that the clues about their whereabouts might be hidden somewhere within the Uchiha clan, and Itachi might have found those clues after exterminating the entire clan. Ads by PubFuture. However, Itachi is still too young, so Kuroto can only put aside this thought for a while. After all, it's not like anyone would be able to get their hands on the 2 artifacts for the next decade, and Kuroto's immediate priority is the artificial tailed beast plan. As long as he has enough chakra support, Kuroto can not only further explore the superior abilities of the Tenseigan but also confidently and boldly learn a variety of other secret techniques and kenjutsu. The next day, Kuroto came to the Death Forest as usual. After a series of regular failures, the 18th trial sample of the paralytic poison he prepared finally showed some results. As soon as the baby boar ate the meat piece containing the poison, it started showing signs of weariness, and after struggling a few times, it fell on the ground. However, the baby boar was back to normal in just about 5 to 6 minutes, which greatly annoyed Kuroto, but he was still satisfied with this result. As in a battle between shinobi, not to mention 5 to 6 minutes, even 1 to 2 seconds is more than enough to decide life and death. Just a momentary flaw could be fatal. Therefore, he was satisfied and smiled slightly seeing the success. Previously he has been using the powder of crushed wings of tussock moths. Although they have a large number, their toxicity is less, so he decided to use the tussock moth king for the 18th sample. Their numbers are less, they have a high toxicity, and reduced the proportion of giant red ant's venom because it was acting as an inhibitor for the toxicity. By making these 2 changes and adjusting the compounding process accordingly, although the activity of the resultant poison decreased from 3 days to 1 day, its toxicity has increased. And the poisoning effect of a poison is what's more important for him. Content with the results. Just as he was beginning to record the data of his experiments while thinking about how to further improve the poison and how to prepare an antidote, a figure appeared on the big tree in front of him. Hyuga Kuroto! Hokage-sama has summoned you urgently. Even before Kuroto could nod, after leading such a sentence, the Umbu ninja left in a hurry. It seems he still has the task of informing other shinobi of the urgent summon from Hokage-sama. Kuroto put away the notebook with a thoughtful look. The half-month vacation isn't over yet, so how come Hokage-sama has summoned? Is it because Rock Village has started taking some actions? The reason why Kuroto was developing the poisons for the past few days is that he was worried that the Rock Village would attack Konoha under the pretext of destroying their beheading unit. Konoha has lost Yondaime-sama, second-generation Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru, so it no longer has the same deterrence effect of the Third Shinobi World War. Therefore it wouldn't be strange for Rock Village to try to utilize this opportunity. In this scenario, even if there is no war, small-scale conflicts are inevitable, and as a member of the Umbu Black Ops directly under Hokage-sama, Kuroto has to participate in the frontline battle, so there is a serious urgency for him to improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 59. As soon as he arrived at Hokage office, Kuroto found that the place was filled with ninjas. On a rough count, there were more than 100 shinobi of the upper Chunin to elite Jonin class. The fact that Hokage-sama summoned so many elites indicate that the seriousness of the situation is beyond doubt. Kuroto thought silently as he walked over to the place where Class 11 was. Guy greeted in his usual cheerful manner and asked, "How come so late? We have been waiting for you to come for quite some time." Kuroto didn't explain that he came from the Forest of Death, and instead asked, "Is there any information why Hokage-sama called for an emergency summon?" However, no one seems to be aware of the reason and shook their head negatively. No one is clear about the exact reason for the emergency summon. At this time Shursui suddenly spoke. Could it be related to Rock Village? Most likely, was Kakashi's reply. The battle between Konoha's Class 11 and Rock's beheading troops in the Land of Bear gives Rock Village a perfect excuse to cause trouble to the weakened Konoha. Therefore all the 4 shinobi of Class 11 have been psychologically prepared for the upcoming battles. Because of the issued password, Class 11 didn't discuss this topic anymore but diverted towards some casual chat. Not long after, Hokage-sama, Midokade Hamura, and Udatain Koharu of the Konoha Council along with Ino Shikocho clan heads, and Hyuga Hizashi of the Hyuga clan appeared, one after another. With Hokage-sama's arrival, the venue immediately became quiet as everyone could judge that matter was serious from the solemn expression on his face. Hokage-sama took a step forward and announced to the ninjas present, "We have received news from the border about 2 hours ago. According to the news, a raid party of the Cloud Village has breached the border of Land of Fire about 3 days ago." Suddenly hearing such shocking news, the quiet meeting place suddenly became extremely noisy. The news about Cloud Village's sudden raid reminded everyone present here of the Third Shinobi War that ended not long ago. And everyone couldn't help but shudder thinking of that terrible war. There are too many painful memories attached to it. No one present here wants to experience such a thing again. However, Class 11 was more surprised than shocked. Ads by PubFuture. Guy muttered, "Shouldn't it be Rock Village? How come Hokage-sama mentioned Cloud Village?" Kakashi also frowned. "This is really not good." Shursui also whispered, "It shouldn't be the case that Cloud Village and Rock Village join forces, right?" If that happens, he didn't finish his words, nor was there any need to finish, because everyone knows that if such a thing really happened, it would get close to impossible for Konoha to resist the joint attack, and in that case, Konoha might even cease to exist. However, Kuroto shook his head negatively. Things won't get so bad. Remember, the third Raikage died in the hands of Rock Shinobi. So how could Cloud Village agree to form an alliance with Rock Village? Not to mention even if they did, Rock Village wouldn't trust Cloud Village. So even if Rock Village did have some plans of attacking Konoha, Raikage would opt to watch Konoha and Cloud fight while waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike a hard blow to both the villages at the same time. This isn't just Kuroto's speculation, but because he was reminded of the information that even in the original series, Konoha and Cloud did have some small-scale conflict after the Third Shinobi War. Later, when the representatives of Cloud Village came to Konoha to sign a peace agreement, the head ninja responsible for the mission died at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. It was also this incident that led to the sacrifice of Hyuga Hisashi. Therefore, Kuroda thinks that even if the conflict against the Cloud may not be on a small scale, it shouldn't develop to the level of an actual war involving several villages. After hearing Kuroda's analysis, everyone of Class 11 thought about it and found it reasonable, which greatly relieved them. Hokage-sama standing on the stage raised his hand to calm down the discussion on the field, and then said with a solemn expression, based on the current information, the commander leading Cloud Village's charge is Hachibi's Jinchuriki, Killer Bee along with 3 head ninjas as well as Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito Ni is part of the raiding unit. Hearing that Cloud Village had sent both of their human column force at the same time, Konoha shinobi at the field were both indignant and worried. Seeing that everyone was a little demoralized, Hokage-sama ordered in an indisputable tone, "You all present here will form an advance team responsible for preventing Cloud Village's invasion." Yes. Konoha shinobi seemed to have recovered some confidence from Hokage-sama's majestic voice and bowed their head respectfully. With the return of morale and confidence in his shinobi, Hokage-sama nodded and continued, "Until Jiraiya's arrival, Nara Shikaku will temporarily serve as the commander while Hyuga Hisashi will be the deputy commander of the advance team." Both Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hisashi immediately appeared and accepted the appointment of Hokage-sama. Finally, after one last glance at everyone, Hokage-sama said, "Umbu stays, rest will go back and prepare to depart." Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Hokage-sama's orders, the group of shinobi left the venue one after another with quick body flicker. Now there were only Hokage-sama and 2 elders of the Konoha Council, as well as 16 Umbu ninjas, including the Class 11 that Kuroda was part of. Ads by PubFuture. At this time, Hokage-sama took 4 scrolls from the hands of Mikado Hamura and handed one of them to each captain, with the order, "Your tasks are all recorded in the scrolls. This time the safety of Konoha is at stake, you must put all your effort." The 16 Umbu kneeling in front of Hokage-sama replied in a unison, "Please rest assured Hokage-sama, we will definitely complete the task." Sandaime-sama nodded, "Class 11 stays back, rest leave for the preparation." With a quick bow again 12 Umbu disappeared with a quick body flicker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now with only Class 11 left, Hokage-sama led them to the Hokage office. After lighting up the tobacco pipe, Sandaime-sama slowly said, "According to the regulations, it is only allowed to apply for advanced jutsu after serving for 1 year in the department. However, this time considering that the difficulty of the task is very high, I am giving special authorization for you all to apply to learn an advanced type of jutsu. The authorization here only applies to Kuroda, Guy, and Shursui. As for the captain of a Class 11 Kakashi, he is already an old man in the Umbu Black Ops, so Hokage-sama's words were not for him." Kuroda didn't expect such benefits to appear, so after pondering for a while, he asked, "Hokage-sama, what rank of jutsu can we apply for?" While playing with the tobacco pipe he replied, "Some rank A and most of the rank B jutsu are allowed." After Kuroda heard Hokage-sama's words, he fell into thinking again. At the border of Land of Fire and Land of Rain, a Konoha messaging eagle swept across a valley as it flew towards the hinterland of the Land of Rain. The messaging eagle is specially trained by Konoha. A creature of the sky, not only capable of long flights but also fearless of most of the creatures, with close to 0 natural enemies. Konoha's last resort for emergency transmission of information. The same eagle was now passing through this border when suddenly a shuriken was shot out of nowhere, and it accurately hit the messaging eagle in its high-speed flight. Bang! The messaging eagle suddenly fell from the sky on a high mountain cliff. At this time, the air around the high cliff where the eagle fell distorted into a vortex, and a mysterious man wearing a one-eyed spiral pattern mask walked out of it. The mysterious man leisurely picked up the dead message eagle, untied the small scroll on its leg, opened it to take a look, and suddenly spoke while laughing madly, "Too bad, Hokage, it seems Jiraiya couldn't receive the emergency news." And with just a small fire release he burned both the eagle and the scroll and disappeared mysteriously, leaving no trace of his existence. Chapter 60. If Kuroto has to choose between rank A and rank B jutsu, then he thinks that rank B shadow clone jutsu and rank A multi-shadow clone jutsu would be most useful for him. For a ninja specializing in taijutsu, the shadow clone jutsu can instantly double the combat power, and if used properly it can often have a miraculous effect in the battles. And according to his guess, there must be a collection of shadow clone and multi-shadow clone jutsu in the libraries of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, Kuroto had actually planned to ask for the favor of Hyuga Hisashi in learning these jutsu after providing the vote of confidence for the member of the main branch in the Jonin assessment. However, he never thought that his plan could not keep up with the sudden changes, and now it was already too late to make a request from the Hyuga clan. Despite this, he still didn't want to use the opportunity that Hokage-sama has provided to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time the opportunity is too rare. It can be said that this is the best chance for him to get into touch with Fuinjutsu openly. As for learning Shadow Clone Jutsu, asking Shirsui's help on this matter would be most reasonable. Shirsui owes him a favor for helping out with the matter of the Uchiha clan, so passing a mere rank B Shadow Clone Jutsu shouldn't be big deal, right? After making up his mind, Kuroto said in a deep voice, "Hokage-sama, I hope to learn advanced Fuinjutsu." Hokage-sama frowned hearing Kuroto's request. Fuinjutsu. The practice of Fuinjutsu has extremely high requirements. If someone doesn't specialize in Fuinjutsu from childhood, then they often need to reach the level of an elite jonin to successfully start learning it. Fuinjutsu not only has high restrictions on the chakra volume of the practitioner but also chakra controlling ability. Some parts of Fuinjutsu even requires a ninja's mental strength to be very high or having some sort of Kekkei Jinkai. In simple terms, practicing Fuinjutsu has a really high threshold. This is one of the reasons why Fuinjutsu masters are regarded highly. So, after hesitating a little at Hyuga Kuroto's request, he finally nodded. Adds by PubFuture. After all, it is up to the person himself to choose what jutsu she wants to learn, and even as the Hokage, he doesn't have much reason to interfere in the personal interest of his subordinates as long as it is not harmful to the village. So, after conforming to Kuroto's request, Hokage-sama turned to look at Might Guy and Uchiha Shirsui. Guy gave up the opportunity to learn advanced jutsu without hesitation on the grounds of concentrating on taijutsu-style combat. Sandaime-sama nodded approvingly to Guy. Precisely because Guy's entire focus is on taijutsu mastery, he becomes Konoha's blue beast of prey and one of the few ninjas who can threaten Uchiha Madara in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Shirsui, being a member of the Uchiha, has no shortage of rank A and rank B jutsu either, so initially, he also thought of giving up this opportunity to learn any advanced jutsu. However, Kuroto has chosen to learn, and if both he and Guy gave up, it would be a little embarrassing for Kuroto, so he randomly opted for a rank B fire release ninjutsu. With all this decided, Kuroto and Shirsui followed Hokage-sama to the confidential database located under the Hokage office. On the way to the confidential database, Kuroto observed every detail with the Tenseigan. There are umbu guards at the corners leading to the basement on the first floor. 2 members on each spot, a total of 4 people. Judging from their chakra volume, they should be Chunin class. There are sealing technique engraved here, 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. These seals should be induction type. If the person entering doesn't have Hokage-sama's chakra signature, or whatever is used for identification, these seals should activate. There are more seal techniques engraved on each stair step. They kind of look strange, not like the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Kuroto was observing and analyzing all the possibilities of sneaking in. The overall security of the Hokage building isn't as strict as one would expect. This may also be due to a shortage of manpower in the village. Leaving aside the working staff in the Hokage building, there are probably a dozen Chunin guards on the bright, while there are only 4 umbu squads and Hokage-sama's personal guards protecting the Hokage building from the shadows. Although the number of guards is small, with Sandaime-sama himself present here, there probably is no need for many individuals. After all, if someone could bypass Hokage-sama himself, then no matter how many guards there are, they would all be pretty useless. Moving along the stairs, the 3 arrived at a door under the leadership of Hokage-sama. At this time, Sandaime-sama quickly made a few hand seals and then pressed one hand on the door. Click! With a clicking sound, the door slowly opened. Adds by PubFuture. Come in! Giving this instruction, Sandaime-sama took the lead in entering the confidential database room. As soon as he entered the confidential database room, he couldn't help but sigh. The underground database is so much larger than I expected. It goes to show just how much secret information, knowledge, and jutsu are hidden here. Calming his emotions, Kuroto observed Sandaime-sama skillfully shuttle through the rows of bookshelves, and quickly took out 2 scrolls that he passed to Kuroto and Shisui each. Shisui randomly selected a rank B fire release ninjutsu that he didn't know from the scroll and silently stood on the side, while Kuroto carefully observed the seal techniques recorded in the scroll. There are many seal techniques he could choose from, including the 5-element seal, 4-symbol seals, 8-trigram seal, contract seals, and so on. After much deliberation, comparison, and repeated observation, Kuroto found that among these sealing techniques 4-symbol seal was the best for him for now, so after a little more consideration, he opted for 4-symbol seal. Sandaime-sama nodded slightly, and then put away the introduction scrolls. Then from the bookshelves on the front, he selected a scroll that separately records the 4-symbol seal along with a scroll of the rank B fire release ninjutsu selected by Shisui and passed them to Kuroto and Shisui respectively. Sandaime-sama also reminded, "The jutsu you are learning while in the umbu cannot be passed out to others. Both of you should be aware of this." Kuroto and Shisui both nodded. Of course, they are aware of such rules. Additionally, turn in the jutsu scroll within 1 month. While you are on official missions, this time will be postponed, and if you encounter an accident, make sure to destroy the scroll and never leak it. Yes. With Hokage-sama's nod, both Kuroto and Shisui left the Hokage building. As soon as they came out, Kuroto talked about the shadow clone jutsu with Shisui. However, Shisui was stunned and looked strangely at Kuroto. And why wouldn't he be stunned? From Shisui's perspective, with Kuroto-san's strength, being able to kill the elite jonin of Rock Village as well as the fight and suppress the demon Morio, shadow clone jutsu should have been mastered long ago. Anyone with a little bit of brain and necessary chakra level will at least master it, even if they don't use it much. Even Kuroto was feeling a little embarrassed about it. Obviously, he can't tell Shisui that he was just a Canon fodder class ninja until a few months ago. Where can he learn such important jutsu? All he could do was to come up with some excuse to hide this embarrassment. Chapter 61. Listening to Kuroto-san's explanation, Shisui didn't think much about it, and immediately explained the principle of shadow clone jutsu while also demonstrating the hand sign printing method, as well as chakra running method for the shadow clone jutsu. Kuroto observed the entire process with the Tenseigan very carefully. And after only a few attempts, he was able to roughly master the shadow clone jutsu. After all, with his current chakra volume, mastering a rank B jutsu is not so difficult. What's more, with the inside of the Tenseigan, he can clearly observe the flow of chakra in Shisui's chakra pathway. Anyone with a little intelligence can master such techniques using the same method. This is the advantage of having a dojutsu Kekkai Jinkai. Even Kakashi was able to copy so many jutsu, earning him the title of Copy Ninja Kakashi. This is not only because of his talent but also because of the Sharingan that Obito passed on to him. After this short episode, both Kuroto and Shisui went to their respective home to prepare for the secret mission. Considering that this time, the mission will be amid fierce conflicts close to the level of a small-scale war against the Cloud Village, Kuroto didn't dare to be careless. Shuriken, kunai, senbon, etc. he made sure to take them in an appropriate amount, along with more than 500 detonation seals, paralytic poison, antidotes, medical bandages, military ration pills, etc. were all orderly prepared. After doing all the packing and preparation, when Kuroto was about to go out, the ninja pouches around his waist were already bulging. As soon as he stepped out of his door, he collided with the anxious Yu. Helping her stabilize herself, Kuroto said with a gentle smile, "Why are you being so anxious?" While catching her breath, Yu looked at Kuroto-kun, who was already ready to go to the battlefield. While bending her head down, she murmured, You must be careful, Kuroto-kun." There were thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to speak, but right now all she could muster to ask him was to be careful while on the battlefield. Although Yu spoke in a very light voice, Kuroto heard it more clearly than he could have ever. Seeing her anxiousness and worry, Kuroto reached out his hand to hold her right cheek, lifting her head to match with his eyesight, he reassured her with a confident smile, I am a special Jonin now, it isn't me who has to be careful but the enemy ninjas. Ads by Pub Future. Feeling Kuroto-kun's confidence, Yu felt a little relieved. Then as if she suddenly remembered something, she took out a sword and handed it to Kuroto. Here Kuroto-kun. Clan head asked me to give it to you. Kuroto took the sword from Yu's hand and looked at the beautiful carving around the hilt. Unsheathing sound. As he drew it out of the sheath, a beautiful silver blade came out. Even the warm sunlight of the day couldn't dispel the cold air lingering around it. One could feel its sharpness with just a glance. Highly impressed by the short sword in his hands, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter, good sword. Seeing Kuroto-kun busy admiring the sword, Yu decided to explain, it's a Chikudo, capable of channeling chakra, and Hayashi-sama said that it's a Kusanagi sword. It also has a special ability according to which if an enemy is injured by it, then it would prevent the healing of that wound. Sword of Kusanagi. Kuroto was a little startled by this information and thought silently, could this really be one of those mini Kusanagi no Tsurugi? Of course, Kuroto was extremely surprised by the sudden gift from clan head, not to mention one of the Kusanagi. But after thinking about it a little, this sudden gift may not be so unexpected, considering that now he isn't just some cannon fodder that he used to be. As a member of the Umbu Black Ops, serving directly under Hokage-sama, Kuroto also has some authority. He can participate in the internal and external affairs of the village. Adding the fact that he defeated Shisui, Shinichi, and Hiragi not long ago, which made his reputation increase several times, makes him undoubtedly the most outstanding of all the Hyugas around his age. It is completely natural for the clan head to get on his good side. If Hayashi-sama doesn't even do this much, then what sort of clan head would he be? Hyuga Hayashi should be more than clear about the true picture of the Hyuga clan. Although there are many Chunin in the clan, the number of Jonin is not so much. And in the younger generation, apart from the sudden appearance of Kuroto, there is only Yu with the potential to reach Jonin class or probably higher. This is also one of the reasons why the Hyugas have always preferred to stay low-key. They simply don't have enough strength like the Uchiha. It's just that even if it is natural for the clan head to do something like this, Kuroto never expected that Hayashi-sama would give such a valuable treasure. This made him sigh with lots of emotion. Undoubtedly the background and history of a millennia will have an inheritance such as this. Kuroto doesn't know much about this Kusanagi sword. Even in the original series, only 3 Kusanagi swords were shown, but does that mean there are only 3 of them? This is an answer he might never be able to find out. Who knows how many of such swords have been buried in the long river of history. Therefore, Kuroto decided to ignore all these issues, and be content with the gift he received. After bidding a farewell to Yu, with some petting and a hug, and finally an Itachi-style flick on her forehead, Kuroto rushed to the meeting point of Class 11. Both Shisui and Guy were already waiting, but there was no sign of Kakashi. So, after a short greeting with the two, while waiting for Kakashi to come, Kuroto had some discussion with Shisui about his new sword. After waiting for a long time, Kakashi finally arrived. Ads by Pub Future. Guy asked curiously, Kakashi, my rival. What took you so long? Kakashi said with an apologetic expression, I just went to the memorial stone, so it took a little while. Hearing this, Kuroto suddenly wrinkled his brows. Kakashi actually went to the memorial stone before performing this secret mission? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? It seems that the secret mission handed by Sandaime-sama is not so simple. Kuroto thought silently. However, he could only try doing his best, since it was almost time for departing, so everyone stopped chatting and immediately set off. While traveling, Kuroto decided to ask Kakashi, what is the task of Class 11? Shisui and Guy also looked towards Kakashi once they heard Kuroto's question. The task scroll handed by Hokage-sama is kept by the captain of the quad, so currently, only Kakashi knows the specific information of the secret mission handed over to Class 11. In response to Kuroto's question and seeing the curious look of Shisui and Guy, Kakashi only shook his head negatively while saying, I can't speak yet. To prevent the outflow of intelligence, mostly the squad leader only informs the details of the task to other members of the team after arriving at or near the mission location. Because Kuroto knows this, so Kakashi's denial only increased his worry. He can feel that this mission is definitely not going to be easy, and maybe it has nothing to do with blocking the Cloud Village raid party, because if it was just blocking the invasion of the enemy forces, there was no need to keep it a secret. Well, looks like I can't rest assured, huh? In the following week, Class 11 detoured all the way avoiding the Cloud Village troops invading the Land of Fire, passing through the Land of Hot Springs, and finally approached the border of the Land of Lightning. By now, every one of the class has figured out that this secret mission will be carried out in the enemy territory. Captain Kakashi no longer concealed the details of the mission. Spreading a map on the ground, he pointed at a red, while explaining, "Remember it, this is the location where we have to carry out the mission." The red dot on the map is located at the border of Land of Lightning and Land of Frost. Carefully looking at the topography on the map, the target location is on a valley, and the surrounding geography is hard to tread. Kakashi continued, "According to the intelligence, a secret warehouse storing a large number of tools and ration supply of Cloud Village is located here. Once this warehouse is successfully destroyed, Cloud's offensive in the Land of Fire will be forced to slow down." Listening to the objective of the mission, Shui immediately asked, "What about the security from the enemy side?" Kakashi shook his head at Shui's question. The intelligence team could only detect the location, the number of enemy guards and security are unknown, so before heading out, we have to be prepared for the worst. It would not be surprising to find more than 100 shinobi guarding such a large warehouse. On the other hand, Class 11 only has 4 people. Although nobody here is weak, with being so heavily outnumbered, no matter how you look at it, the chance of successfully completing this mission is very low. After all, even the third Reikage died by being outnumbered. After hearing all the details of the task, Kuroto couldn't help but slander. No wonder Sandaime-sama were suddenly so generous. Chapter 63, there is one more information you all should know. Shinobi army of the Rock Village has already been assembled at the border of the Land of Grass, therefore, we must end the conflict with the Cloud Village as soon as possible. Otherwise, Konoha's situation would become similar to the time of the Third Shinobi War. Kakashi gave another message. The conflict between the 5 great shinobi villages has never been isolated. When Cloud Village launched a surprise attack on Konoha, Rock Village has already received the news and would naturally respond accordingly. As the news spread further, perhaps even the Sand Village and Mist Village will also make their responses, but these issues are not what Team 11 can consider right now. While Kuroto was busy with his thoughts, Shui asked seriously, "In other words, we can't afford to fail the mission?" Kakashi nodded. "We don't have an option of failure, because if we fail, Konoha would fall into an extremely disadvantaged situation like that of the Third Shinobi War. No, in fact, even worse situation than that." However, Guy didn't have the slightest fear or depression, and said, "So what are we doing here standing around? Let's go already." Kakashi put away the map and ordered calmly, "I will complete the final assault. The 3 of you are only responsible for providing me with cover by distracting the enemy forces." "That's an order." Listening to Kakashi's serious order, both Kuroto and Shui nodded, although Guy wanted to object a little, but seeing Kakashi's determination he decided to stay silent and nodded firmly. On the battlefield in the Land of Fire. In the semi-liberated state, Killer Bee easily blocked the Ino Shikacho formation attack while sweeping away Choza Akimichi aside with one of Hachibi's tails. Immediately afterward, Killer Bee rapped in his unique tone, "Yeah, why did Konoha send only you people?" Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi looked helpless when he heard this. In their eyes, Killer Bee, who can perfectly cooperate with the Hachibi, is a monster through and through. They could barely even resist him with Ino Shikacho joint techniques. Glancing around the battlefield from the corner of his eyes, all Nara Shikaku could see was the passive situation of Konoha. Feeling anxious, he couldn't help but think, how come Lord Jiraiya hasn't arrived yet? Such monsters are not what we can resist. Not far away, Hyuga Hizashi panted heavily as he stared at the black-haired Cloud Shinobi in front of him. The opponent is no one other than the deputy commander of the Cloud Invasion Force. A Black Lightning Kekai Genkai user. Ads by PubFuture. Before Hizashi arrived here, 2 teams of Konoha ninjas had already been buried in his hands. If not for Hizashi trying to block the enemy, the nearby Konoha ninjas would hardly be spared. The enemy grinned mockingly, "You are weak." Hizashi didn't bother refuting but silently pondered about the countermeasure. Black lightning is a combination of lightning release and water release. It not only has the destructive power of lightning release, but also the free control of water release, giving a lot of versatility to the user. Additionally, the enemy deputy commander is also an experienced shinobi with quite an experience in using the Kekai Jinkai, so the power displayed is quite overwhelming, which is restraining for Hizashi. Looking at the faintly exposed caged bird seal on Hizashi's forehead, the enemy commander curled his lips. Unfortunately, you are a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, I would have been able to collect a pair of Byakugan this time. Hizashi's expression shrank as soon as he heard this, and he straightened the forehead protector immediately, completely covering the caged bird seal. These words touched the deepest pain in his heart inadvertently. On another part of the battlefield. In the completely liberated state, Nibi's Jinchuriki is almost uncontrollable. The entire battlefield in the region has become a playground for her unscrupulous attacks. At this time, 8 Konoha ninjas shouted together. Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. With their combined shout, a huge amount of mud rose from all directions and suddenly joined together, trapping the Nibi's Jinchuriki in the liberated state inside a dome of earth. Roar! However, before Konoha ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, accompanied by a huge roar, Yujito Ni easily broke through the dome of earth and swept the huge claws at Konoha ninjas. 7 ninjas died on the spot. Some managed to dodge, but not without being injured. Water style, water colliding wave technique. Earth style, earth spear technique. Earth style, earth dragon technique. How could the remaining of the Konoha ninjas watch their comrades falling one after another? So they immediately released ninjutsu attacks without sparing any chakra. Boom, bang, crack, wish. Countless ninjutsu was fired at the human column force in the tailed beast state, but not a single attack proved too effective in stopping her. While in the tailed beast state, she opened her mouth and shot out a huge flame from it. Instantly, the surrounding forest was burning in the flames of death, and all the Konoha shinobi were plunged into the sea of fire. Cough, cough. There was only one ninja who was still alive in this sea of fire. His condition was not any better than being half dead. While coughing up blood, he could only mutter with deep sadness, "If Yandame-sama and Kyuubi's Jinchuriki were still alive, you people." Even before he could finish his words, Yujito Ni crushed him with her claw and snorted coldly, "Unfortunately for you, they are already dead." White Fan committed suicide, Princess Tsunade ran away, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya left on his journey, Yandame-sama and Kyuubi's Jinchuriki died during the Kyuubi's rebellion. The impact of all these events has finally broken out in the Land of Fire. In the face of Cloud Village's 2 perfect Jinchuriki, the weakness of Konoha was clearly exposed. On the side of Team 11. After a few days of travel, the 4 shinobi of Team 11 finally arrived at the target location. The Land of Frost and Land of Lightning are adjacent to each other, making it an effective war zone. This is also the reason why Konoha has very detailed information about the geography of this country, allowing Team 11 to pass through without much risk to successfully reach the border of Land of Lightning. Standing at the top of a big tree, Kakashi looked at the valley in the distance and said, "We are here." Kuroto observed the surroundings. A large number of sealing techniques have been arranged around the valley that's blocking Byakugan perception, so I can't tell how many enemy ninjas are there. Cloud Village has many years of experience against Konoha, so they will naturally take effective measures against Byakugan detection. Kakashi wasn't disappointed, and said quietly, "In that case, proceed according to the agreed plan. The 3 of you are responsible for attracting enemy attention and leading away from the guards on the periphery, while I will execute the final attack." Guy tried to say something, but... However, before he could say anything, Kakashi cut him off. "I am the captain, and this is an order. Execute it without any question." Shursui also looked at Kakashi, then at Kuroto, hoping for him to do something. Guy also turned his head towards Kuroto. According to their belief, if anyone in Team 11 could persuade Kakashi, it is only Kuroto. Seeing both looking at him expectantly, Kuroto put one hand on the hilt of his sword, tied at his waist, and asked solemnly, "Kakashi, I only have one question. Are you sure?" Without any hesitation, Kakashi replied with a determined look, "Of course I am sure. Rest assured, I will meet you all at the retreat point." Chapter 64, Time, around midnight. Location: valley where the secret warehouse of Cloud Village is located. Way. A cool breeze blew past, causing the two Cloud ninjas in the sentry post to unconsciously tighten their clothes. One of them suddenly asked, "Hey, did you hear something?" Another person listened for a while, then shook his head negatively. "Isn't it just the sound of insects and birds? What else did you hear?" At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the sentry post and dashed towards the two Cloud ninjas. Who? Two Cloud ninjas didn't even have the opportunity of subconscious defense before they fell under the cold light of the blade. Taking a step forward, the shadow checked the breath and pulse of the two of them. After confirming that the two were now dead, he slowly stood up and cast his eyes towards the secret warehouse located at the innermost part of this valley. The shining moonlight fell on the black shadow, revealing his face. This person is not someone else but Hyuga Kuroto, who is responsible for attracting enemy attention and leading them away to generate a suitable opportunity for Kakashi. After sneaking into the valley, Kuroto found that Cloud Village had arranged a very tight defense for guarding against enemy attacks. Even when quite far away from the warehouse, there are already so many ninjas spread around here. From such strict security, Kuroto can guess that Cloud Village must have stocked a lot of supplies here. However, after a moment of careful observation with the Tenseigan, he couldn't stay calm anymore. The number of ninjas guarding the warehouse is more than 150, and that's just those in the bright. If those guarding from the shadows are included, then at the very least more than 200 enemy shinobi are present here. This situation is far beyond Kuroto's expectations. Initially, Team 11 expected about 50 to 80 enemy shinobi and planned their tactics accordingly. However, the current situation is obviously not what they expected. Suddenly, there was a noise from the other end. The noise was mixed with shouts and fighting sounds. It made the entire Silent Valley extremely noisy. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto looked in the direction while murmuring, "That should be Guy's direction. Was he discovered so soon?" The battle plan deployed by Team 11 is very simple. Firstly, Kuroto, Shursui, and Guy will infiltrate into the valley from 3 different directions, while assassinating any of the enemy shinobi they encounter along the way. Once they are spotted, they would immediately retreat while leading some guards away to decrease the enemy number guarding the warehouse. Then, Kakashi, who is responsible for the final assault, will charge straight into the warehouse and destroy it completely. Finally, the 4 members of the Team 11 who completed their part of the task will meet at the retreat point and return together to the Konoha village. However, the premise of this battle plan succeeding is that the enemy number should be around 80 at maximum. With the current enemy count, it's obviously not possible. So, an ominous premonition surged in Kuroto's heart. As Kuroto prepared himself, the noise on that end finally faded away. Since Guy was exposed, then he must have acted according to the plan, leading away a part of Cloud's forces, thought Kuroto. But Guy's exposure also made the Cloud ninja extremely alert and aware of the enemy attack. As a result of which teams of ninjas spread out and searched the entire valley inch by inch. Seeing that enemy ninjas were about to approach at his location, Kuroto no longer hid and immediately threw several dozen kunai tied with detonation paper in their direction, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of violent explosions. Under the cover of darkness and the rising smoke from the explosion, Kuroto unsheathed his sword and rushed towards the panicked ninjas. Who is it? Where? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Be careful. It's an enemy attack. The sword light flickered, and like a reaper, Kuroto reaped these ninjas. In the blink of an eye, 4 ninjas were already dead. Wind release, breakthrough. However, before he can take any more actions, one of the Chunin leaders reacted immediately and using a wind release ninjutsu cleared away the smoke and dust. Without the cover of smoke, Kuroto's figure appeared in front of the whole crowd of Cloud shinobi. Another Chunin leader immediately shouted as soon as he saw Kuroto, "It's Konoha Umbu, everyone, be careful." This group of Cloud search forces consists of Chunin and Genin ninja, so along with sending a signal to the base camp deep in the valley, that surrounded Kuroto. According to the plan, Kuroto should retreat right at this moment. However, considering that the number of enemy ninjas is far beyond what they imagined, he had to stay and attract more attention. Otherwise, it would be impossible. for Kakashi to get close to the warehouse. In another direction, Shursui also took the initiative to launch the surprise attack. He started with the body flicker technique, and in just a few moments, solved a 4-person squad of Cloud Shinobi, after which he rushed deeper into the valley. Along the way, he didn't entangle with the enemy much but did kill off the individuals he could without letting the enemy discover himself, but as soon as he was about to approach the warehouse, a group of Cloud Ninjas with a Jonin as their leader detected him. With the fierce assault of Kuroto and Shursui, the entire valley was noisier. Explosions, roars, wailing and crying for help, one after another, all the sounds mixed together. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, was paying attention to all this, but he had to be patient as it wasn't yet time for him to assault. Before long, Kuroto and Shursui chose to withdraw from the valley. However, the enemy ninjas were obviously not kind enough to let the two of them get away so easily. So, 2 chasing units followed the two, to chase and kill them respectively. Guy drew 8 people, Kuroto drew away 16, while Shursui drew away 12 ninjas. Kakashi, while hidden in the dark, silently counted the number of enemies led away by the teammates as he observed the changes in the guarding formation after the attack. Counting the total number, the 3 members of Team 11 killed and led away, there are still more than 100 enemy ninjas here. But Kakashi can't blame them, this is already a very good result. As for the problem of the enemy number being much higher, Kakashi has no fear of it. On the contrary, this increased his determination to destroy the warehouse, because such a strong defense just implies that the supplies stored must be really important for the Cloud Village. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "It's now!" Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. As Kakashi completed this hand sign printing, suddenly, a sharp and piercing sound reminiscent of many birds chirping echoed throughout the valley. Accompanied by the sound of birds chirping, Kakashi dashed forward into the valley. On Kuroto's side, as he was moving through the trees, the sound of Kakashi's unique Jutsu Chidori echoed throughout the valley, indicating that Kakashi has launched the final assault. While still jumping from tree to tree, he glanced at the Cloud Ninjas chasing behind him. There were 16 of them divided into 4 squads. Among these 16, there were 2 at least Jonin class from their chakra volume, and 5 were Chunin, while the rest being Jinin class. I have to eliminate these people before reaching the retreat point, thought Kuroto. Having made up his mind, he stopped at a clearing and slowly pulled the Kusanagi sword out of the sheath on his waist. Clouds chasing ninjas immediately spread around, surrounding him. The leader of one of the squads smiled and said while looking at the Kuroto's young figure, "Just a kid, but look at the courage, dared to sneak in here." Chapter 65, Damn You Kid. As the chest was already cut open and blood was spurting out, Cloud Village's Jonin ninja became weaker and weaker. Eventually, his body fell to the ground with no signs of life left. Kuroto staggered a few steps, then sat on the ground, panting heavily. The corpses of 16 Cloud Shinobi fell around him, the entire forest area was in a mess, clearly indicating the signs of a fierce battle that occurred not long ago. After resting up a bit, Kuroto examined his body, and finally took a breath of relief. Although he had many wounds, out of which only one was serious, the rest were only small pierces, cuts, and burns. The injury on his left shoulder was slightly serious, but that didn't hinder him from holding the sword in his right hand. "I guess I am alive thanks to you, huh?" Kuroto murmured as he sheathed the Kusanagi sword. This time, Kuroto was able to wipe out the entire unit of 16 Cloud Ninja at the cost of an injured left shoulder and only some cuts and burns. The credit definitely goes to the Kusanagi sword and the paralysis poison he compounded. One of the enemy Jonin didn't know about his Kusanagi sword and tried to block his slash with just a simple kunai. Obviously, the kunai couldn't resist and was divided like butter under a hot knife by his Tenseigan chakra-infused sword slash. As a result, one Jonin ninja died without any resistance in the face of Kuroto's attack. This not only decreased the strength of the enemy side but also weakened their morale, which helped Kuroto finish off the rest of the bunch. After simply bandaging up the wound, Kuroto didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately rushed towards the retreat point. After all, they are still in the enemy territory, every second of stay here will only bring danger to them. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the retreat point that Team 11 agreed upon. Guy and Shui, who arrived earlier, saw Kuroto arrive and greeted him. Finally here, Kuroto. How did it go on your side? Kuroto said, it took a little bit of effort to eliminate the enemies. Shui nodded. Well, I noticed before, Kuroto-san drew most enemy ninja away from the warehouse. Kuroto also glanced at Shui and Guy, while asking casually, how did it go on your end? Both Guy and Shui talked about the situation they faced separately. Ads by PubFuture. Since Guy was discovered earlier, so he could only lead away 8 enemy ninjas, which were only Chunin and Jin in class, so after a fierce battle Guy eliminated them all. Among the 12 enemy ninjas that Shui led away, although there was one Jonin, he was under Shui's Jinjutsu from the very beginning. So, by the time he successfully broke through the effect of the Jinjutsu, the other ninjas were already lying in the pool of their own blood, which is to say Shui had already killed them, and without any support from his teammates, the Jonin was obviously not Shui's opponent, therefore not long after he fell under Shui's blade. After hearing the description from both Guy and Shui, Kuroto frowned. So, if we combine the total number of ninjas we eliminated, it only reaches up to 80 people? More importantly, among them, only 3 of them were Jonin class, while the vast majority were Chunin class or Canon fodder class that are only useful for consuming enemy chakra. Listening to Kuroto's deductions, Guy was more worried about Kakashi. Yes, so I am worried about Kakashi. How will he be able to deal against more than 100 enemy ninjas? Shui also stood silent. The current situation is very clear, even if Kakashi is very strong, but there is absolutely no way he could survive against more than 100 cloud ninjas. Even if he somehow manages to destroy the warehouse, retreat would be impossible for him. Guy looked in the direction of the warehouse and said firmly, we have to go and help him. Shui also wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Currently, all 3 members of Team 11 are not only injured, but they also don't have much chakra volume after a series of battles. They can't even be sure to safely escape to the Land of Fire from Cloud Village's follow-up pursuit. In such a situation, going back to the warehouse is simply a death wish. Seeing the worry in Guy and Shui's eyes, Kuroto also looked towards the valley with slight hesitation. I made a promise to him, I can't let it end here, was the only thought going on in his mind. At the valley. Taking a glance at the burning warehouse beside him, Kakashi squatted halfway in a pool of blood, with a relieved smile on his face. Finally completed the task. No other companion will have to die for me. Whoosh! 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 At this time, more and more Cloud Shinobi rushed towards the burning warehouse with the body flicker technique, surrounding Kakashi from all sides. The head ninja of Cloud Village spoke with a murderous look on his face, Konoha ninja, speak your name. Although the head ninja was very angered and wanted nothing more than to crush the brat under his feet, he still had to admire the kid's determination, so, to show his respect to the kid, he asked the kid's name before killing him. Ads by PubFuture. Kakashi tried raising his head to look at the person, but because of the excessive blood loss, his vision was getting blurry. He could only vaguely perceive the swaying firelight and the shadowy figure of the ninjas around him. At this moment he suddenly fell into a daze. This was a familiar feeling. I seem to have felt this before. Yeah, now I remember, it was during the battle of the Canopy Bridge. Back then also I was surrounded by so many enemy ninjas. Unfortunately, Minato-sensei is no longer alive. No one will come to rescue me this time. I am sorry, father. I am sorry, Minato-sensei, I couldn't protect your son. Obito. Rin. We are finally going to meet again. Hee hee, it seems to be a good ending. Slowly but steadily Kakashi felt the strength in his body fading away bit by bit. His thoughts drifted further and further, as if he was already past the shackles of the body. Seeing the tranced and lifeless look of the kid, the head ninja shook his head while sighing, then regaining the same cold look in his eyes, he signaled the Chunin beside him to behead the kid. The Cloud Chunin immediately drew a kunai and walked towards the kid's direction. But after walking in front of the kid, this Cloud Chunin didn't make the killing move for a while. The head ninja urged impatiently, what's the hold up? Finish him quickly, we have to also chase after the rest of his teammates. The secret warehouse has already been destroyed. If he doesn't chase after and successfully kill the Konoha ninjas responsible for this, then even if he is a qualified head ninja of the Cloud Village, he wouldn't escape Rokage-sama's anger. The Cloud Chunin stared at the weird-shaped eye in Kakashi's left eye socket and said while stumbling, "But his eye." However, before anyone could understand the Chunin's words, a figure wearing an eagle-faced mask suddenly flashed by, instantly beheading the Chunin who was standing in front of Kakashi, and then two more figures appeared on Kakashi's side, one with a dog-faced and the other with a cat-faced mask. Waving the sword to get the blood off of it, Eagle, who was now standing in front of the kid, said lightly, "Dog, carry Kitsune on your back and leave." Dog hesitated, but seeing that the Kitsune's consciousness was already blurry and he couldn't retreat alone, so he carried the Kitsune on his back and said to Eagle and Cat, after dropping Kitsune to a safe place, "I will come back soon." Cat smiles and shook his head. "No, you make sure to take him back to the village. I and Eagle-san can handle it here." But Dog wanted to interject. However, Eagle shouted with annoyance, "Get the hell out of here already before I change my mind." Chapter 66. Obviously, the Eagle, Cat, and Dog are none other than Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy. With Kakashi being in a state of coma, Kuroto had temporarily taken over the position of captain of Team 11, so Guy didn't argue anymore, and immediately retreated while carrying the unconscious Kakashi on his back. How could the Cloud Ninjas present here allow the retreat? So, several teams immediately separated from the crowd here and chased after Guy. Neither Kuroto nor Shisui stopped this group, rather they couldn't. The head ninja of the Cloud Village took a look at Kuroto and Shisui standing guard and said with a smile, "I have to admire your group of outstanding youngsters." Kuroto said coldly, "Thanks for the compliment, but it was unnecessary. My name is Fuji, I am the commander of this garrison." After a short pause, Fuji continued, "I really do admire you bunch of young ninjas of Konoha and your determination, but it's a pity that you all are going to die here, of course including the two brats who escaped." Kuroto did not bother to reply but glanced around him to analyze the situation they were in. Excluding the 4 squads that went after Guy, there are still more than 100 Cloud Ninjas surrounding him and Shisui, out of which at least a dozen of them have Jonin-class chakra volume. Moreover, the emergency signal has already been fired by the enemy. So, the reinforcements would already be rushing here from all directions, considering the importance of this place. Fuji noticed that the two kids still didn't give up hope in such a desperate situation. His admiration for them increased more and said with a wicked smile, "I think Rokage-sama will definitely forgive me for being unable to guard this warehouse if I kill such excellent youngsters of Konoha." However, without losing his calm because of Fuji's words, Kuroto still stood silently waiting for a suitable opportunity. With the steady improvement in his strength, the effective range of rain-will interaction has increased to about 22 meters. If Kuroto decided to overexhaust his chakra without caring for the consequences, then give or take, 25 meters should be possible. Ads by PubFuture. Currently, Fuji is standing about 21 meters away from him, so he is within the effective range of rain-will interaction. But considering that the opponent is an elite Jonin of the Cloud Village, his strength is definitely not weak, so 21 meters is not a safe distance. Kuroto has to get at least at a distance of 15 meters to make sure that the attack works properly. While silently calculating his options, Kuroto took out a bottle of poison from his waist pouch. In the series of battles up to now, the poison he has applied on the blade of his sword has already been consumed, so he needs to repoison the blade. Previously, he forgot to do it because of the eagerness of rushing here. So, at this moment, he has no choice but to do it in a hurry while in the presence of so many enemies. Seeing Kuroto silently applying poison on the short sword, the Cloud Ninjas glanced at each other feeling awkward. With frowned brows, Fuji asked the subordinate standing next to him, "Why hasn't Kurappa arrived yet?" The reason why the Cloud Ninjas haven't attacked them yet is that they are waiting for the torture ninja Kurappa to arrive. In Fuji's eyes, the two kids are already dead, so all their actions are meaningless. However, he would like to make good use of the two of them. At the very least they can extract some information from their heads through torture. Cloud Village doesn't have a secret technique that allows them to extract information from the brains of corpses, so they have to wait for the torture ninja Kurappa to arrive before doing anything. By then, even if the two kids are limbless or close to death, with Kurappa here, he would have enough time to conduct the interrogation. This abnormal behavior of Cloud Ninja didn't escape Shirsui's eyes. He whispered to Kuroto, "Eagle-san, there seems to be something wrong with them. What are they waiting for?" Obviously, Kuroto has also noticed this abnormality and knew that they couldn't wait any longer, so he said, "Cat, when we attack, directly start with the Susanoo." Shisui didn't ask why but nodded seriously. After instructing Shisui, Kuroto lightly walked towards Fuji. Seeing one of the kids walking forward, Fuji suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately shouted towards the Cloud Ninjas, "Don't wait, do it." However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt huge unspeakable traction that pulled him towards the kid. In fact, not only him but with Kuroto as a center, everyone within 21 meters of the surrounding area, including Shisui, everything was pulled towards Kuroto by this huge force. At this moment, Kuroto shouted while holding the Kusanagi sword in his right hand. 8 Trigram, Heavenly Blade Rotation. Heavenly Blade Rotation is a crooked move he came up with after getting Kusanagi sword. According to his imagination, he would pull all the enemies around him using the rain will pull, and then he would use Kusanagi's sword to perform Revolving Heaven. To achieve both the offense and defense, with Revolving Heaven as defense and Blade Rotation as the offense. The only problem is that he hasn't practiced this move before, so in this desperate situation, he can only try to create it out of scratch. The huge force of rain pull attracted so many ninjas, let alone the enemy side. Even Shisui was shocked. Although he has seen Kuroto-san use this move before against Morio, it's the first time he has experienced personally just how it feels being under its effect. Fortunately for him, Kuroto-san has already instructed him, so without panicking, he directly opened Menjikyu and used the Susanoo. Slash. 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 The sound of the blades slashing through the air brought everyone out of the daze. Those that came into the range of rain pull, Heavenly Blade Rotation were injured by the Kusanagi blade at varying degrees. Except for Shisui under Susanoo's protection, everyone else took the attack by the Kusanagi sword without exception. After stopping Heavenly Blade Rotation, Kuroto panted heavily due to chakra overdraft and observed the result. The use of such large-scale attacks consumes too much chakra, and now he is in an exhausted state, so he had to make sure that at the very least Fuji, their commander, has to be dead from his attack. But contrary to what he expected, among the Cloud Ninjas who were cut by the Kusanagi sword, all of the ninjas with Jonin-class chakra turned into lightning. Lightning-style shadow clone? Kuroto's heart was shaken. Dojutsus are unable to differentiate or identify shadow clones. Even Kakashi used a lightning-style shadow clone to deceive Pain, and it worked even against the Rinnegan. And now that this technique was used against him, not to mention in such a desperate situation, Kuroto is obviously not very pleased about it. Kuroto has never seen a lightning-style shadow clone before, so he couldn't judge that all the Cloud Jonin in front of him, including the Commander Fuji, were just some clones. While Kuroto was in a panicked state, Fuji and the other Cloud who lost the lightning clone came out of the shadows. Fuji observed Shisui's Susanoo with interest, and smiled. "Oh, it appears I was looking down on you too." Sure enough, if Konoha can send such young kids for suicide missions into the hinterland of the enemy territory, they would have to have some unusual means, huh? Chapter 67, Kuroto observed Fuji, who walked out of the shadows with a solemn expression. It was his first time using Heavenly Blade Rotation. To ensure the smoothness of rotation and to balance out the inconsistencies between the sword and the palm, Kuroto consumed a lot of his chakra. Adding the chakra he consumed in Rain Will Pull and all the battles up to now, he has very little chakra left currently. As long as he could have killed or even injured Fuji and the other Cloud Jonin ninja, it would have been worth it. After all, without Jonin support, whether he and Shisui fight or retreat would be up to them. But now that the surprise attack failed to work, their situation is not good. Kuroto glanced at Shisui from the corner of his eyes. It looks as if Shisui inside the Susanoo is already out of breath. Obviously, the previous battles consumed a lot of his chakra, and coupled with the burden Menjikyu has on his young self, his situation isn't very good. While Kuroto was storming out his brain to think of something, Fuji shouted, "Do it!" Following Fuji's call, the surrounding ninjas immediately launched attacks. Kuroto quickly shot a few shurikens to kill the already injured Chunin and Jinin, then leaped back to retreat into the armor of Susanoo. Boom! 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 As soon as Kuroto retreated, the attacks from Cloud Shinobi caused a series of violent explosions. After the smoke cleared, the skeletal figure of Susanoo remained unaffected, leaving Shisui and Kuroto inside unharmed. Fuji was extremely surprised by this. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan hasn't appeared in the shinobi world for many years, so even the elites like Fuji do not know what the green phantom figure is. But this does not stop him from making his judgment about this. As far as Fuji thinks, whether it was the strange technique used by the kid with the eagle mask or this green phantom type jutsu, they are very powerful and strange jutsu, which is definitely not something ordinary ninjas can master. Ads by PubFuture. Considering that both the kids are too young, these jutsu have to be some kind of Kekkei Jinkai. And the body of a ninja with a Kekkei Jinkai is an information library, so although very shocked and surprised, he is even more anxious to take down the two kids. Trap them with earth release, and attack with fire and wind release. And do not stop, keep attacking. While giving several orders, he backed away slightly. Earth style barrier, earth dome release technique. Earth style, great mud wall technique. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. Wind style, great breakthrough technique. Following Fuji's order, the Cloud Ninjas immediately surrounded the Susanoo structure from the four sides and launched jutsu one after another. Instantly a series of earth wall rose from the ground, cutting off any possible escape route. A combination of fire release and wind release covered the entire sky in flames, and like a sea of fire, rushed towards Susanoo. At the same time, Shisui gritted his teeth and used his Susanoo's secret technique. Susanoo, Tsukumo. With Shisui's shout, the Susanoo opened its ribcage to expose its chest, launching a barrage of large, green-colored chakra needles at an incredible speed. And how could Kuroto silently watch? So, while still being inside Susanoo's defense, he fired several kunai wrapped in detonation charm, shurikens, senbons, etc. Boom! 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 The resulting violent explosion due to the collision of jutsu shook the whole area. Countless ninjutsu, throwing tools, detonation charm, chakra needles turned the entire valley into a fiery ground. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the scene of the battlefield was revealed. Ads by PubFuture. The earth wall and dungeon created by the Cloud Ninjas was completely damaged. Dozens of Cloud Ninjas in the range of Susanoo Tsukumo's barrage suffered heavy casualties. But the Susanoo that shielded Kuroto and Shisui from all the attacks, although fading slightly, still remained unscathed. It's just that Shisui was already kneeling on the ground at this moment, coughing up violently. It looks impossible for him to keep the Susanoo active for much longer. Fuji, who was hidden in the distance, carefully observed the Susanoo, and Shisui within it as he secretly said, "Such terrifying ninjutsu? Although this is the first time I have seen such a technique, the chakra consumption has to be severe. From the looks of it, the kid can't bear it any longer." From standing unharmed against the attacks of Cloud Ninjas just now, Susanoo has proved its unparalleled defense. If an ordinary ninja encounters such a powerful enemy, then it wouldn't be strange if her nerves will freeze from the chakra pressure alone. Even Fuji is the same in its presence, but his desire to redeem himself is letting him bear the pressure. Moreover, he knows that this is the territory of Lightning Country and the reinforcements from the surroundings will be coming at any moment. So, no matter how strong the enemy might be, it will never be possible for these two brats to leave here alive. No matter how strong the defense, no matter how strong the offense, even the third Reikage-sama died in the face of countless enemy ninja, and these two are just some brats. It can block attacks from all directions? From the looks of it, this chakra phantom can't be broken from the outside. Is there no other method? As if suddenly thinking of something, if it's not possible to attack from the above, will it possible to break through it from the ground? Thinking so, Fuji printed several hand seals and then pressed his hands on the ground. Inside Susanoo's armor. While coughing violently, Shisui weakly said, "Kuroto-san, I can't hold it any longer. Please, you have to retreat. I will make sure there is no follow-up pursuit from here." Kuroto was also catching his breath, shook his head. It's not yet time to give up Shisui. Although they are in a dire situation, it is still not worse enough to feel despair. Kuroto still has the secret technique of physical regeneration at his arsenal that he got from Orochimaru. As long as he doesn't hesitate to overdraft his life, he can recover from his injuries, and chakra can also be extracted from the newly formed cells. Once that's done, they can just escape using the flying ability of the Kazekage puppet. As for the matter of being exposed, they are already in such a dire situation, so he can't care much. If he dies here, what good will keeping the Kazekage puppet a secret does? Just as Kuroto stretched his hand into the ninja bag to take out the Kazekage puppet scroll, he suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. Even before he could check for the source, a small crack appeared just below his feet, out of which a lightning snake shot out, rushing straight towards him. Chapter 68. What? Kuroto was already in an exhausted state, coupled with several injuries. He couldn't react fast enough to dodge, and the same was Shirsue's situation as both of them were attacked by lightning snakes. Instantly they were paralyzed due to being shocked, as a result of which Shirsue's Susanoo that was already fading now completely disappeared. Ha ha ha. Finally got rid of that troublesome jutsu. Seeing that the attack succeeds, Fuji, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't stop himself from laughing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, one after another, figures of more than 100 cloud ninjas as reinforcements appeared at the valley. Upon seeing the chaos in the valley, the secret warehouse being submerged in the blazing fire, as well as the corpses of cloud ninjas lying all over the place, these cloud ninjas who came to support couldn't help but be shocked. The leader of Command Kurappa directly questioned Fuji, who was responsible for guarding the secret warehouse. Fuji, what the hell is going on here? Why didn't you protect the secret warehouse? Fuji could only helplessly reply, we were attacked by Konoha's elite troops. Elite troops! Kurappa curled his lips in anger and spoke while pointing his finger towards the injured and paralyzed Kuroto and Shirsue. Just two brats? You dare call them Konoha's elite troops? Have you become so incompetent that you can't even deal with two little devils? Fuji snorted at Kurappa's words, just two little devils? Humph, take a good look around you, these two little devils killed more than 200 of us. Upon hearing Fuji's words, Kurappa and other cloud ninjas looked around and found that only the corpses of cloud ninjas were lying all around. In the entire valley, aside from the paralyzed Kuroto and Shirsue, there was no sign of any other Konoha shinobi, whether dead or alive. With this alone, Kurappa realized that for these two brats to have done such serious damage on their side, they are indeed not so simple as you would expect considering their young age, so he immediately stated, I will torture out all the information in their heads, while the rest watch out for the reinforcement from the enemy sides. Fuji only shrugged, do as you please, two more of the brats have escaped, I am going to pursue them now. Kuroto, who was injured due to the lightning snake, couldn't even use the slightest of his strength. Seeing the arrival of enemy reinforcements, even if he tried to force it, his heart couldn't stay calm. As Kurappa was walking towards him, Kuroto felt more and more danger. He tried thinking of whatever he could use, but there was no solution he could arrive at. Is this really it? I made a promise to him. I can't let it end here. Ads by PubFuture. This was the only thought going into his mind, but unfortunately, there were no signs of hope. Something, anything. As if hearing Kuroto's plea, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar force surging. This is... The power seemed to be hidden far away in the sky, yet it seemed especially close to him. What surprised him more was the kindness it directed towards him along with the huge amount of energy. Yes, it was the kindness of a father? A grandfather? Their forefather, or maybe a distant ancestor? This energy that seemed within his reach yet out of his control attracted all his attention. It reignited his desire to survive, reminded him of the thought of surviving from death and accomplish what he dreams of. With this reignited hope, Kuroto tried to raise his hand with all the strength he could muster. Kurappa, who was walking towards him, sneered as he saw Kuroto struggling to move. Don't struggle, brat. After getting what I want, I will let you die without pain. Shirsue on the side also looked at struggling Kuroto. He believes that Kuroto-kun wouldn't do any meaningless action, so he was ready to sacrifice a Manjikyu by using Kodo Amatsukumi to control Kurappa. Because of the lack of chakra, it is obviously impossible for Shui to use Kodo Ematsukumi normally, so the only option he has left is to use it forcibly by sacrificing one eye. But as long as Kurappa is controlled, he and Kuroto-kun will be able to escape from here, so it is undoubtedly worth it. He had already started accumulating pupil power in his left eye. However, before he could fully launch the strongest Jinjutsu, Kuroto, who finally managed to raise his hand, grabbed the non-existent space. Seeing Kuroto's action, Kurappa raised the corner of one eye while thinking to himself, is consciousness so blurred? That's good, it would be much easier to extract information from. However, before he could finish the thought, something happened that left him stunned. Not only Kurappa but all the surrounding cloud ninjas, even Fuji who was about to leave to follow up after Guy and Kakashi, as well as Shui who was gathering pupil power in his left eye to cast Kodo Ematsukumi were stunned. In everyone's perception, as soon as Kuroto's grabbed into the void, a huge chakra reaction erupted from his body, shining like a pillar of blue light illuminating the night sky. The chakra reaction was so great that both Kurappa and Fuji who had seen a tailed beast were shaken. As soon as the chakra erupted, his body started floating up and visible to the naked eye. All the injuries and numbness on his body disappeared instantly and was replaced by a feeling of overwhelming and endless power. What the hell is going on? Honestly, Kuroto was no less shocked than the others. Although he felt the kindness and acceptance from this force, he was certain it wasn't the power of his Tenseigan. Before he could make any judgments, some images started to appear in his mind. Ads by PubFuture. It's hand seal printing. Kuroto did not know what this hand seal printing method is used for. Just out of the instinctual trust he felt towards the source, he performed the seals one by one according to the images he saw. Ram, tiger, boar, tiger. Whoosh! As soon as he completed the hand seal printing, Kuroto gained a cyan-colored chakra shroud with 6 magnetomas marking on his collar, dark markings over his eyebrows, and lower eyelids. The shroud constantly radiated flickering flames of chakra, and his clothing and hair continuously billowed upwards as if caught in an upward breeze as he floated in midair akin to a god. And that's not it. Immediately afterwards, several orbs of black malleable chakra flashed from the center of his eyebrows and floated around him. Tenseigan chakra mode. The printing method just now was to turn on the Tenseigan chakra mode. Kuroto was out of his wits as he discovered the state he was in. It was only now that he understood the source of the energy that is helping him. He still couldn't help but think as to why did it help him out right now? But it was obviously not the time for him to entangle himself in these things. Suppressing all the mixed thoughts in his heart, and directing all his attention towards the only objective in front of him, Kuroto made sure that he must eliminate all the cloud ninja here, not only to ensure his and Shusui's safety but also to make sure there are no witnesses left to remember the events that took place here to ensure that his Tenseigan doesn't get exposed. After making up his mind, Kuroto pointed his hand towards Shui and dragged him along with the ground he was sitting on into the air, all while his other hand was slowly raised and aimed in the direction of the valley. The 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him immediately merged, as he focused his chakra through them, and muttered in an emotionless tone, "Silver will reincarnation explosion." Following Kuroto's call to chakra, he focused on the truth-seeking balls, created a powerful silvery typhoon, and the target of this gust was the entire valley along with all the cloud shinobi. On the moon. In the Otsutsuki family hall. A gray-haired, old man suddenly opened his cloudy white eyes, and muttered in a surprised tone, "Who is using the power of the giant Tenseigan?" Without any hesitation, he immediately got up and rushed towards the temple. At the same time, 2 more elders also rushed towards the temple just like him. What is happening? Who is drawing chakra from the Tenseigan? Only 3 of us can control the Tenseigan, then how come? The oldest of the 3 said at this time, "No matter who is it, firstly put a seal on the Tenseigan and cut off any external chakra output." Yes. Having decided the course, the 3 of them made several hand seals, then spoke in a unison, "Fuin Kekai." With the combined seal from the 3 elders, the twinkling of the giant Tenseigan dimmed slightly. Chapter 69, Boom. The huge storm made by the silver will reincarnation explosion instantly swept the entire valley. In such a fierce storm, whether they were elites like Fuji, Kurappa, other Jonin, or the Chunin and Genin, everyone was like rootless duckweed. Nothing more than tiny little ants. Not only the cloud ninjas but countless big trees were also uprooted, huge rocks were turned into dust, buildings and sentry posts and many other things all disintegrated into debris at the first contact with the storm. The entire valley was like a drawing on a piece of paper that was wiped clean by the eraser named Silverwheel Reincarnation Explosion, and nothing but a blank was left. Not enough. Still not enough. Kuroto still doesn't have any plans to stop. Although the entire valley has been razed to the ground by him, there were still many chakra reactions he could perceive with the Tenseigan. This only meant that there were still many survivors left. These survivors must not stay alive. If even a single one of them manages to escape, Cloud Village will come to know of my Tenseigan. Cloud Village has done a lot of shameless actions to steal the secrets of the other villages, attempted to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina, and even Hyuga Hinata for studying Byakugan. Who knows what they will plot against him. So, nobody can be allowed to stay alive. Shursui, who was sitting on a piece of floating rock beside Kuroto, was in a daze at the scene in front of him. It has been several minutes, and this expression hasn't changed. Is this Kuroto-san's true strength? No matter how humble he may be, Shursui still has deep pride within him. But now that he saw such a large-scale and powerful technique used by Kuroto, he suddenly lost confidence in his Manjikyu. Can Susanoo be comparable to something like that? This was the only question being repeated in his mind again and again. This was the moment his pride was completely torn apart and his reverence towards Kuroto-kun increased exponentially. Kuroto, who was still busy killing every cloud shinobi, didn't notice the change in Shursui's mentality. But suddenly, the endless source of chakra was cut off. The power and chakra that was overflowing in his body seemed to be hollowed out all of a sudden. This happened so quickly that he couldn't even react to it. Ads by PubFuture. He has long since realized that the source of this chakra must be the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Such kindness could only be felt from Hamura. Precisely because he realized the source of the chakra, so he did his best to transfer as much as he can in Silverwheel Reincarnation Explosion, because he knows that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon wouldn't allow the Hamura's chakra to be used by anyone but their own, so this was most likely a once-in-a-lifetime chance. However, the members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon reacted too quickly. From the time when the resonance between his Tenseigan with the giant Tenseigan began, only a few minutes have passed and they already cut off the chakra supply. However, he can't stop now. There are still some life sources left. Can't stop now. Before killing every cloud ninja, he could not let the Tenseigan chakra mode fade away, even if he has to overdraw his vitality. Gritting his teeth, he insisted on using the secret technique of physical regeneration. According to the rough estimation, it would take only about 13 more seconds to completely flatten the valley. Not to mention the humans, even the rats, and ants hiding in the ground must not be left alive. But without the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Kuroto was already overwhelmed by the fatigue, and his consciousness started getting blurry. Have to stay awake. 7, 6, 5, 4. With the heavy eyelids he couldn't keep open, Kuroto somehow managed to sense the remaining chakra reaction in the valley. 3, 2, and the last one. With the disappearance of the chakra source of the last enemy ninja, Kuroto forced himself to stay awake to confirm no more people were left alive in the valley. Now, he finally couldn't hold up anymore and fell to the ground along with Shursui while coughing out blood. Even before he could lift off the Tenseigan chakra mode, it automatically wore off, and with it, the Tenseigan in his eye socket also turned into Byakugan. Shursui somehow managed to get up and quickly checked up on Kuroto's condition. Kuroto-kun, how are you doing? Heh. Don't worry, I am only tired and injured. Just leave this place before any more enemy forces arrive, Kuroto said as he lost consciousness. Shursui nodded, and while carrying unconscious Kuroto on his back, fled towards the border of the Land of Frost. Not long after Kuroto and Shursui left, several more groups of cloud ninjas rushed to the valley from all directions. Of course, this place couldn't be considered a valley anymore, because wherever the eyes could see, it was all a straight plain. It almost felt like a giant plowed the land with a shovel. The arriving cloud ninjas were confused looking at the situation around. We didn't come to the wrong place, did we? Didn't the map stated that it should be valley around? No, you idiot, How could we come wrong? This is the place where the emergency signal came from. Then where is anyone? Where is the secret warehouse? One by one Cloud ninjas were confused by such a development. At this time, a Jonin stood up and shouted, "Assholes, what are you all doing standing around in a daze? Hurry up and find any survivors. I want to know what in the God's name happened here." The ninjas came out of their stupor and reacted immediately as they dispersed one after another, trying to find any source of information that could be useful. But over and over again, no matter how much they explored or dug the muddy ground, they found nothing but mutilated corpses, and without exception, each of them belonged to the shinobi of Cloud Village. What? Not even a single enemy corpse was found. Hearing such a report, the Jonin leader was more panicked. While pointing at the rows and rows of corpses that had been gathered in front of him, he said tremblingly, "Impossible. How could so many of our die and not even any sign of any enemy around? Search everywhere. I want 4-man squads to search in every direction and find any trace that the enemy might have left." Yes. Just what in the hell did they fought against? Was the only question in his mind. On the moon. After cutting off the chakra supply of the giant Tenseigan, the 3 elders now discussed the possible cause for such a thing to happen. Elder 1 said, "This time giant Tenseigan acted too strange. I suspect it has something to do with the person who stole the ghetto statue before." Elder 2 was shocked and angry. He dares to try to steal the treasure of Otsutsuki's? Elder 3, who was the eldest of all, remained slightly calm and said, after some thinking, it would be better to use the giant Tenseigan to see. The change now was indeed quite unusual. Maybe something happened in the ninja world. Elder 1 and Elder 2 nodded at Elder 3's words and immediately made some hand seals, enlighten. The now dim Tenseigan once again bloomed in the brilliant light, and as per Elder's sealing, spread a light curtain into the earth. On the earth, Kuroto, who was resting on Shirsue's back as they both fled towards the land of frost, suddenly felt the familiar chakra of the giant Tenseigan swept over him, and this brought him out of his sleep, making him highly alert. However, since his Tenseigan faded and turned into Byakugan because of the depletion of chakra, the chakra curtain of the giant Tenseigan did not stay on him for longer than an instant and went past him as if it didn't recognize him at all. Way. Chapter 70, a few days later. Land of Hot Water. Kakashi and Guy, who were unconscious, lay side by side on the ground inside a small cave, while Kuroto sat on the side and Shirsue was sitting at the campfire busy cooking. Stirring the small pot on the fire, Shirsue whispered, "Kuroto-san, the soup is just about ready." Kuroto nodded eagerly. He was really hungry right now. Although he still has military ration pills left with him, their taste is just too awful. Now, it's not that Kuroto hates eating it, but like most other shinobi, he would also prefer eating something delicious like fish soup over the tasteless military ration pills. Without much delay, Shirsue brought a bowl of fresh steaming fish soup for Kuroto. While drinking the soup, Kuroto looked over towards Kakashi and Guy, who were lying unconscious. It's funny to think that Guy, who retreated first with Kakashi on Kuroto's orders, was more injured than him and Shirsue. But it's not that strange if you think about it. Even if Kuroto and Shirsue tried their best, they were unable to stop any follow-up chase after Guy. As a result, he was intercepted by Cloud ninjas and had no choice other than to use Hashimen Tonku. Hashimen Tonku is a forbidden jutsu that damages the enemy 1,000 points and injures oneself by 800 points, so although Guy successfully managed to repel the enemy shinobi, he was also injured severely. On the other hand, Kakashi's situation is even more complicated. Although Kakashi has serious injuries and excessive blood loss, the reason for him being in a coma is something else. As for what that reason might be, Kuroto has no idea for the time being. He doesn't even have much time to worry about Kakashi right now, as his own troubles have not been solved yet. Ads by PubFuture. Crack. For some reason, Kuroto suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows, and the bowl in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into several fragments, which alerted Shirsue. Shirsue suddenly asked, "Kuroto-san, are you alright? Did something happen? Is there anyone approaching here?" Kuroto only shook his head negatively with a sullen face. Nothing happened. After reassuring Shirsue one more time, Kuroto turned to look outside the cave. The night sky outside was very charming. Bright stars like diamonds filled the night sky. Bright and soft moonlight only enhanced this beauty, making it all feel surreal. Looking at such a charming knight, Kuroto can only sigh as he was worried about something else. Did that small incident shock them so much? Kuroto thinks so only because just a few moments ago the search curtain of Tenseigan chakra again went past them. He wouldn't have even noticed this if not for the fact that he is now familiar with Himura's chakra. Shursui, sitting beside him, didn't react all. This just goes to show how secretive the chakra search of the giant Tenseigan is. Even Shursui with the Manjikyu can't perceive it at all. This has already been the 7th time today. Why haven't they given up yet? Wasn't it just some tiny amount of chakra? Why can't they let go of this for once? Kuroto thought. He is very annoyed by this, but he knows that the last members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon are all pure radicals. Obviously, they misunderstood Himura, thinking that the shinobi world created by the Sage of the Sixth Path is nothing more than a failure, and took it upon themselves to destroy and recreate the world. If they come to know about his existence, Kuroto can't even begin thinking of what might be the consequences. Moreover, now he, who has borrowed the chakra from the giant Tenseigan, knows better than anyone just how powerful giant Tenseigan is. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it is undoubtedly a supreme treasure that belongs to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Even Kuroto with the Tenseigan only barely managed to resonate with its chakra in a near-death state, while those Otsutsuki descendants can freely use it as per their wish. From just this alone it can be seen that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has a much higher authority than the Hyuga clan. And if they come after him, what Kuroto would have to face will be the onslaught from the giant Tenseigan, which is thousands of times superior to him in terms of both the quality as well as quantity of chakra. The result isn't that hard to figure out. Honestly, Kuroto even thinks that he is quite lucky. Adds by PubFuture. Fortunately, his Tenseigan went into temporary dormancy due to chakra exhaustion, bringing back the Byakugan. Otherwise, he would have had no method to avoid giant Tenseigan's search. On the moon. Cough. After a short cough, Elder 1 resealed the giant Tenseigan and shook his head negatively. When Elder 2 saw this, his brows tightened. Still nothing? Elder 1 calmed down his coughs, then said slowly, apart from the forbidden spots, there is no other abnormality in the shinobi world. The last descendants of Otsutsuki have desired to destroy the shinobi world long since. It's just that, using giant Tenseigan's regular explorations of the shinobi world, they have found several places where the light of the Tenseigan is unable to reach, therefore the Otsutsuki have close to no information about these places, and term them collectively as forbidden spots. Some of these forbidden spots are densely filled by natural energy, some are occupied by weird extraterritorial forces, while the others have been contaminated with evil energy. Due to these reasons, the Otsutsukis have hesitated to make a move up to now. Now there aren't many people left on the moon, except for the 3 elders. There is only a 3-year-old child named Tonari and his father left. Their current power is not enough to smoothly destroy the entire shinobi world, so no matter how radical they may be, the elders can only endure and choose to wait for the right opportunity, or wait for Tonari to grow up and fulfill Himura's wish. Elder 3 asked at this moment, what about the Gedo statue? Is there any finding of it? Elder 3 asked this because they did manage to briefly sense the Gedo statue a few years ago, but before they could use the Tenseigan to search, the induction disappeared, so the elders could only stay disappointed for not being able to find its exact location. Elder 1 again shook his head at Elder 3's question. Elder 2, who is the most radical of all, stood up from the futon. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Elder 3 calmly said, we have grown too old and don't have enough strength to fulfill Himura's last wish. Let Tonari take this important task. He is the most gifted child the Otsutsuki has ever witnessed. If it is him, he would definitely be able to fulfill it. Elder 1 tentatively suggested, we may be able to seek help from the Hyuga clan. After all, they also have the same blood as us. Elder 2 snorted coldly, Hyuga? No! They are fallen people, they are unworthy, and their fate will be the same as the rest of the shinobi world. They are part of the failed world created by the Sage of the Six Paths, so they too have to perish along with it. Elder 3 thought of suggesting that if all of the people were exterminated, then the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, which is already close to extinction, wouldn't escape this fate as well, but seeing the decisive look of Elder 2, he chooses to sigh and let go. In the final analysis, all three of them share the same thought that the Hyuga clan is really unworthy of being compared to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Chapter 71. At the border of Land of Earth and Land of Grass. Sandaime Tsuchikage, Anoki looked at the information on the piece of paper in his hands and said, "So, the commander from Konoha facing us is Shimura Danzo?" The Jonin commander standing by Tsuchikage-sama's side replied, "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, according to the information collected by the intelligence team, Shimura Danzo is commanding the Konoha front." Rock Village suddenly assembled its army at the border of Land of Grass, so Konoha had to take some countermeasures. Shimura Danzo of the Konoha Council was assigned by Sandaime Hokage to guard the front line against the Rock Village. Udatain Koharu was responsible to go to Sand Village in person to discuss alliance matters, while Mitokado Hamura had to go to the coastline on the east of the Land of Fire to prevent raids from the Mist Village. Such pieces of information are difficult to conceal, so the Rock Village Intelligence Department easily intercepted them. After pondering a little, Tsuchikage asked, "What about the Hokage himself?" Jonin leader shook his head. "There is no accurate information yet, but most likely opinion states that he is still sitting in the Konoha village." Heh. Hokage is really calm about the situation. Tsuchikage smiled mockingly, then as if he suddenly remembered something, and asked, "By the way, is there any news about the shinobi responsible for killing Iwamoto and his team?" As the captain of one of the remaining few beheading units in the Rock Village, Iwamoto was an elite Jonin of the Rock Village. So, his death undoubtedly made Tsuchikage very angry and annoyed. According to the intelligence sent by the spies planted within the Land of Demons, it was Team 11 of the Konoha Umbu Black Ops that killed Iwamoto and his team. Tsuchikage frowned hearing this. Konoha's Umbu? No matter which village, the identity of the Umbu is highly confidential and in some cases only known to the Kage himself, so finding out more detailed information about this Team 11 wouldn't be an easy task, even for Rock Village. Did this Team 11 make an appearance on any of the battlefield yet? Tsuchikage asked while holding his chin. The Jonin browsed through all the documents and pieces of intelligence at his hands and replied, "Note Tsuchikage-sama. The battle between the Konoha and Cloud Village naturally attracted the attention of all the shinobi villages, and among them, Rock Village undoubtedly placed special attention on that front to have all the first-hand information. Therefore, at the beginning when the intelligence about the sudden raids from the Cloud Village was known, Rock Village dispatched a large number of ninjas proficient in sneaking and information gathering into the Land of Fire to receive the intelligence on any changes in the war situation on that front at the latest." Ads by PubFuture. In the battle of intelligence gathering, Konoha undoubtedly suffered a big loss this time. Several lines of defense at the border was so easily breached by the secret raid of the Cloud Shinobi, again leading to the loss of both material and personnel. Tsuchikage-sama is of course very happy seeing Konoha suffer. If Cloud keeps up with this speed, they should be able to attack Konoha village within a few weeks. This battle completely exposed Konoha's current state. Every village was able to see that Konoha village is no longer the invincible existence that overwhelms the entire ninja world single-handedly. However, the Jonin leader on the side wasn't as optimistic as Tsuchikage-sama. He shook his head negatively and said, "I am afraid it wouldn't be that easy, Tsuchikage-sama." After the Toad-san and Jiraiya arrived at the Cloud front, Konoha's situation is much better, making Cloud Village's offensive temporarily contained. So far no one has any idea as to why Jiraiya arrived at the battlefield a whole week late than expected, but his arrival did slow down Cloud's offensive. Tsuchikage pondered a little, and said, "Konoha's reaction is a bit strange this time. Hokage should know that the combat power on the battlefield is insufficient, but there are no signs of the Uchiha clan participating like in the Third Shinobi War. Then there is no trace of this seemingly strong Team 11 of the Umbu Black Ops. Moreover, Jiraiya arrived later at the war. Hokage himself is still sitting in the village. I have a feeling that there is something more to it than meets the eye. Arrange some ninjas to check this out. I want to know why is this the case." "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama, I will arrange it." Land of Fire, Cloud Camp. After receiving the news from the rear, Yujito Ni and Cloud Head Ninja looked at each other in confusion. The content of the message only has few words. Pause the attack. Killer Bee raised his head and asked the two who were looking at each other in confusion, "Well, why did Brother A send such an order?" The head ninja shook his head in confusion. This is simply incomprehensible. We have already destroyed Konoha's frontal defense. If we stop now, then the previous efforts would all be in vain. Yujito suggested, could it be that something happened at the village? Both Killer Bee and Head Ninja agreed to Yujito's suggestion, otherwise, there is no reason for Reikage-sama to send such absurd orders. Well, what choice do they have? Reikage-sama ordered, they have to follow through. So, the offensive from the Clue Village's end temporarily stopped. Ads by PubFuture. Land of Fire, Konoha camp facing Cloud offense. Narashikaku walked into the head tent and quickly said, the opposite side seems to have stopped attacking. Standing on the side, Hyuga Hizashi frowned at Narashikaku's words and asked, they are obviously on the dominating side, why did they suddenly stop? Jiraiya, who was sitting at the center, knew the most possible reason, so he said at this time, most likely old man's strategy worked. Having said that, he briefly explained that Okage-sama gave orders to the Umbu Black Ops to destroy the secret warehouse of the Cloud Village at the border of the Land of Lightning to slow down the Cloud offensive. Everyone who heard about this information couldn't help but sigh. This kind of mission of sneaking into the enemy's territory involves too much risk, even if it is some small shinobi village, not to mention Cloud Village being one of the 5 great shinobi villages. For someone to have completed this task is way beyond expectations, but everybody was extremely grateful to them. At least now the Konoha side has a temporary breathing period. Land of Hot Water. Kuroto, who was freshening up by the lake, untied the black goggle that you gave him. The clear water in the lake reflected the Byakugan in his eye sockets. Looking at his reflection in the lake intently, Kuroto found that his dojutsus were indeed Byakugan, although their purity has increased slightly, they are the Byakugan, no doubt about that. After repeated confirmation, Kuroto closed his eyes and injected chakra into them. After doing this for a few seconds, he reopened them. This time his eyes flashed with the royal blue light. The floral pattern formed by the white irises looked like a beautiful star in the night sky. As soon as he opened them, Kuroto's field of vision became clearer. He could even perceive the linings on the bark of a small tree far away. Thank goodness, the Tenseigan was only dormant, not lost. Kuroto chuckled and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally learned the method to be able to activate and deactivate the Tenseigan. After several more attempts to check for any signs of abnormality, Kuroto was sure that his Tenseigan can be closed just like the Uchiha. In the normal state, he can use the Byakugan similar to Sharingan, and at a further stage, he can activate the Tenseigan similar to Manjikyu. But that wasn't it. Kuroto checked several times and was surprised to find that as soon as he deactivates the Tenseigan, the cursed seal on his forehead activates. This discovery really made him interested in the cage bird. This cursed seal is obviously not simple as it may seem. The secrets hidden within it are much deeper than one would expect. Suddenly, Kuroto found that this cursed seal seems to be of great research value. Chapter 72. Since he can now freely activate and deactivate the Tenseigan, so there was obviously no need to wear the dark goggles anymore. After all, wearing the goggles also has a considerable impact on his field of vision, especially at night. The dark color of the lens interferes with his insight. So, after putting the goggles and the ninja bag around his waist, Kuroto got up and returned to the small cave where the Team 11 was hiding. As soon as Guy saw Kuroto walking in, he smiled and said, "Ha ha, I couldn't even recognize you for a second, looks quite strange without the goggles." Kuroto didn't mind Guy and observed him while asking, "How is your condition?" Guy immediately gave his nice guy pose, a thumbs up, wink, and a winning smile showing his front teeth, complete with the proverbial ping, and while laughing enthusiastically said, "Don't worry, I am Konoha's sublime blue beast of prey. Such small injuries will not stop me from brimming with the power of youth." And Kuroto has no doubt about Guy's words. Undoubtedly, Guy's resilience is far extraordinary than one might think. If ordinary people push themselves as hard as he does in his training, they will not only be physically overwhelmed but even mentally collapse. This time the injuries he suffered were not minor but only a few days of rest and he can already jump around. So he only shook his head helplessly at Guy's enthusiasm and walked forward. Going further inside the cave, Kuroto found Shursui chatting with Kakashi in low voice. Seeing both of them a little serious, Kuroto asked casually, "What are talking about with such serious looks?" Shursui glanced at Kakashi and seeing that the other party nodded, he said to Kuroto in a weird tone, "Kuroto-san, Captain Kakashi has awakened Manjikyu Sharingan." Kuroto looked at Kakashi, "Did you awaken at the valley?" Ads by Pub Future. Kakashi, who was still in weakness, shook his head negatively, "I don't know much." Obviously, Kuroto isn't surprised about Kakashi awakening the Manjikyu, because as far as he remembers, Kakashi did have it in the original series. It was about the same time when Obito awakened his Manjikyu, probably because of the resonance between the two and the intense emotional fluctuation that the two experienced due to Rin's death. It's just that Kakashi might have not realized this fact until now, but his battle at the valley in the Land of Lightning probably allowed him to learn of this fact. Seeing that Kakashi was still in pretty bad condition, Kuroto didn't ask for any more information. Besides, he didn't want to show his interest or familiarity with the information on the Manjikyu, as it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble and suspicion. After all, for a Hyuga to have such knowledge on the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is indeed suspicious. There are already other people who have a deep interest in the Sharingan as well as Manjikyu. Shimura Danzo in the village, and Orochimaru outside the village are a few of the examples. There is also Obito being hidden in the dark, who plans to destroy the Uchiha clan as well as weaken Konoha, and not to mention the freak Zetsu, who Kuroto can't even begin to think about. Kuroto doesn't want to become the target of their focus, as it would only bring way too much trouble upon him. Seeing Kuroto-kun not very interested in Kakashi-san's Manjikyu, Shursui didn't say much. It's just that he was already in a dumbfounded state. Never in his life would he have thought that a non-Uchiha member who transplanted the Sharingan could awaken the legendary Manjikyu revered by the Uchiha. In his opinion, the very existence of Captain Kakashi's Manjikyu is the biggest mockery of Uchiha's pride. Countless Uchihas who have been hailed as geniuses failed to awaken the Manjikyu. Even now, as far he knows, he is the only Uchiha to have awakened the Manjikyu. And the power of Manjikyu even terrifies him. He fears that this Manjikyu would only bring ominousness to both the village and the Uchiha. This is also the reason why he guards this power that represents the Uchiha's pride so carefully, and here he is now witnessing Captain Kakashi, who is not even an Uchiha, to have awakened it inexplicably. This is way beyond hilarious. Shursui doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Shursui's inner pride has already been torn to shreds by Kuroto-san not long ago. In his belief, the proud Uchiha have obviously been defeated by the Hyuga clan. Ads by Pub Future. At least in his thinking, the power of Manjikyu cannot rival Kuroto-san's power he witnessed at the valley. Therefore, this time it was much easier for him to accept the loss of Uchiha. After all, Captain Kakashi is also the son of White Fang. It should be acceptable, shouldn't it? This was his question to himself. Shursui's complicated mental activities were unknown to Kuroto and Kakashi. One was immersed in his own spiritual world, while Kuroto was pondering over the events that took place in the past few days. This battle at the valley again taught him a lesson. Even if he has a lot of whole cards in his hand, he must remain cautious, otherwise, he may lose his life in just a split second and wouldn't even get the chance to use those whole cards. And this thing almost happened this time. Although he had the Kazekage puppet with him, and he could have easily escaped using it, but just one small negligence almost made him lose his life. It must never be forgotten that this is the shinobi world, the very same shinobi world where even the Jubi Jinchuriki Madara was left helpless in the face of Black Zetsu's sneak attack, and even Kaguya was sealed twice. Even a bit of carelessness isn't an option. You have to be vigilant even when you are as strong as the Sage of the Six Paths or the Chakra Ancestor. The biggest gain is undoubtedly the information he obtained from the giant Tenseigan about the method to enter Tenseigan chakra mode, as well as using the other techniques like Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion using the truth-seeking orbs. In fact, now Kuroto can even understand Kaguya, Madara, Nagato, and Tonari's God Complex. The moment he entered the Tenseigan chakra mode, Kuroto himself felt like he was a god, and all the enemies were just some tiny little ants he could crush with just a wave of his hand. This feeling of course made him very happy, unlike those that might feel disgusted about it. But it's a pity that those Otsutsuki descendants on the moon reacted way too quickly and sealed the chakra flow of the giant Tenseigan, so he didn't have enough time to familiarize himself with the Tenseigan chakra mode. But Kuroto is not too much worried about it. After that incident, there are traces of Himura's chakra left on him, and with enough rest and recuperation, his original chakra has also almost recovered. Although with his chakra volume, using Tenseigan chakra mode for too long wouldn't be ideal, familiarizing himself with it should be possible. However, Kuroda wasn't in any hurry, such things should be taken steadily one at a time. Moreover, those Otsutsuki descendants on the moon are also searching the shinobi world quite a lot, so laying low for a while is the best course of option for him for now at least. After returning to the Land of Fire, he would test the Tenseigan chakra mode. Chapter 73. The short resting period allowed the Team 11 to recover a little bit, and now what to do next became an urgent issue before them. The 4 members of the Team 11 sat on the ground spreading a map to discuss their further course of action. While pointing at the map, Shui was the first to speak. Cloud Village has too many spies infiltrated within the Land of Hot Water, so us staying in this territory for too long is definitely not a wise choice. I suggest we choose to leave immediately using the Unison route. The Unison route referred to by Shui goes along the easternmost coastline of Land of Hot Water back to the Land of Fire. Judging from the map, this route seems to be the most unsafe, as it lies in the combined area of control of Konoha Village, Cloud Village, and Mist Village. But for this very reason, this Unison route can, in fact, be considered the safest, because no village has absolute control over it. For this reason, Unison route has become a unique zone with many wandering and retired ninjas hiding here. Guy immediately nodded at Shusui's proposal. Well, I think it will a good choice. With the current combat power of Team 11, as long as they don't get too unlucky and directly encounter the main combat force of Cloud Village or any supposed ninja's village, they should be able to cross any territory without much difficulty. However, the captain of Team 11, Kakashi, hasn't spoken his opinion yet. He seems to be considering something. Kuroda guessed that Kakashi has some other plans, so he asked, Kakashi, if you have something in mind, just say it directly. After all, we are a team who have already experienced life and death battles. I think you should be comfortable in expressing your thoughts by now. What Kuroda said isn't wrong, even if Kakashi concealed the details of the previous mission and led Team 11 into such a dangerous situation that almost got them killed, but nobody could blame him. Ads by PubFuture. The mission was personally issued by Hokage-sama, and as the member of Umbu Black Ops, they must complete his orders. Kakashi doesn't have any right to reject or question Hokage-sama's orders, not to mention he took the most dangerous part of the task upon himself and almost got himself killed, therefore nobody blamed him. Listening to Kuroda's words, Kakashi sighed. Pointing at the current location of Team 11 on the map, he slowly said, as Shui said, we have already completed our mission and should retreat to the Land of Fire as quickly as possible. However, everyone, think about where are we currently. From one perspective, we are stuck between the Cloud Raid troops at the front while the Cloud Village at the rear, but from another perspective, our position is too critical. Kuroda understood what Kakashi is trying to say. Well, you are right about that. Indeed, our current position is extremely dangerous for us, but at the same time our stay in the Land of Hot Water is like a knife at the enemy's throat that can strike any time. I am afraid that the Cloud troops wouldn't be rest assured until they eliminate us. Not only Team 11 destroyed the secret warehouse but also eliminated more than 300 ninjas, so no matter how conceited Cloud Village may be, they wouldn't dare to ignore such an existence hidden behind the rear of Cloud Raid forces. As soon as the Cloud Village discovers that Team 11 is hidden within the territory of Land of Hot Water, their frontal offensive will obviously weaken and some of it might even be directed towards chase and hunt of Team 11. Shui also thought a little and said, yes, Cloud ninjas don't know about our injuries. They may estimate us to be a little weakened to exhausted, but we can utilize this ignorance to our advantage. As long as we hide well enough and occasionally choose to strike to scare them critically, they wouldn't be able to concentrate entirely on the Konoha front. Well, indeed, Team 11 is not entirely in a battle-ready state. Kakashi has still not recovered completely. Although Guy is fit enough to jump around, his fighting power is still not restored entirely due to several fractures. Shui is in a better state than 2 of them, but he is still not at his 100% combat effectiveness. Due to using Susanoo for too long, he also suffered from chakra overdraft, so he is also in a weakened state, so at most he can play at around 50% to 60% of his full combat potential. At least, my situation is better than the others. I have already recovered about 80% of my chakra, and there are close to no injuries as they were already healed from the chakra of giant Tenseigan as well as because of using the secret technique of physical regeneration, so my combat effectiveness is almost close to 100% as my chakra recovered, thought Kuroda. After some more discussion, Team 11 reached a consensus and decided to extend their stay within Land of Hot Water to harass the raid troops of Cloud Village. Kuroda agreed because he knows that Cloud Village has no intention to expand the conflict to full-scale war. Once the situation reaches a stalemate or disadvantageous, Cloud Village should propose peace talks. Ads by PubFuture. And if Team 11 is the one that caused Cloud and Konoha to sit on the negotiation table, then it would be considered a great honor. Not to mention their authority in the Umbu will also skyrocket. Take Namake's Minato as an example. Nothing could build reputation and authority faster than the meritorious services in war period. So, this course of action is natural, the best suited in Kuroda's opinion. Land of Fire, Cloud Raid Camp. Through active communication with the village, several commanders of Cloud Village including Killer Bee, Cloud Head Ninja, and the young Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito ni finally learned why Reikage-sama issued the absurd order of pausing the attack against Konoha forces. Holding the piece of paper in his hand, even Killer Bee's always cheerful face was gloomy. The news from Reikage-sama mentioned that the 4 secret warehouses of the Cloud Village spread around different parts of the Land of Lightning were all attacked by the Umbu Black Ops of Konoha Village within a short period of 2 days. But that wasn't it. At the location of one of the warehouses, more than 300 Cloud ninjas were found dead, with no signs of the enemy around, whether injured, dead, or alive. This news surprised all the 3 sitting around. The youngest Yujito ni folded her hands around the chest and said coldly, "Huh. Konoha also knows some tricks." Cloud Head Ninja was more worried. Konoha was able to get intelligence about the location of the secret warehouses. This isn't too surprising, because of the transportation of goods. It is indeed difficult to cover up all the tracks, but they were able to wipe out more than 300 of our men. This is not something to be taken lightly. Although Yujito ni is a proud kunoichi, she also knows that it is not an easy task for just some random Umbu squad to kill more than 300 shinobi, so thinking a little she asked, among Konoha's high-level combat personnel who hasn't made an appearance on any battlefront yet? The Jonin secretary on the side immediately replied, according to the information we have gathered, so far only the patriarch of the Uchiha, and the Hyuga, as well as the Hokage-sama himself, hasn't made an appearance on any battlefront. Cloud Head Ninja also gave his analysis. The main family of the Hyuga clan rarely shows up on the battlefield, and that too when the situation is too dire. This was the case even in the Third Shinobi War, and going so deep into the enemy territory isn't something the Hyuga clan could afford, so they can be ruled out. There was something weird with the Uchiha this time. There is no news of any Uchiha being on any battlefield. This wasn't the case in the Third Shinobi War, so in my opinion, the warehouse where our 300 men died should have been attacked by the Uchiha. At this time Yujito ni suggested, it has to be the Uchiha clan and their patriarch, and if not then it can only be the Sandaime Hokage himself. Both Killer Bee and the Cloud Head Ninja nodded at her conclusion. They also agree that no one else in Konoha has this kind of power. Chapter 74. As one of the great shinobi village, Cloud Village has enough intelligence network to know of the people that might be responsible for this attack. In Yujito ni's view, if there is someone who could lead a shinobi team and complete such a difficult secret raid behind the enemy lines, except for the now defected Snake Sannin and the deceased Yellow Flash, there is only Wicked Eye Fugaku of the Uchiha clan and Hokage-sama himself, so naturally, those two became the target of her suspicion. However, before they could proceed with further countermeasure, a Cloud Ninja hurriedly walked into the head camp and said, "I am extremely sorry for the intrusion, but an emergency transmission has been sent from the village." Receiving the news, Killer Bee, Yujito ni, and Head Shinobi were again surprised. According to the latest piece of news, although 3 of the 4 secret warehouses did suffer some damage, the attacking Umbu were captured alive. After the torture, Cloud was able to extract information out of them. And the name of Konoha Umbu Team 11 has appeared in the vision of Cloud's senior officials. However, this information is even more shocking than previously. A 4-person Umbu squad wiped away not only entire warehouse but also more than 300 of our ninjas? Yujito ni muttered in surprise, and after a short pause she continued, could it be that Reikage-sama made some mistake? Bee and Head Ninja were equally surprised by this information. Even in the Cloud Village's side, only Yujito Ni and Killer Bee have such ability because of being the human column pillar of the tailed beast. Being able to flatten a whole valley is not a joke. The chakra requirement to achieve something of this level is not possessed by just some Umbu ninjas. In other words, ordinary ninjas cannot do something of this degree in just one night. So, if Team 11 could cause such damage to Cloud Village side, then there was only one thought in the minds of the senior Cloud officials. Konoha Umbu Team 11 must be eliminated at all cost. This idea took root in the hearts of everyone. The three present here glanced at each other, and finally, Yujito Ni stood up and said, "I'll kill them." Land of Hot Water. Enemy attack. Ads by PubFuture. Be careful everyone, he is behind. Hurry up and send a signal for help. In the chaotic atmosphere, Kuroto holding his Kusanagi sword rushed amidst the cloud transport unit. The leader of the team, a cloud chunin, immediately raised his kunai to block the enemy's incoming sword strike. Heh! Idiot! Upon seeing this action, Kuroto raised the corner of his mouth. He couldn't remember how many ninjas have already tried to block his strike with an ordinary kunai, and without exception all of them. Ding! With a crisp metal collision sound, the Chunin leader together with the kunai in his hand was cut in half by the Kusanagi sword. Without the lead of Chunin leader, the remaining Jinin hardly posed a resistance and were one by one killed by him. The last left Jinin, who knew he wasn't going to survive, resolutely activated the detonation symbol hidden in the transporter, making it all explode, as a result destroying it entirely. Kuroto, who has already seen this scene happen more than a few times even during the Third Shinobi War, wasn't surprised by the Jinin's actions and easily avoided the resulting explosion. His purpose is obviously not the materials, so why take such unnecessary risks? After taking a quick round around the battlefield and checking that all of the enemy ninjas were dead for sure, he picked up all the kunai cut in half and put it in a storage scroll. If the Cloud Ninjas that will come to check here found out the broken kunai remaining on the battlefield, the Cloud Village will come to know that one of the shinobi on the enemy side is using a high-grade sword based on the smooth cut. Once this information is known, they will naturally take countermeasures, and how can Kuroto allow himself to let go of such an advantage? After finally confirming that there were no more traces left, Kuroto didn't stay here any longer and immediately left the site. Not long after Kuroto left, Cloud Village's Nibi Jinchuriki led a group of Cloud Ninjas and rushed here because of the help signal. Seeing an already messy site, bloody corpses, and the blown-up transporter, the faces of Cloud Ninjas were ridden with anger. Yujito Ni herself couldn't hold back any longer as her pupils turned into tailed beasts. At this time a Cloud Jonin came over. Shaking his head, he reported, "No survivors." Although Yujito Ni was burning with anger, she suppressed herself and asked, "Any signs that indicate their identity?" Jonin again shook his head, "I am afraid no. All we know is that the enemy uses a sword damped with some kind of unknown poison, based on the method of killing. As for which sword and which poison, what is the proficiency, identity, and retreat, there are no signs." Gritting her teeth in frustration, she snarled viciously, "Send 4-man squads in all possible routes, and find any trace. The enemy must not have gone too far." Ads by PubFuture. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following her order, the Cloud Ninjas one after another disappeared using the body flicker technique. While running along, Kuroto perceived a shinobi squad coming in his direction. He smiled slightly and immediately used the shadow clone jutsu. The main body and the clone nodded at each other and separated into two different directions. After using the shadow clone to escape the chase of the enemy squad, Kuroto came to a crevice on a high cliff, which was not only well hidden but also provided him with a good field of vision. With Kuroto's insight and perception of the Tenseigan, this was the best hiding place. While chewing a military ration pill, Kuroto reapplied the poison on his sword and thought about his next move. In the past week alone, Kuroto successfully attacked and destroyed 3 transportation units. Although no materials were obtained, neither was it too big damage for the Cloud Village compared to those more than 300 men that died, but it did bring their attention in this area. The small movements made by the Team 11 have become a headache for the Cloud Village. The front line is unstable because of Jiraiya's presence, while the rear is unable to solve Team 11, as such all the momentum of Cloud Village has dropped. Such abnormal behavior immediately attracted not only Konoha's but also other villages' attention that are watching this conflict very closely. And everyone unanimously cast their sights on the land of hot water, which is locked between the land of lightning and land of fire, as if the activities going on here will be the key to determining the direction of the conflict. Team 11 has now become the #1 target of the Cloud Village, as a result of which more and more combat force is deployed for the siege of Team 11. It all started with just a single Jonin squad. And now not only the Jinchuriki was called from the front lines, but even 20 Jonin squads are searching for the traces of Team 11 in the land of hot water. This level of deployment is obviously done against Kage-class combat powers. Suddenly Kuroto was brought of his thoughts. Just now he sensed that his shadow clone disappeared. Of course, this wasn't the issue. The purpose of the shadow clone was to act as a decoy in his stead, but what surprised Kuroto was that it disappeared abruptly, and there was no sign of the identity of the enemy and the memory returned. This only means that whoever was responsible insta-killed his shadow clone. Now, this is interesting. Although Kuroto isn't 100% proficient in the shadow clone jutsu yet, and he needs to improve it, he still has some degree of confidence, not to mention the clone also had about 50% of his combat power and dojutsu insight. And still, he couldn't find the trace of who was responsible. This is surprising. Leaning against the mountain wall, Kuroto looked in the direction where the shadow clone disappeared and smiled leisurely. Who could be such a strong guy? Chapter 75. Of course, many strong people can defeat Kuroto in the current shinobi world, but very few of them are capable enough that his shadow clone couldn't even perceive him. And specifically, to the Cloud Village, there is only one such person. Could it really be Yandere Reikage-sama? Guessed Kuroto as he put his Kusanagi into the scabbard. Judging from the Cloud's reaction so far, Team 11's plan has undoubtedly been a success. If, as Kuroto guessed, Reikage-sama has also come out personally, it just proves that Cloud Village cannot ignore their movements anymore. If Reikage-sama has also joined the siege, it would be best to stop disturbing Cloud's transportation line. Thought Kuroto. Yandere Reikage is not just some ordinary ninja. In terms of speed, he is unparalleled in the current shinobi world. Even Yandere Hokage-sama might have been inferior to Reikage-sama if not for the Flying Thunder God technique. Facing someone like him is undoubtedly looking for death, which is something Kuroto doesn't want to experience. And since Team 11's plan was to harass the transportation lines at the rear of the Cloud Assault troops, so Kuroto will obviously not choose to continue if Reikage-sama himself has come after them. In the face of powerhouses like the Reikage-sama, as long as he lives, it would be his victory. So, without further ado, Kuroto gathered all his equipment and retreated to the small cave where Team 11 was hiding. Land of hot water, Team 11's retreat point. Shursui, who returned not long ago, saw Kuroto-san's arrival, asked, "Kuroto-san, how did it go on your end?" Kuroto smiled, "I managed to eliminate 3 teams this week, how about you?" Shursui replied, "As expected of Kuroto-san, even when I searched for the whole week, I only managed to eliminate 1 team." Ads by PubFuture. Shursui doesn't have long-range detection ability like Kuroto, so his searching efficiency is naturally inferior to Kuroto. Not to mention he hasn't even recovered all his combat power, so he has to be very cautious in choosing the right target, therefore, less effective. Guy, who stayed at the cave to recover and train, whispered at this time, "Next time I will also come with you." Because of their injuries, Guy and Kakashi weren't responsible for carrying out the harassment work, so they have been training and recovering for the past few days. It's just that with Guy's energetic temperament, it is difficult to stay silent listening to Kuroto and Shursui discuss the results of the attack on Cloud. It makes him feel kind of itchy. "You better stay here." Kuroto shook his head, and immediately mentioned how his shadow clone disappeared inexplicably. "I suspect that Reikage-sama himself has arrived at the land of hot water to eliminate us." Shursui said in a surprised tone, "Kuroto-san, what did you do to Reikage-sama?" Shursui is now really worried about what Kuroto-san might have done to Reikage-sama. In his opinion, the strength that Kuroto-san showed back at the valley was definitely more than enough to not only fight but also suppress Reikage-sama. And if something happened to Reikage-sama, the conflict between Konoha and Cloud will escalate to an all-out war. However, Shursui's reaction left both Guy and Kakashi dumbfounded. After a silence when nobody spoke, Kakashi asked weakly, if Kuroto met Reikage-sama, we should be worried about him, not about the Reikage-sama, isn't that the case? Guy also nodded in agreement. Obviously, Reikage-sama is not something he can handle yet. Kuroto also helplessly glanced at Shursui, and secretly thought, Shursui, do you have some sort of misunderstanding about my strength? Unlike the Reikage-sama who was somewhat arrogant and reckless in the original series, the current Yondaime Reikage who was totally overwhelmed by Yellow Flash in the Third Shinobi War should be quite cautious. And fighting against a speed-type ninja, not to mention the cautious one, it would be extremely difficult for Kuroto to do something. If he had the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Kuroto wouldn't have been that worried, but without it, by simply relying on his own chakra, just being able to survive is more than enough of an achievement. What's more, there would definitely a large number of cloud elites around Reikage-sama. So, anyone with the idea of seeking trouble with the other party would most likely be an idiot in Kuroto's books. After weighing the situation a little, Kuroto said to the members of the Team 11, by now we have already overfulfilled the task, the Reikage-sama himself is here, the risk of continuing a stay in the land of the hot water is much greater, so I propose to retreat to the land of fire immediately. Shursui also said, I agree. After a little bit of consideration, Kakashi also nodded. Land of hot water, on a high mountain crevice. Yujito-ni was standing in a high cliff with an extremely eager expression. Not long after, a Cloud Jonin ninja came out of the crevice and said, this should have been the hiding spot of the Konoha ninja who attacked the transportation unit. Yujito-ni quickly asked, so, were there any clues left behind? Jonin nodded, although no direct clue is left, there are traces of a smell, but that should be more than enough. As he said that, the Jonin walked to the edge of the cliff and whistled. Upon the whistle, a small skylark covered in unique silver feathers flew out from a distant tree, and after covering a few laps in the air, it firmly landed on the Jonin's shoulder. The Jonin commanded the skylark to smell the scent in the crevice, after which he threw the skylark high in the air. The skylark took the opportunity to fly, and after circling around the crevice a few times, it flew in a direction. The Jonin said to Yujito-ni, it found the trace, in that direction. There was only one word from Yujito-ni, chase. Instantly, a dozen ninjas turned into afterimages following the skylark. Land of hot water, outside the small cave were Team 11's retreat point. A dozen ninjas arrived outside the cave one after another. One of them, with the best perception skills, activated his sensor jutsu and said to the other ninjas around him, there are 4 people inside the cave, all of them are above Chunin class, they should be the Konoha Umbu Black Ops Team 11. Yujito-ni stared at the entrance and asked, are there any traps placed? After, sensing a little, the ninja shook his head, there seems to be no trap outside the cave, but many weak chakra reactions are coming from inside the cave, it is difficult to determine what exactly they are. An older ninja frowned, it's most likely a trap? Yujito-ni said bitterly, they have been playing around with us for quite long, now that we finally have some traces of the enemy, I will break through it even if it is some trap. Thinking about the fact that these Umbu were responsible for undermining all of Cloud Village's efforts and plans, the anger and heart boils just like burning lava, and it is about time for it to finally erupt. So, under the leadership of Jinchuriki, the group of ninjas broke into the cave. As soon as they entered, they noticed 4 people from the Team 11, hurriedly packing up. Seeing their actions, Yujito-ni grinned viciously as she said, huh. I finally caught your group of mice hiding in this hole. As the Nibi's Jinchuriki, she likes the closed and narrow environment. Here, she can not only display the agile and dexterous characteristics of her tailed beast form but also cut off the enemy's escape route. So, finding Team 11 hidden here was more than what she could have asked for. Chapter 76. The 4 members of Team 11 were not too alarmed or panicked by the arrival of the enemy forces, each took out their weapons and took a defensive stance. At this time, Yujito-ni's gaze swept on Kuroto's face, and her brows frowned slightly as if she suddenly remembered him. You are a member of the Hyuga clan? Yujito-ni suddenly remembered the last time when she encountered Kuroto during the task of recovering the scroll of forbidden jutsu stolen by Shino. That is the first and only mission she failed to complete, and it was because of that ninja she encountered, so he left an impression upon her. And now because Kuroto isn't wearing his goggles, she managed to recognize that he is of the Hyuga clan. As she swept her gaze past Kuroto, she also noticed another kid with the Sharingan and muttered, "One Byakugan, one Sharingan, no wonder it is so difficult to deal with your group." It turns out that both of the dojutsu of Konoha were here. Then checking over to Kakashi and Guy, her eyes narrowed again on Kakashi, but she didn't say anything to them, just hummed softly, "Just right, new account and old account, all will be calculated this time." Ignoring Yujito's words, Kuroto looked towards Shisui and Kakashi and said regretfully, "It's Nibi's Jinchuriki, a pity." Shisui also shook his head in disappointment. "Yes, so Kuroto-san, are you going to do it?" Kuroto nodded. Listening to the conversation between Kuroto and Shisui, Yujito suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately shouted, "Everyone retreat now!" Boom! 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 However, before her voice could reach the other ninjas, a series of explosions sounded in the cave. The impact was loud enough for the sound to reach miles away. In the explosion, the entire cave collapsed, and the small mountain range where the cave was located collapsed, and along with it, a dozen cloud ninjas that were inside. As the smoke and dust cleared, the huge figure of a two-tailed cat engulfed in blue flames jumped out of the collapsed mountain range. The ninjas that followed her here all managed to barely survive thanks to Nibi covering them within her. Ads by PubFuture. Whoosh! 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 Attracted by the impact of the explosion, a group of figures arrived here one after another, and their leader wasn't someone else but the yondaime Reikage-sama himself. Reikage-sama glanced at the injured figure of Yujito along with a dozen ninja and asked with annoyance, "Where is the enemy?" Yujito, who already released her tail beast cloak, coughed violently, and said, "Cough cough. This was just a trap. I am afraid they have escaped long ago, Reikage-sama." Listening to Yujito's words, Reikage-sama fell into deep thought. He seems to be considering something as he cast his gaze into the distance. After a little of thinking, he finally said with some emotions, "It seems that Konoha village isn't as weak as I expected. Maybe it's time to end this conflict." Yujito was surprised by Reikage-sama's words and quickly said, "Reikage-sama, please give me some more time. I swear I will definitely kill them." However, as shook his head, "I am afraid the situation isn't as simple. I have received the news from the front line. Hokage himself led troops and conducted a series of surprise attacks on our camp. With you here, B couldn't resist and had already begun to retreat. Not only that, but the intentions of Rock Village are also unclear. With such good character, he would definitely bite if the situation allowed. We are falling into a disadvantage. Forces of the Rock Village have already been gathered at the border of the Land of Grass. Tsuchikage-sama is sitting quietly while watching Konoha and Cloud fight each other. If Cloud reveals even a small flaw, Anoki wouldn't hesitate to strike." Yujito was taken aback by the sudden turn of events and murmured, "Does that mean all the efforts were in vain?" Reikage patted Yujito's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as we increase our strength, Konoha will have to fall." Yujito still grumbled and cursed Team 11 while gritting her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, Konoha Team 11 bastards." Eastern coastline of the Land of Hot Water. The four people of Team 11 were galloping along the coast in the direction of Konoha. Suddenly, Kakashi, Kuroto, and Shisui stopped and looked at each other with signs of regret in their eyes. Shisui sighed in disappointment. "Sigh. I didn't expect her to arrive in the cave, such a shame." However, Kakashi wondered, her reaction was too extreme, right? They just came to deal with the four Umbu members, why to bring such heavy forces? And how come Nibi's Jinchuriki wasn't at the assault force? Reikage-sama being in the Land of Hot Water is already too strange, not to mention the Nibi's Jinchuriki too? Doesn't it appear to be too weird? Obviously, Kakashi didn't know of the havoc Kuroto caused in the Tenseigan chakra mode. Not only he killed every being alive in the valley but even flattened it entirely, so, him being puzzled by the extreme reaction of the Cloud Village is natural. Ads by PubFuture. Listening to Captain Kakashi's words, Shisui glanced at Kuroto-san from the side and thought silently, when facing someone like Kuroto-san, Cloud Village has no chance of winning even with the Nibi Jinchuriki, so having a Reikage is necessary for them to survive. Kuroto only coughed, feeling a little embarrassed, but this embarrassment wasn't noticed by Kakashi and Guy as they were still wondering about Cloud Village's strange reaction. In fact, Kuroto was more regretful that the detonation charm they used in setting up the trap went to waste, so it made him quite sad. After deciding to withdraw from the land of hot water, Team 11 set up a large-scale trap to give Cloud Village goodbye greetings. After setting up the detonation charms around the cave, Kuroto and Shisui each left their shadow clone while Kakashi left 2 shadow clones, one his and another Guy's, to complete the trap. Team 11 expected some squad led by Jonin or Chunin to find that cave, so no matter how they escaped, there would have been some damage on the enemy side. However, contrary to their expectations, it was Nibi's Jinchuriki that showed up. Once the Jinchuriki enters the tailed beast state, it is difficult to cause fatal damage. What's more, Yujito-ni is a perfect Jinchuriki, so her cooperation with Nibi will make most of the traps against her useless, not to mention the hastily prepared trap by the Team 11. Even if the trap failed to cause any fatal damage to the Cloud side, the members of Team 11 were not too disappointed. Or even if there were some regrets, they can't afford to be depressed over it. As Cloud Village deployed more and more forces in the land of the hot water, this country became more and more dangerous. Therefore, they didn't have any other option but to retreat. So, after digesting the information from the Shadow Clone, they continued to travel towards the land of fire. Perhaps because of the conflict between the 2 great shinobi villages, the wandering ninjas in the land of hot water have long since escaped. So, the Team 11 didn't have to get involved in useless battles, and after continuously moving along the coastline for a few days, except for the short breaks they took, they finally returned to the territory of the Land of Fire. In their own territory, Team 11 quickly met with a Konoha ninja team who was responsible for patrol and investigation. Through these Konoha ninjas, they learned about some general situations of the front line. As per Kuroto's expectations, Cloud's raid was just some temptation. This entire conflict with the Cloud Village can even be considered the follow-up effects of the Kyuubi's rebellion, a chain reaction of Orochimaru's defection, and the death of Yondaime Hokage-sama and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. Cloud Village would obviously not want to escalate it into full-scale war as long as there is no benefit, and Konoha's current situation doesn't allow it to push the stalemate any further. Since the situation turned unfavorable for the Cloud side, they showed their willingness to negotiate, and Hokage-sama readily accepted this offer. Although Hokage-sama doesn't know the exact situation that was caused by the Team 11 and how much troubled Cloud Village was because of them, he would have chosen to negotiate nonetheless, because Konoha simply couldn't afford a war given their current lack of power and personnel. Now Konoha and Cloud have entered a ceasefire agreement, and Cloud Village has withdrawn all their troops from the border of the Land of Fire a few days ago. Chapter 77. Inside a damp cave in the Land of Rain. Drip. The echo of water dripping within the silent cave gave a gloomy atmosphere to it. At this moment a Venus flytrap-like extension slowly rose from the ground, and a strange face that was half white and half black with green hair and yellow eyes appeared within those green flytrap-like leaves. The swirled masked man sitting upon a rock glanced slightly at the strange existence without batting an eye and asked casually, "How is the situation?" The strange half-black half-white person, who appears to be more of a plant and less of a human, while still being partially submerged underground, replied to the masked man's question, "The conflict between Cloud Village and Konoha Village is almost over. Both parties seem to have agreed for the peace talks, which is completely different from what you expected." The masked man was silent for a while, listening to the person named Zetsu, and asked another question: why did Cloud Village slow down their offensive? They were at a complete advantage. At the beginning of the raid, Cloud Village's movements seemed unstoppable, completely breaking through the frontal defense of Land of Fire. Including the masked man, everyone believed that this time Cloud forces would be able to reach the Konoha Village without much problem. No one expected that not only Cloud Village couldn't reach the Konoha Village, but in fact, had to completely terminate their attack. Zetsu shook his head. "I don't know." Keeping track of the complete battlefield within the territory of the Land of the Fire already tired out Zetsu, so he was unable to place his attention on the events outside the Land of Fire, and most likely something that happened in the Land of Lightning, Land of Frost, or Land of Hot Water prompted Cloud Village to put forward the idea of peace talks. But what exactly? Zetsu isn't clear yet. The masked man was a little annoyed. Cloud Village wasted such a good opportunity. Zetsu recalled a little of what he heard, and based on the information he had, there is something that happened at the rear of Cloud's frontal assault units. Before their forces withdrew from the territory of the Land of Fire, the deployment of their forces was quite weird. Even Nibi's Jinchuriki left the assault troops all of a sudden and hurried back to the rear. Whatever happened there is the coup. However, before Zetsu could continue any further, the masked man waved his hand. Forget it. He is not interested too much in this. As far as he thinks, whether Konoha or Cloud, they are all just some pieces on his chessboard. Since the best they are useful is for being played around, there is no point in having many expectations off of them. So, the masked man doesn't care too much about them. Since the masked man displayed his disinterest, Zetsu didn't continue the topic and asked, "What are you going to do now?" The masked man smiled. From the conflict against Cloud, Konoha's complete distrust of the Uchiha is revealed. We should start with the Uchiha to further weaken the village's strength. Ads by PubFuture. What do I need to do? Find an Uchiha clansman for me. After a short pause, he continued, but this time his tone became gloomier by the second. I need someone useful enough to stimulate the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Konoha Village, Uchiha Clan. Knock. 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 A rapid knock on the door sounded from the outside of the courtyard of a house. Uchiha Shisui, who had just returned home after a long mission, had to drag his tired body to open the courtyard door, and as soon as he opened the door, the young figure of Itachi appeared before his eyes. The young Itachi noticed Shisui open the door, and he said with clear joy in his voice, "Shisui-san, you are finally back." The Uchiha clansmen were obviously aware that Shisui went on some secret mission by the orders of the Hokage-sama. So, for the past more than a month, when there was no news from Shisui, nor was there information about his presence on any of the battlefield, all the Uchiha clansmen thought that this is Sandaime-sama's handiwork. Deliberately sending their most genius ninja to some mission to get rid of him. Although Itachi didn't believe in it, he was worried about Shisui nonetheless. Now finally confirming that Shisui returned safely, Itachi was greatly relieved. Shisui seemed to notice Itachi's worry, so, with a smile, he led Itachi into the house. After being seated, Shisui briefly mentioned the details, to the extent that Hokage-sama allowed Team 11 to Itachi and reassured him with a helpless smile, "Don't worry, there's Kuroto-san in our team, so obviously there won't be a danger." Hearing some brief explanation from Shisui, and noticing from the gist that Team 11 caused some big troubles in and around the territory of the Land of Hot Water, Itachi looked more curious. "So, Shisui-san, that is to say, Cloud Village slowed down and terminated their offensive towards Konoha because of your team? Cloud's strange behavior has left all the villages that aren't aware of the exact situation in strange doubt. There were various speculations even among the discussion of the Konoha villagers until the final doubt of something being wrong at their rear was pointed out. As soon as Hokage-sama realized this, he personally led the troops to launch an attack on Cloud's assault troops. As a result, the assault troop had no choice but to retreat under the offensive. Shisui smiled and nodded at Itachi's question. Even now when Shisui recalls the surprised look of Hokage-sama when he listened to the complete report of the actions taken by Team 11, his mood becomes extremely cheerful. When the Team 11 returned to Konoha Village, all the doubts were finally cleared. Precisely because of the surprise attack that Team 11 conducted on the secret warehouse and the regular harassment of the Cloud transport line, the Cloud assault troops slowed down their offensive, giving enough respite period for Konoha. From this alone, Team 11 played the most critical role. After chatting for a while, Itachi suddenly said seriously, "Shisui-san, look." As he said, Itachi's eyes suddenly turned blood red with two black tomo revolving around them. Shisui asked in surprise, "Did you awaken the Sharingan?" Ads by PubFuture. Itachi nodded. "It happened on the battlefield a few weeks ago." Battlefield? What were you doing there? Again Shisui asked in great surprise. Itachi said, "I have graduated EA." However, before Itachi could finish, a figure appeared into the courtyard of Shisui's house and said, "Shisui, Patriarch is holding a clan meeting, you are to attend it now." Shisui's face suddenly solidified. He nodded to the Uchiha ninja, and after nodding to Itachi he left his house. When he arrived at the mansion, Shisui looked at the faces of people present here. In the room, other than the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku who sat silently at the center, there were only elites of the Uchiha police. A dozen of them, and without a doubt all of them elite jonin class. Seeing such a group, Shisui felt a little depressed. Even the special jonin weren't eligible to participate in this meeting. He can already guess what will be the topic of discussion this time. Patriarch. After a polite greeting to the patriarch, he sat at the corner silently. Fugaku glanced slightly and nodded. With Shisui's arrival, the Uchiha clan's meeting officially began. An elite of the Uchiha police force, Uchiha Denki, said, "Patriarch, I have received accurate news that this time the village lost more than 30 ninjas of the special jonin to elite jonin class from the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Inazuka. Some of the high-level ninjas also died in the battles, not to mention countless chunin and jinin." As he continued talking, this Uchiha elite stood up and said with a fanatical expression, "After suffering such a big loss, Sandaime actually agreed to the peace talks. Many of the clans and villagers are dissatisfied with his actions. This is the best opportunity for Uchiha." Another Uchiha elite also stood up as he expressed his views. There are also rumors that the Hokage also lost some of the strong Umbu elites, so their strength is more weakened. As soon as the news of the Umbu was discussed, all faces turned towards Shisui. Currently, only Shisui is a member of the Umbu, so Uchiha's source of obtaining Umbu intelligence is only him. Shisui, who was bored until a moment ago, was now the center of everyone's attention, but unfortunately, he could only say, "I don't have much information, because of being away for the mission, but probably 3 Umbu squads died." Hearing Shisui's words, all the Uchiha had fire ignited in their eyes as they were excited one by one. One of them stood up and said to Uchiha Fugaku, "Patriarch, it's the best opportunity. This time the position of Hokage can definitely be the Uchiha's." "Yes, Patriarch, please do it. Please give your orders, Patriarch." The atmosphere was getting heated up, as more and more Uchihas got excited at the opportunity. The Patriarch was still sitting silently. Finally, after sighing, his gaze fell upon Shisui as he asked, "What is your opinion, Shisui?" Chapter 78. Looking at the fanatical and crazy faces of the people around him, Shisui felt terrified for a second. If such craziness were to spread within every one of the clansmen, then no doubt only destruction is waiting for the Uchiha clan. Making up his mind, Shisui stood up and said, "Fugaku-sama, I believe force is not the only solution to every problem. Moreover, the Uchiha clan isn't strong enough to face the entire village on its own. If the Uchiha clan really fought against the village, then only destruction awaits us." "Shisui, what are you talking about? Are you being afraid? Everyone knows that Uchiha is the most powerful. As long as we get rid of Sandaime, the position of Hokage will belong to the Uchiha clan and the whole village will have to recognize us." The room was getting noisier by the second. Cough! Uchiha Fugaku finally couldn't sit silently and coughed lightly to stop the mess the Uchiha were making. Shisui decided to not give in this time. Blind actions will only lead Uchiha clan to destruction. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep look at Shisui, then waved his hand. "Okay, that'll be it for today. Disperse." With Uchiha Fugaku's order, everyone suppressed their urge to continue and one by one got up and left. Walking alone towards his home, Shisui covered his eyes with his hand and thought silently, "Maybe I awakened the Manjikyu to be able to save the clan, but can Kodo Amatsukami really change the fate of the Uchiha?" Hyuga clan, Kuroto's home. Looking at the scroll of 4-symbol seal in his hands, Kuroto was thoughtful. The difficulty of learning the 4-symbol seal is much higher than his expectations. It not only involves shape transformation of chakra, but this technique highly revolves around nature transformation of chakra. In fact, it isn't strange either, considering that many powerful forbidden techniques were actually developed using 4-symbol seal as the basis. While Kuroto was pondering, Yu walked inside carrying the fragrant dishes. Smelling the rich fragrance, Kuroto was brought out of his thoughts and said to her with a smile, "Heh, it smells good. What's so special today?" However, Kuroto didn't get the answer he expected. After putting the dish on the table, Yu sat beside him silently with her head down. A long silence. She didn't speak anything. He didn't speak anything either. Finally, Kuroto couldn't take it anymore, so after a sigh, he brought her closer for a hug. Ads by PubFuture. In his embrace, you finally couldn't hold it, and tears started to come out. There was no news from you, Kuroto-kun. Even Hisashi-sama also said he has no information about you. I thought you had an accident. Kuroto didn't speak anything, just let her vent. To ease her, he rubbed the back of her head softly. After a few minutes, you finally calmed down, and then Kuroto whispered, "Didn't I tell you already? Don't worry too much, or you'll get grandma wrinkles, and if that happens." Listening to Kuroto making fun of her, you humphed as she started to get up and take the dish back. Now Kuroto was in a panic. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to ease you a bit. One more time, and I won't forgive you. Alright, no more teasing. But haven't I told you already, to not worry? In fact, this mission wasn't that dangerous, we just needed to, hide. Yeah, that's right, just hide, and do some work. Plus I get to be the hero of the village, although most of the villagers will never know of this, that's beside the point, but anyway, shouldn't you, be prouder or something? You looked at Kuroto-kun trying to reassure her and said with a pout, "You always do this, always lie to me about the dangerous things and talk as if they were nothing." Well, what can I say? I am just that strong, dangerous things are just some time pass for me. Kuroto said with a fake arrogant snort. That brought a chuckle out of you, he. Alright, fine, but you have to promise to be careful, Kuroto-kun. Of course, I will. Kuroto said with a smile. Anyway, what is the situation of clan because of all this fiasco? Kuroto asked, quickly changing the subject. You sighed in a depressed mood at Kuroto-kun's question, including Aina-chan's father. More than a dozen members died in the conflict this time. Hyuga Aina is Yu's neighbor, only a few years younger than her. Aina's father Hyuga Takashi was one of the elites among the Hyuga clan. With Hyuga Takashi's death, the number of elites can already be counted with 10 fingers. That is to say, the Hyuga clan lost many ninjas in the Third Shinobi War, as well as now. When Kuroto thinks of all the orphans left within the clan, he feels really sad about them. Unfortunately, Kuroto is unable to do anything for them, which makes him more depressed. Kuroto-kun, Hayashi-sama said that when you are free, go to see him. Patriarch wants to have a talk with you. Yu's words again brought Kuroto out of his thoughts. Kuroto nodded. Now he can activate and deactivate his Tenseigan freely. There is no need to hide away from the clansmen. After having the meal with you, Kuroto walked towards the center of the Hyuga clan. Although the Hyuga didn't isolate themselves like the Uchiha, most of the clansmen still lived around the Patriarch's house, so the Hyuga clan land is also like a smaller village within Konoha. When Kuroto arrived at Patriarch's house, he didn't even have to knock. A servant opened the door. The servant greeted Kuroto politely. "Kuroto-sama, Patriarch is waiting for you inside." Kuroto was in a trance upon hearing the servant. Ads by PubFuture. This is the first time he was referred to by Lord, and the servant who called as such was a chunin. Such a thing was impossible in the past. Coming out of his dazed state, Kuroto calmly walked into Patriarch's house, and after walking in through a corridor, Kuroto finally saw the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Patriarch. Kuroto greeted Hayashi-sama with a polite bow. Hyuga Hayashi, who was seated calmly on a zabuton, nodded calmly. "Sit down." As he got seated on a zabuton opposite Hyuga Hayashi, Kuroto asked, "Hayashi-sama wanted to see me?" After a moment of silence, he asked, "Uchiha Shursui is your teammate in the Umbu department, right?" "Yes, Hayashi-sama. And I am sure you are aware of the Uchiha's situation in the village, right, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto frowned slightly at Hayashi's question. "What, do you mean, Hayashi-sama?" Seeing the confused face of Kuroto, Hayashi decided to be a little blunt. The conflict between Konoha and Cloud exposed Hokage faction's complete distrust and suspicion on the Uchiha. Therefore, I am a little concerned over what the Elder Council might be planning against the Uchiha. As the patriarch of one of the major clans of the Konoha village, Hyuga Hayashi fully understands the importance of balance. Whether the village eradicates the Uchiha clan or the Uchiha clan takes control of the village, both the situations are unacceptable for the Hyuga clan. When the Uchiha and the Hokage faction are in balance, only then the Hyuga clan will not become the target of either side and will be able to preserve itself. But this balance that has been maintained for many decades has now collapsed, and the weight is turning against the Uchiha clan. In the eyes of discerning people, a fierce conflict is brewing, and this conflict is something that most would not want to see or be part of. Hayashi continued, with the near disappearance of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are the only few of the major noble shinobi clans left. If the destruction of the Uchiha is allowed, the prestige of the Hyuga clan will also fall. Whereas if the Uchiha take control of the Konoha village through unacceptable means, we will inevitably be susceptible and weaken more than we already have become. Therefore, I hope that you can do some things to prevent either of this situation from happening using your identity as an Umbu. How Shursui is the only Umbu within the Uchiha clan, Kuroto is also a similar case. So, the Hyuga clan now greatly values Kuroto. Therefore, asking Kuroto for doing such a thing is a natural course of action. Kuroto also didn't deny and immediately agreed, I understand Hayashi-sama. When it comes to the matter of dealing with the Uchiha, Kuroto's opinion aligns with that of the intentions of the clan, that is, the Uchiha cannot be allowed to disappear. Why is the reputation of the Hyuga so high? Isn't it because the Hyuga is valued as an equal to the Uchiha clan? But if the Uchiha clan were to disappear, the Hyuga clan will become the next target. After all, the Dojutsu Kekkei Jinkai surpasses all other types of Kekkei Jinkai, and this is the very reason why they have a lot of enemies. After discussing a little more about the situation about the Uchiha, Hayashi then took out a bingo book and handed them to Kuroto while saying, you better be careful from now on. Kuroto was a little confused. Why would Hayashi-sama say something like this? But when he took the papers from Hayashi-sama's hands, there was a single page that caught his attention. On that page, he saw a picture of his along with some description about him, and a bounty underneath with too many zeros. Upon counting the number of zeros, he finally exclaimed, 20 million ryo. However, without waiting for Kuroto to be out of shock, Hayashi leisurely handed another paper to him while saying, here, this is a second one. Kuroto quickly took the second reward list, and this reward list also had his picture with the same number of zeros, but the amount exceeded the previous one. TW 25 million ryo? Why such a high reward? Hayashi-sama didn't care too much about his outburst or shock and said leisurely, I am afraid you have offended some big shots. Such high rewards are too rare and will most likely attract some bounty ninjas. So, be careful and not leave the village casually. Chapter 79. After some detailed inquiry, Kuroto was surprised to find that all the 4 members of Team 11 had a bounty of 20 million ryo on their heads. These bounties should be Cloud Village's handiwork, right? This was Kuroto's thought. If the Team 11 of Umbu Black Ops has hatred against anyone, then no doubt it is the Cloud Village and the Rock Village. Compared to Rock Village, Kuroto feels that Cloud Village is more likely to have issued these bounties. But there is one thing I don't understand, how come Cloud Village has the specific information on the 4 of us? I get that Yujito-ni saw our faces when we used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but just from knowing our faces Cloud Village shouldn't have such specific information about Team 11. Could it be that their spies have infiltrated into the Umbu? This sudden thought made Kuroto a little panicked. The Umbu directly under Hokage-sama are personally selected by Hokage, and the members could be anyone from the common civilian ninja to the son of the patriarch of the most prominent clan. If there are spies that have infiltrated the village for a long time, then it could only mean that they have not shown any flaw to reveal their identity as of yet and somehow been selected within the Umbu. I have to be more careful now if what I think is really true. Immediately afterward, Kuroto thought of the second bounty. The second bounty is 5 million ryo higher than the first bounty, reaching a terrifying amount of 25 million ryo. Such bounties are only offered to the most elite ninjas of a shinobi village. But the strange thing is that only Kuroto has this second bounty, that is to say, other than him no one of the Team 11 has been issued this bounty. This undoubtedly implies that the person who issued this bounty has personal vengeance against him, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the Team 11. It can only be him, right? Thought Kuroto. Kuroto-kun? Seeing Kuroto's look, Hayashi thought that Kuroto was a little worried about the bounties, so he explained, don't worry too much Kuroto-kun. For a shinobi the bounty in the black market is also a manifestation of her merit, after all, only powerful shinobi are awarded bounties. Kuroto nodded at Patriarch's explanation. It's not that he was scared, but just a little concerned is all about the person who offered a bounty for his head. Taking a light sip of tea, Hayashi continues, "Do you know what is the bounty on my head in the black market?" Ads by Pub Future. "How much?" Hayashi said lightly, 100 million ryo. Kuroto smiled nervously at such an amount. Ha ha ha, the patriarch deserves it. In fact, Kuroto also understands that the 100 million ryo isn't a bounty on the patriarch just as an individual, but a reward for the treasure of the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan. The Byakugan can only be stolen from the main family of the Hyuga clan, and the number of people in the main family is very less. So, as long as Hyuga Hayashi is killed, it is possible to not only obtain the Byakugan but also cause damage to the Hyuga clan. So, this reward of 100 million ryo is quite right. After some more casual discussions with the patriarch, Kuroto bid goodbye and left. Walking slowly towards his house, as Kuroto walked by a narrow alley, a figure suddenly walked out of the shadow blocking his way. Kuroto was a little stunned, and immediately took out the Kusanagi sword at his waist as well activated the Byakugan, along with taking a defensive stance. A frail-looking old man walked out of the shadow with the support of a cane. He had a cold face, black, shaggy hair, with the right eye bandaged and an X-shaped scar on his chin. The man wore a white shirt, with a blackish robe over the top of it covering from his feet to just over his shoulder. Looking at the defensive stance of Kuroto, the old man spoke coldly, "Special Jonin Hyuga Kuroto, you should be aware of just who I am, right?" Kuroto immediately deactivated the Byakugan and nodded, "Yes, Danzo-sama." It was none other than Shimura Danzo who blocked Kuroto's path. Shimura Danzo, the Shadow of Hokage, founder and leader of the Root, notorious as the Darkness of the Shinobi, at the same time one of the four advisor of the Konoha Council. Taking a deep look at Hyuga Kuroto, Shimura Danzo stated, "Hyuga Kuroto, you have talent. There is no future for you in the Umbu under Hokage. Join Root, there you will have everything needed for you to grow into a loyal Konoha shinobi." Danzo's tone was cold. It didn't seem like he was trying to entice Kuroto at all. There was great confidence in his approach, which implied that the conditions he offered were something that Hyuga Kuroto could not refuse. However, Kuroto replied without even a second of hesitation, "I am sorry, Danzo-sama. As a member of Umbu directly under Hokage-sama, all transfer must follow his arrangements." Danzo's eye narrowed at Kuroto's answer and he spoke with a cold tone, "If the old man remembers correctly, this is the second time you have refused to join the Root. Back when Kuroto was briefly detained after Orochimaru's defection, at that time also Kuroto refused solicitation from the Root. But back then he was merely a wartime chunin, a disposable cannon fodder-level character, so Shimura Danzo didn't care at all. After all, Hyuga Kuroto would have eventually died in the cleansing anyway. So, why bother? Unfortunately, not only did he not die, but seemed to have changed completely, and within a few months, his strength not only reached high enough to become a special Jonin but also defeated 3 Uchiha with Jonin-class combat power. And not long ago he was recruited by the Hokage in the Umbu and completed the secret mission under Hokage's orders. A young man who is in full swing. Ads by Pub Future. Obviously, Danzo will personally come to recruit such an individual into his Root. However, Kuroto's refusal without a moment of hesitation left Danzo dissatisfied. Facing Shimura Danzo's double-meaning question, Kuroto completely turned a deaf ear to it. "Please forgive me, Danzo-sama, I am not interested in joining the Root. Young man, every decision must be made carefully, otherwise, you may regret it in the future." Leading this sentence, Danzo walked away in the darkness. Looking at Danzo's figure walking away with complete confidence upon himself, as if everything was under his control, Kuroto only had a condescending smirk. Danzo didn't realize this, but Kuroto had discovered the bastard hidden in the shadows the moment he turned towards this alley. All that panic and drawing out his Kusanagi sword was just an act to cover up activating the Byakugan and check Danzo's current state. Obviously, his performance wasn't in vain and he was able to discover that the current Danzo had already transplanted Hashirama cells and Sharingan in his entire arm that was hidden inside the dark robe. It makes sense that he has almost stopped making any public appearance for some time. Although he can only sigh, Kuroto has to also think of some countermeasures against Danzo. He has naturally not forgotten the fact that the village had planned to dispose of him in the cleansing. After several investigations and based on the information provided by Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo is the person who took charge of that task. In fact, it was Shimura Danzo who emphasized on the cleansing. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether Shimura Danzo tries to recruit him or not, Kuroto will not let off the old bastard so easily. However, the information he obtained this time did surprise him slightly. Obviously, Orochimaru and Danzo's relationship should have fallen apart, but Danzo was still able to obtain Uchiha Shin's hand? Or, did he transplant that hand from some other source? No, that can't be. Or, did he again started cooperating with Orochimaru? Otherwise, him being able to get Hashirama cells with Sharingan transplanted shouldn't be that easy. Now, it's not that Danzo doesn't have a study and research of Hashirama cells. In fact, in this field he might even surpass Orochimaru, although the last part sounds ridiculous, but you never know. But, recreating an entire hand is not a joke. Anyway, the fact that he already has that hand shows that he has been collecting the Sharingan of deceased Uchiha for a long time, otherwise, he couldn't have obtained so many Sharingan before Uchiha's extermination by Itachi. Because there is no curse seal in the Uchiha clan like that of Cagebird, so obtaining Sharingan is relatively easy, at least for Danzo who has the entire route as his personal force. I am afraid that even if the Uchiha clan didn't have any intention of a coup d'etat, Danzo wouldn't have allowed them to live peacefully. After all, if he did, how would he have obtained so many Sharingan? Kuroto thought while walking towards his house quietly. It's really troublesome. Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan is even deeper than Orochimaru's. Being a disciple of Senju Tobirama, a friend and rival of Sandaime-sama, and a long-term advisor of the Konoha Council, even without that hand, Danzo's strength should be close to Kage class. Otherwise, how could he be so obsessed with the position of Hokage? And now that he has transplanted Hashirama cells along with many Sharingan, his strength may have even surpassed Sandaime-sama to a certain extent. Chapter 80. One can't be too careful when it comes to problems that involve the Uchiha and Sharingan. This is because the Sharingan has too many mysteries surrounding it, aside from the many forbidden techniques that a Sharingan is capable of, the likes of the Izanagi and the Izanami, against which you can't even defend if you don't know the details from beforehand. Each Sharingan also has the potential to at least evolve into a Manjikyu, that in itself is completely mysterious. Now that Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and a large number of Sharingan that are embedded in that arm of his, it is very likely that he mastered some of these forbidden jutsu. Kuroto has taken a lesson from Orochimaru's example. Even though Orochimaru has Kage-level strength, he lost very easily against Itachi. Both the times he fought, Itachi easily defeated Orochimaru. So, Kuroto obviously takes these lessons to heart. Therefore, at this point in time, fighting against Danzo in head-on combat is a great risk. I will have to look for some method if I want to solve Danzo. With this thought in his mind, Kuroto returned home. Right now, improving his strength is the most important. All of his plans are for this purpose only. Kuroto has always distinguished what's of primary importance and what's of secondary. Mastering the four-symbol seal is the most important currently. Because Kuroto believes that as long as he masters the four-symbol seal, it will become possible for him to understand as well as master other Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques. Once he becomes proficient in Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, he should be able to break the seal used by Yondaime-sama on the Dragon Vein, thus completing the next important step in his artificial-tailed beast plan. So, condensing all his thoughts, Kuroto focused on learning the four-symbol seal. After a while of studying, Kuroto recorded his experience and its practice one by one. Ads by PubFuture. After he finished writing, Kuroto thought, this time Team 11 did quite a good job, even slowed down the offensive of Cloud Village. It shouldn't be a problem to change the mission points for another sealing technique. In Kuroto's prediction, it would take him around a week at most to completely master the four-symbol seal. After mastering the four-symbol seal, if he can learn one or two more of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu technique, then he will be able to have a deeper understanding of it through his Tenseigan. With the credit points of Team 11, changing another Fuinjutsu technique shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? Early next morning, Kuroto went out. Along the way, he picked up signs of dissatisfaction and small disputes among the villagers regarding the peace talks between the Konoha and the Cloud. Without a doubt, many villagers are dissatisfied and angry about the sudden attack by the Cloud village. After all, hundreds of ninjas died in this small conflict. Every major clan except for the Uchiha also lost someone. So, the fact that Hokage-sama easily accepted Cloud Village's peace talks left many of the villagers dissatisfied. Even if the villagers understand the difficulties of Hokage-sama and the lack of combat power within Konoha, but this can't bring back their loved ones, can it? The attitude of Cloud Village this time was like first slapping Konoha right in the face and then shaking hand for peaceful negotiation. As the ninja of the greatest shinobi village, people can't easily swallow such insult. However, Kuroto doesn't have any opinion in this regard. He is more than clear that the current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of Shodame-sama or Naidame-sama's era. When the Hokage was able to overpower and dominate the entire shinobi world with their individual strength. No matter how great the humiliation, you can only bear it if strength is insufficient. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The troubles that Konoha will be facing in the future are no small either. While thinking these things, Kuroto silently arrived at the agreed meeting place. Not long after his arrival, Shirsue's figure appeared in front of Kuroto. As soon as he arrived, he spoke in an apologetic tone. "Kuroto-san, I am sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's all right. It's only been a while." After a short pause, Kuroto continued, "I have a very important thing to tell you this time." "What is it?" Shirsue asked curiously. However, before starting, Kuroto activated his Byakugan and confirmed that no one was spying on them, then whispered, "Yesterday, I encountered Danzo-sama, and discovered a really disturbing thing about him." Shirsue was shocked. "What, did you also meet Danzo-sama yesterday?" Ads by PubFuture. When Kuroto heard Shirsue, he frowned a little. A bad premonition surged in his heart, and to confirm this he asked Shirsue, "Did you also meet him yesterday?" Shirsue replied, "Well, Danzo-sama invited me to join Root, but I refused." "Did he invite you too, Kuroto-san?" Ignoring Shirsue's question, Kuroto hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you confessed about awakening the Manjikyu to him?" Shirsue nodded. "We did talk about the contradiction and isolation of the Uchiha and the village. To reassure Danzo-sama and the advisors of the Konoha Council, I confessed about my Manjikyu to Sandaime-sama and Danzo-sama. They promised to me that if necessary, I am allowed to stop Uchiha clan's extreme intentions." However, Kuroto wasn't too happy about this, as his face sank. He bonked Shirsue's head in frustration. "Stupid." While rubbing his head, Shirsue asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Kuroto-san?" "In regards to this issue, I called you here in the first place." After a short pause, Kuroto continued, "Yesterday, I was able to discover through the Byakugan that Shimura Danzo has transplanted Hashirama cells and a large number of Sharingan. He has already used the forbidden art of body transformation to beyond recognition." "What?" Shirsue froze as soon as he heard Kuroto. However, Kuroto only glanced slightly at Shirsue and said with a sigh, "That old coot has coveted the power of the Sharingan more than anyone in the world, and you just told him about having awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan. Isn't this simply delivering the sheep to the lion's den?" The best countermeasure that Kuroto thought of yesterday was to inform Shirsue about Danzo's obsessiveness for the Sharingan and then induce Shirsue to use Kodo Amatsukami on Danzo to solve the problem Danzo once and for all. But he never thought that Danzo acted so fast. On the very same day, he not only solicited him but also enticed Shirsue to join the Root. What worries him more is that Shirsue actually confessed about his Manjikyu to Danzo and Sandaime-sama. Of course, Kuroto doesn't know of the stimulus Shirsue received at the Uchiha clan meeting yesterday. Some of the Uchiha completely expressed their intentions of a coup d'etat. Although the Patriarch didn't express his opinion, most of the opinions were united. Therefore Shirsue opted to confess to Hokage-sama. After worrying for a while, Shirsue murmured, "Kuroto-san, I did something stupid, didn't I?" "Damn right you did an extremely stupid thing." Looking at Shirsue's depressed state, Kuroto sighed and asked again, "In addition to Susanoo, the Manjikyu should have more abilities, right?" Without hesitation, Shirsue immediately replied, "Yes, My Manjikyu grants me access to Kodo Amatsukami in each eye, a unique Jinjutsu of the highest caliber that allows me to cast a powerful yet subtle mind-controlling Jinjutsu on the target. Did you talk about this to Danzo and Sandaime-sama? Shisui nodded nervously. Well, I am planning to use this Jinjutsu to change the intention of the Uchiha clan and stop the coup. So, to convince Hokage-sama of my ability to be able to do this, I didn't conceal about it either. You really are naive, Shisui. True, you can stop the Uchiha from launching the coup, but what will you do about Danzo's intention against the Uchiha? Now, the elders of the Konoha Council will no longer trust you completely. Moreover, there is 100% guarantee that Danzo will do everything in and beyond his power to get his hands on your Manjikyu. Shisui seemed really tense now. Remember, if Danzo asks to meet you in private, there is only one intention: he will be after your Manjikyu. So, be careful, because if you aren't, then who knows what sort of trouble he might cause for the Uchiha as well as for the rest of the village if he does manage to obtain your Manjikyu Sharingan. Chapter 81. Shisui didn't expect the matter to become so serious. Now he was sort of panicked. He always felt that he was doing the right thing, and those crazy people are the wrong ones, but after listening to Kuroto-san's words, he is starting to realize that by confessing about his Manjikyu to Sandaime-sama and Danzo, he actually dragged the Uchiha one step closer to their doom. Shisui bowed towards Kuroto and said sincerely, Kuroto-san, please trust me, I would never use Kodo Amatsukami on my companions, please believe me. Kuroto shook his head. Shisui, it has nothing to do with whether I believe you or not. In the face of someone who has the ability to modify others will at any time, no matter who the person may be, they will feel an instinctual fear and suspicious of you, even if it is me. Shisui was a little lost now, but regardless of whether you are loyal to the village, whether you are an upright and kind person, as long as you have that ability, you will be considered a threat by others. Taking a short pause to let Shisui digest his words, Kuroto continued, in the end, it is the technique Kodo Amatsukami that makes others too uncomfortable to accept it so easily. By now Shisui realizes the crux of the matter, so he hurriedly asked, Kuroto-san, then, is there some way for me to help the Uchiha? Listening to Shisui's question, Kuroto put one hand on his chin, in a thinking posture, and after a little consideration, he said, for the time being, I have no good method to help you out, but you better not do anything unnecessary. Let the peace talks between Konoha and Cloud get completed, which will take some time, and the village won't risk doing something to the Uchiha in this period. As for the future, give me some time to think about an effective way to help out with the Uchiha problem. Shisui's personal problem isn't that big of an issue. Kodo Amatsukami is indeed worrisome. That is the reason it will be difficult for him to be trusted by the advisors of the Konoha Council, but he will have to make do with that. After all, who told him to just go out there and confess about his Manjikyu and its abilities to Danzo and Sandaime-sama so brazenly? Following Kuroto's assurance, Shisui nodded silently. Kuroto thought a little about Obito hidden behind the scenes and doesn't have very good intentions against the village, so he decided to warn Shisui about it a little. One more thing, Shisui, remember to pay close attention to any suspicious people near your clan. What do you mean by suspicious people, Kuroto-san? During the Kyuubi's rebellion, although I wasn't in the village, the information I have collected so far indicates that the Kyuubi was indeed controlled by the Sharingan. Shisui's face suddenly sank. Kuroto-san, do you really suspect that the Uchiha planned Kyuubi's rebellion? It's not about whether I suspect or not. The Kyuubi was controlled by the Sharingan, so the suspicion inevitably falls upon the Uchiha. Glancing at Shisui, who seems to be getting more and more depressed, Kuroto nodded to himself and continued to induce, besides, it doesn't necessarily have to be an Uchiha from the village, you get what I mean. Ads by PubFuture. Shisui suddenly lifted his head in shock. He has heard about some of the Uchiha that went missing or left Konoha for no reason. Among them, the name of Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha together with Sandaime-sama, was the loudest one. If the descendants of these missing Uchiha have been left outside the village, then it would make sense if they have a Sharingan. Does that mean there is an outsider with Uchiha's blood, who planned the Kyuubi's rebellion? Shisui asked. It could be, I am not too sure either, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious, right? Kuroto said. Shisui nodded. he has always felt that Kuroda-san is trustworthy and what he said makes logical sense too. After the two chatted for a while longer, Shisui left. Looking at Shisui's figure walking away, Kuroda shook his head in melancholy. As the most gifted ninja within the Uchiha, Shisui is simply impeccable in every aspect, it's just that he is too immature at understanding and figuring out people's hearts. His kindness, undying loyalty, and habit of naively trusting others became the cause of his death. Shaking his head in sadness, Kuroda walked away. Hokage Building, Council Meeting Room. Sandaime-sama was discussing the matters of the peace talks with the Cloud Village with other advisors of the council, mentioning the secret mission of Umbu Team 11. He lightly tapped his desk. Hatake Kakashi, who was waiting outside the meeting room, walked inside upon hearing the tapping sound and explained the details of exactly what he knew about the entire process and events in completing their task, from the time of leaving Konoha to the time of returning to Konoha. After Hei Kakashi was finished with the explanation, Sandaime-sama said indifferently, "All right, that would be enough, withdraw." Kakashi nodded respectfully and left the meeting room. Udaten Koharu said after Kakashi left, "So, that was really the case, huh? Team 11 harassing Cloud's transportation line slowed down their offensive as well as forced the Nibi's Jinchuriki to retreat at the rear? Team 11 has done a great job, they are heroes of Konoha." Midokade Hamura also said in praise, "Well, they should be promoted and rewarded appropriately for their work." However, Shimura Danzo had other thoughts as he suddenly said, "You received this report?" "The news I received from the information network of Root tells the other story." Not only Midokade Hamura and Udaten Koharu, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, waiting for his explanation. Ads by PubFuture. Being the center of attention, Danzo said coldly, "Cloud Village slowed down their offensive less because the Team 11 harassed their transportation line but more because of the heavy losses they suffered at the rear." According to the secret intelligence, more than 300 Cloud ninjas, including several elite jonin, died overnight, which prompted even the Reikage to leave the village in search of the enemy responsible. As far as my sources indicate, the Team 11's name came for being responsible for this work. What? Advisor Koharu and Hamura looked at each other in shock. When Sandaime heard of this, he suddenly remembered that Uchiha Shisui took the initiative to confess to him about awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, and his face suddenly sank, the tobacco pipe fell and he was left speechless. However, without waiting for Hiruzen to recover, Danzo stood up and asked, "Why didn't your Team 11 report of this? What made them hide such a glorious feat that is worthy of high rewards?" Udaten Koharu asked Hiruzen seriously, "Team 11 has that kind of combat power?" For the 4 members of Team 11 to be able to wipe out more than 300 Cloud ninjas overnight, they must have at least one person with Kage-class combat power. Sandaime was left with no choice and stated, "Uchiha Shisui awakened the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan." As soon as she heard this, Koharu was surprised. That power? Did Kagame's grandchild actually awaken it? Hamura whispered to himself, wouldn't he become another Uchiha Madara? However, Danzo didn't stop. "Hiruzen, you seem to be hiding something." Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced murderously at Danzo. However, Danzo wasn't afraid, and said, "Uchiha Shisui's Manjikyu allows him to cast the highest level of Jinjutsu called Koto Ematsukumi, which can modify the will of others subtly without making them realize. In other words, he can make anyone into his puppet without even letting the puppet know of it." What? If until now they were shocked, now they were panicked. Danzo smiled coldly as he said, "Letting an Uchiha have such a dangerous technique in his possession is too harmful. I propose to take immediate coercive measures against Uchiha Shisui." In the brief shock and panic, Hamura immediately said, "Agreed." Sandaime-sama shook his head in denial. "Uchiha Shisui is the bridge between the village and the Uchiha. If we take any coercive measures against him, it will only stimulate the Uchiha clan. Now the peace talks with the Cloud Village are in progress, so at this critical moment if any turmoil breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable." There was no reply from Udaten Koharu. She remained silent the entire time as if she was mulling over something. However, Danzo ignored her, and since he expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to say this, so he didn't force it and said, "Then put Uchiha Shisui on the monitoring list, and the Root will be responsible for this task." After pondering for a while, Sarutobi finally nodded. Danzo was very satisfied by Hokage's concession, and he suddenly remembered the scene where Special Jonin Hyuga Kuroto refused his solicitation by refusing to join the route, so he said again, "That's not enough, Hiruzen. Team 11 concealed information. Their loyalty is questionable. I propose to list all the members of Team 11 under monitoring." Chapter 82. Madoke didn't wait for Sarutobi to speak and said while adjusting his glasses, "There is no question about Hatake Kakashi's loyalty. He is the disciple of Minato. As the son of Konoha's White Fang, the disciple of Yellow Flash, and one of the heroes of the Third Great Shinobi War, Hatake Kakashi has too much honor upon him. If even Kakashi can't be trusted, then no one within the village can be trusted either." Sandaime also nodded. "I will conduct personal inquiries with the Team 11. There is no need to monitor all of them. They are all trustworthy Konoha shinobi." "Trustworthy?" Danzo said with a cold smirk. "Hyuga Kuroto is the disciple of Orochimaru. Who's to say that he isn't a spy Orochimaru left in Konoha? Allowing this kind of person to stay in the Umbu, Hiruzen, you are being too careless." Hiruzen really disliked that Danzo touched on the matter of Orochimaru, and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, there is no need to mention it." However, how can Danzo become silent so easily? He insisted, even if you don't talk about his student-teacher relationship with Orochimaru, he was also part of the cleansing operation, but somehow got lucky enough to survive. Such a person should never be allowed to stay in the Umbu. "But if you are insisting on letting him stay in Umbu, then at least let me appoint some root ninja to monitor his action." Sandaime-sama was silent now. The matter of Hyuga Kuroto being part of the cleansing operation has been a thorn in Sandaime-sama's heart, which makes him unable to completely trust the kid. Because no matter how loyal a shinobi might have been to his village, once abandoned by the village, his loyalty would undoubtedly be compromised. Danzo saw the silent expression of Hiruzen and stopped saying anything as he left Hokage building. Shimura Danzo has known Sarutobi Hiruzen for decades now, and that silent expression indicates Hiruzen's acquiescence to his proposal. On Kuroto's side. After separating from Shisui, Kuroto came to the Forest of Death. Not long after entering the Forest of Death, the little wild boar on whom Kuroto conducted live poison test suddenly sprang out of the dense bushes and circled around him as it sniffed his trousers. Kuroto was surprised seeing the little guy, not because the other party found him so easily, but because of something else. Ads by PubFuture. "Hey, how come you grew up so big?" Kuroto looked in pure confusion at the little wild boar that was not so little anymore. It has only been about 2 months ago, the little wild boar that was so small the last time Kuroto saw, now reached up to his waist. Kuroto took a closer look to see that this guy had many injuries on the body, there were scars everywhere, and even hairs were quite sparse. Seems like it often got involved in fights with the other wild animals inside the forest. So many injuries? Still as ignorant as ever, looks like only the body grew in size, the brain is the same as before, really like an idiot pig. With a sigh, Kuroto activated his Byakugan. After carefully taking a look around him, and repeatedly confirming that no one was around or spying on him, or there were no signs of abnormal chakra reaction, Kuroto shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes glowed in a royal blue color with a white floral pattern shining within them. Printing the hand seals, Kuroto muttered in a low voice, "Tenseigan chakra mode." Whoosh! Kuroto's entire body was instantly covered in a cyan blue chakra cloak and lifted him up in the air. The grass plates beneath his feet were blown away by the high wind pressure. The entire forest around him swayed by the chakra pressure, but none of the creatures felt any danger from this sudden change, because the chakra pressure was quite gentle and serene. The little wild boar on the side didn't panic much by the sudden change and slowly approached Kuroto, who was hovering at 2 feet above the ground. After approaching close, the little boar sniffed around, and upon finding that there was no change in the scent, it again circled around him without a care in the world and seemed to be asking Kuroto to feed him something. Kuroto smiled slightly at the boar's antics, and ignoring the little devil, Kuroto focused on the chakra mode. Although he used the Tenseigan chakra mode once before at the Land of Lightning and even used Silverwill reincarnation explosion by merging his chakra with the truth-seeking ball, after all, it was on the battlefield, and the time of usage was also very short, so Kuroto didn't manage to get familiar with the chakra mode. This time he is in a ghostly area of the Forest of Death, so getting familiar with the chakra made without being disturbed or spotted by others is the best opportunity to test his current limits and chakra consumption. Slowly coming back to the ground, Kuroto touched the ground with one hand and injected the Tenseigan chakra into it. As a result of this, with him as the center, all the chakra reactions in a radius of 12 miles were now under his perception. Chakra perception has increased dozens of times. Ads by PubFuture. Kuroto was overjoyed by this and poured more chakra into his Tenseigan and looked around attentively. At this moment, even the patterns on the wings of a moth hundreds of meters away appeared as if it was right in front of him. With all these conclusions, Kuroto glanced at the little board dangling by his side and noticed that the chakra inside its body has grown quite a lot during this time, but the chakra meridians inside its body were not completely connected. Frowning a little, he raised his hand. Instantly, the little boar flew towards Kuroto. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get rid of the restraint of the traction force of rain will pull. Bringing the boar closer, Kuroto ignored all its struggle, pressed his hand gently on its abdomen, and injected Tenseigan chakra inside it little by little. With the sudden rush of the Tenseigan chakra, the chakra volume inside the boar's body instantly grew several times, and the meridians that weren't connected completely were penetrated as it formed a perfect network around its body due to continuous flow on chakra under Kuroto's guidance. Here, it's your reward for helping me with testing the poison. Kuroto now smiled faintly in a good mood. The little boar whose chakra pathway was now connected groaned, swayed, and walked wobbly as if it was in a drunken state. Now leaving the boar to its own antics, Kuroto again focused on himself. With a little understanding, he was able to find that unlike the last time when he had 9 truth-seeking balls circling around him, this time, without the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan, even if he used all his chakra, at most, he was able to bring out only 1 truth-seeking ball. And he can also faintly guess that once he does activate this one orb, all his chakra will be empty. Playing with the truth-seeking ball in his hand like a squishy ball, he thought, if it is the question of maintaining the Tenseigan chakra mode, I should be able to last about 10 minutes, but if use truth-seeking ball for techniques like golden will reincarnation explosion or silver will reincarnation explosion, I will be hollowed out instantly. Kuroto has long since faced the issue of low chakra volume. But he isn't that worried about this issue now. From the time at Ninja Academy to the Third Great Shinobi War, he has always been the transparent kid, always staying in the background. But what about that? He still reached up to this point, didn't he? How many people are capable of using truth-seeking balls in the entire shinobi world? Countless geniuses and strong ninjas have already been left behind by him. Taking a deep look at the far sky, Kuroto muttered to himself, isn't it just the lack of talent? The issue of chakra volume? The problems to which the solutions can be found are not at all problems in my eyes. That's the end of this tale for now. Like the video if you enjoyed it, subscribe or Itachi will put you in an infinite Tsukuyami of watching Naruto filler. Have a great rest of your rest day and peace.